that you don't have to keep agendizing and spending time on this item every month. If there was just some way to permanently adopt it without having to consider it every month, that would be great. Thank you.
Next speaker. Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Do you want to speak on this item?
Yes, please. Which item are you on?
1A.
Yes, please. This is Peter Warfield, executive. Shall I go ahead?
Wait for our administrator. Go ahead.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Please give me 30-second notice, okay?
You might again.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I'm hearing a lot of background noise. Are you hearing that?
Yes, please stop the clock. Can everybody on the phone please mute themselves by pressing *6? Or Mr. Young, if you can manually do that, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, please wait for Mr. Leger when she restarts the clock.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, but can you tell me how much time I have, please?
You have 2 minutes and 31 seconds left. So do you want to restart the clock this time, Cheryl?
Restart it. That's okay. Restart it. That's fine.
Are we restarting?
Yes.
Yes, I'm restarting. So
okay,
you don't
thank you.
Your comment, your contact information. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So I've got 3 minutes at this point. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I give the contact information because that's the best I can do to replicate what happens at a live meeting, and that is that anybody can contact a person who's there by simply walking up to them or passing them a note and saying whatever they like with regard to introducing themselves, requesting there be further contact, and so on and so forth. That's simply not possible. I can't go up to anybody at this meeting and say, hey, you said what you said was interesting, and so on and so forth. I think this is a critical part of real live meetings. There are other things you can see at real live meetings. How many people are present, for example? 2, 20, 200? That is also important for a whole range of ways, which I don't think I want to go into right now. But with respect to this matter, you are supposed to be reviewing the necessity for this method of proceeding and then taking the action that will or won't say that you want to continue for 30 days in this fashion and then reconsider it again. I believe that the existing rules, which are very strict about access to meetings, and that they have to be in, for example, the city, the locality where of the jurisdiction that the body is associated with. There are strict requirements that you have at least some place where folks can go. If any, on the state level, I believe it's if you have any remote locations from which members are present, you have to have public access to those. There are very strong protections for public access and public opportunity for observing, for listening, and for making public comment. And so I think you should very strongly consider having public meetings again in light of the fact, for example, that every place else is opening. Perhaps at this time, with the variant coming and so on and so forth, you might want to think about that again. But I think each time this comes up, you need to evaluate where you stand and why you're not doing the superior method, which is in-person meetings. Thank you.
Do we have other public commenters? Chair Wolf, I think we can close public comment. I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Yes, public comment is closed. No further speakers. Are we ready for a vote? So the motion is to approve our regular resolution with the amendments in the is it the last resolve? The last resolve to amend removing the personal name Cheryl Leger, and replacing that with the SOTF administrator or appropriate staff. Is that correct, Vice Chair Yankee? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay, please call the roll.
God damn, bless me, Jesus.
Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Yankee, seconded by Member LaHood to adopt the resolution with amendments, removing the personal name Cheryl Leger and replacing that with SOTF administrator or appropriate staff.
Great. Call the next item.
Report on the mayor on lifting of the mayor's executive order suspending the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, I had this moved to the top because I think it sets kind of the tone and the stage of where we are now. This is helps us also understand when the activation of this happened, so everyone is clear at the top of the meeting. This becomes effective November 15th. So any complaints that come in from that point forward will be will require compliance with the full ordinance at that time. And also it declares that the entire city is now to comply with the ordinance as it were prior to March of 2020. Any members, any discussion on this? Any clarifications? We have legal counsel here. We have the clerk here to also answer any other questions regarding this. And there's no action for this. We usually take public comment for any item on the agenda. And let's go ahead and do that. Is there any public comment on this item?
Anonymous
Yes,
number 3.
Patrick Manetzaw.
You have other public commenters?
Okay, begin.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am.
Okay, you may begin.
Thank you very much. I think to clarify, if I remember the mayor's termination of the prior orders, she terminated two parts of two prior orders. One is the February 2020 suspension of immediate disclosure requests, which was very narrow, and of the March 2020 suspension of the records parts of the Sunshine Ordinance, while some other parts, I believe she still claims that they're purportedly suspended, whether anyone agrees with that or not, about meeting-related issues. And the second thing is, as far as I understand, because I've gotten this in responses from departments, the full-on deadlines are just like the deadlines were suspended for all in-process requests when the 10-day deadline was suspended for all in-process requests at the time the March order was made. I believe all of the kind of pending requests people have, they are now back on the 10-day deadline. Now, of course, 10 days from whenever the order was lifted, not 10 days from the original request, but there is some small number of requests that were probably in progress that should still be responded to within 10 days. Thank you.
Mr. Manette Shaw, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
You may begin.
Thank you. I think all SOTF members should ignore the comments Deputy City Attorney Helen Castillo made regarding the intent of the task force to issue a system-wide advisory contradicts the city attorney's advice. The city attorney's opinion is just that, advice. The task force is totally independent of the CAO, and through your education, outreach, and training subcommittee, you are allowed, I believe, to publish advisories to correct the city attorney's flawed interpretation of timelines in the Sunshine Ordinance. The city attorney's November 16th memo restoring some portions of the ordinance is riddled with complete rubbish. Page 5 of the CAO's memo is completely convoluted. Through his interpretation of the reversing the suspension, he is attempting to rewrite the Sunshine Ordinance itself to slow down immediate disclosure requests by suggesting that that is a forced reason to invoke 14-day extensions. Because you are independent, you should issue rapidly a system-wide advisory correcting the blatant attempts in this memo to rewrite the Sunshine Ordinance. I strongly urge you to continue rapidly completing a system-wide advisory and distributing it to every city department, every departmental public information officer and their public records request staffs in every city department to assert that the deadlines are 10 days and no extensions of 14 days can be added on as a second bite of the apple. You really need to get that advisory written and disseminated.
Time's up, sir.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yes, Peter Warfield. I spoke up earlier, but I think Anonymous spoke at the same time.
Are you ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. It's Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I hope that the task force pays very careful attention to what both of the previous speakers have said. Actually, I'm not clear what item we're on. I think the chair mentioned moving something up, but I didn't catch what that was. Perhaps it's the chair's report. I'm not sure. It looks like the first bullet item, but I didn't catch that. But in any case, with respect to what Anonymous said, I thought that there was some portion of the suspensions that were invoked during COVID that had been lifted prior to November 15th. I'm not sure. It seemed my recollection dimly is that it was at the end of a month. So I think that since there were multiple suspensions from multiple sources, I think it's important for the task force to help out the public and itself by being very clear about which suspensions from which source specifically were invoked and which have had dates attached to their suspension. And with respect to city attorney advice, I've said quite a number of times, the task force has a larger role than just processing complaints. It has a larger role in Section 6730 and following to advise pretty much anybody with respect to adherence to the law, improvements to the law, including changes or additions, amendments, and so on, and basically can advise whoever, whenever it wants. And I think that certainly, as Mr. Monet-Shaw has said, the city attorney has a history of having questionable and at times incorrect advice, and even advice that you have specifically contradicted and stated that you were contradicting it. So I think that you would do well to do exactly as Mr. Monet-Shaw says and work up an advisory that makes it clear to everybody in the city what is in fact required. Thank you.
Bob Plantold wants to speak. Hello?
We heard you, Mr. Plantold. Are you ready to begin, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
This is Bob Plantold. I've filed various complaints over the years. I want to address also this problem with suspending an immediate disclosure requirement. Separate from disagreeing with that, I think it's also important that the city attorney, simply by issuing its own policy, doesn't make that known to the public. Why should the public have to scour the city attorney's website pages day after day after day after day, or the mayor's website pages? If you have a complaint against Department X and you file immediate disclosure, why shouldn't the department have to say, we're not able to reply under immediate disclosure? And the problem is worse than that, because I've filed immediate disclosure requirements. I get no answer whatsoever. Not just we don't have to do immediate disclosure, but also no response within 10 days, 2 weeks, a month. So often complaints or requests for information just get ignored. To the extent the task force can start considering some recommendation for policy to be suggested to various departments, as well as maybe for the Board of Soups to put on some amending legislation for a future ballot issue, that you just cannot have the city attorney issue that statement without also broadly informing the public, sending it out to the media, sending it through the task force to everybody in the task force email list, sending it to all commissions, boards, and bodies, that they send it out to their respective lists. Otherwise, the public is left adrift saying, hey, I filed this request. What's going on? I'm asking you to consider trying to be more proactive in pursuing getting the public to be informed about these delays. I'm not supporting them. I'm just saying we're left in the dark. Thank you.
Last call for public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. I want to thank the speakers. I appreciate it. Brings some interesting light to the discussion here. I agree that the section with regards to the timeliness of response, we do have a fundamental difference with the city attorney's office on this. And I've been having some discussion with our legal counsel on this that is still unresolved. It is clear, and it's been precedent of this task force since its inception, that the 14-day extension that is notated in the California Public Records Act does not apply in San Francisco. It's not been challenged by anyone or any party, and it's not been necessarily challenged by any other authority. So considering that the history of the decisions that the task force has been making since inception through today with regards to timeliness on response appears to be the position of the task force. Now, individual members may have a difference of opinion on that, but it still demands a further investigation on that. And I would, I'm going to refer this to compliance and amendments for further review on that. And they can also engage with legal counsel, to try and hash this out. Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I just wanted to just say that I'm not quite sure if there's complete consensus among the whole group, but I don't know if we've ever hashed it out. But let's go ahead with the process. I saw the memo from legal counsel, and I personally am undecided. I think that the argument is interesting, but I just don't know. And I don't know if I've been convinced either way on the 14-day, whether it applies here. But maybe it'll come up in a case. I don't know. That's all.
And members, anything else? Okay. So compliance and amendments, Chair LaHood. Make sure it gets on your agenda. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. Let's move to our next item.
Composition of Sunshine Task Force respondent packets.
And also the discussion regarding recommended changes to the agenda packet material.
Materials, yeah.
Okay, so I am going to Clerk Calvillo, would this be a good time? Do you want to start the ball rolling?
Yes.
Or do you want to introduce this?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wolf. I'm not sure if I'm being, oh, you can hear me. Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, members of the task force. I'm Angela Calvillo. I am the clerk of the board. This item, I understand, was brought to you from a member of the task force, Member Stein. Is that correct, Ms. Stein? This is your item? And muted.
You're on mute.
One of the items is mine and one of the items is not mine.
Okay, thank you. Item 10 is the item that I noticed. Actually has in it 3 different sections to it. The first section is how to file revised guidelines, structural revisions to complaint and request for consideration, and the contract issue with Granicus. You were asking that the city attorney come to report on that contract dispute. And as I saw this on the agenda, I recalled we were working with Member Stein on why the packet is as limited as it is, which is, it creates a huge difficulty for you all to conduct your work, and we acknowledge that back and forth. But as I saw it on your agenda, I thought it would be a perfect time for me to come and talk to you a little bit about the Granicus contract with your permission, number 1, and then number 2, ask if this item could be continued to a future meeting, because I think it would be really helpful if the committee, the task force, assigned an additional member with Member Stein, so that we could actually create a working group on the side, and we can actually in real time go through what it could look like, what it would look like, why it would be too difficult to do X, Y, or Z. But so that rather than to do this and take up the task force's time tonight, we'd love to work with you in a working group where it can be sort of hashed out, and then we can all come back to the task force and talk about some change that can be done now and other changes that are coming with a potential new contract. So with that, I'll pause if there's any conversations, but I would also like to at some point talk to you about the contract dispute with Granicus so that you get that information sooner rather than later.
Can I speak for a sec? Yeah, I really appreciate you coming here to talk to us about that, because it seems like we've been really stalled for quite a long time and moving forward with technology. But I just have a point of clarification. So are you asking that we just wait on that point number 3 in that proposal, or are you asking that the whole proposal be continued? Since point number 3 is the one that deals with the technology aspect.
Yeah, it does. Point number 3 does. Because, I mean, you're welcome to move any item that you choose this evening. I'm not trying to stop what it is that you would like to achieve this evening, Member Stein. But I would offer, as I mentioned to Chair Wolf, I would very much like not to have these conversations without some examples, so that we can actually show you Member Stein, and hopefully, I'm just going to throw a name out there, Member Schmidt. Anyone would be welcome to come to an afternoon, a workshop with us, so that we can show you what it is you're asking for. Let's just be straight, and how that would look and how much time that would take. Maybe if there's a middle ground to come to another conclusion on working that through, but also work with you on what would be your ideal state. I mean, it's not a secret. I have an office full of clerks, not paralegals. And the limitation of the system currently is why it's so frustrating for you all to do your work. And don't want to leave it there, but would love to work through what some other examples could look like. And then if you're happy with that, then bring it back to the body, and you could further act on that, or make further suggestions.
Okay, I'm still just want to be really clear. So do you want, is it point number 3 that you want to address this way, or do you have an issue with points 1 and 2?
I don't see what you would be, and perhaps this is my mistake. I don't see what it is you would be. I mean, you're filing for your revised complaint structure, I think you can move forward with that. I don't think the system is limiting that unless you think differently. And then point 2, the structural revisions to the complaint request. If the system is involved with that, then I would ask for a delay in that decision. But otherwise, if that's just work that the task force wants to hash out with their processes, that's okay by me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Before I call on member neighbors, I just want to reiterate, Clerk Calvillo, in our discussion, we had gotten a request from your deputy director, Ms. Samara, to also hold up on the items 1 and 2, because there needed to be some review as to whether that would impact current staff workload, operations, so on and so forth. So we'll be talking about that in a few moments. Member neighbors.
So my understanding was also that what rolled into this was the item that we voted on at our last meeting, which were a detailed set of instructions for respondents to clarify their packets so that we could ensure that they were providing us with documents in a very methodical manner that would allow us to prepare for our cases. And my understanding from Chair Wolf was that this document was also in question, although it was not a proposal to change a process or workflow, but merely a set of instructions that we were going to be piloting for the next 8 weeks. But can you explain a little bit about what the concerns are about that document?
Actually, I'd like to respond to that because it's been part of a larger discussion. The packet kind of arrangement that you said. First of all, I want to just commend both members Stein and Neighbors for the work that they did. This was an extensive amount of work. They spent a lot of time on it. It was very well done, very well thought out. So I just want everyone to have recognition of that and for them to receive it. Because both of these items are somewhat interact with each other, they're part of the whole package of creating our files and also for the agenda packets. It creates somewhat of larger review. Our regular practice has been any changes to the complaint procedure or any other operations usually go to the Rules Committee first. They do a comprehensive review, and they will work with legal counsel and with staff to make sure that it's ready for prime time. So that way there's not too much back and forth. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't able to be at the November meeting, or else I would have brought this up for member neighbors' item that was approved then. Also, what member Stein's item calls for is also, I think, a consolidation or a reordering for the complainants file also. Is that correct?
I would say some minor reordering of the complainant's file.
Well, my thought was in reading member neighbors' item that there needed to be some equity with the complainant's file also, because we frequently find them to be cumbersome and somewhat excessive. And while we did adjust the complaint form to be able to get a more clarity on the complaint itself, we still don't have a workable file that is helpful for the task force to be able to get through all the paperwork that is being submitted. There are duplications of documents, and it's very hard to follow threads of email discussions that keep getting repeated over and over. You don't know which part is unique or original at that point. And also just to help folks consolidate it and getting it more in order. So my proposal is to not implement these items and to be reviewed by staff. We need staff input on them, and we also need staff's supervisors input on them at their request, and our regular process. I think this could be done in short order because the documents and what has been laid out are very clear and clean and concise. And I think by assigning a couple of folks to work with clerk staff, work with the task force staff, and make sure we get a consensus that it's all workable and will not impose or impact our operations or our currently, our highly impacted office as it is right now. I think it would be prudent. So I'd like to ask member Neighbors and member Stein if they would step up to work with Clerk Calvillo's staff. And then once that's done, it will go to Rules Committee for through a regular process that's laid out in our bylaws for their final recommendation. And then it'll come back to the task force in January for a final approval.
This is Member Neighbors. I'm more than happy to work with your staff, Ms. Cavillo, always, and I'm sure I'll learn a lot. Just for my own edification, as you know, Chair Wolf, I'm always trying to understand the ins and outs of parliamentary procedure. So what do we call this when we have we had a full vote, we voted something in, and then you come in and say that it no longer stands? How does that work in parliamentary procedure?
I didn't say that it no longer stands. I'm not asking to rescind the vote. I'm asking that we delay implementation.
Did we begin implementation on the 15th? The vote was to begin implementation on November 15th for an 8-week period. Did the administrator begin implementation then on the 15th as per our vote?
I was not aware that that was the vote, and if it is, then I will move to amend that vote because we don't do pilot program projects here on a global basis. It has created a lot of confusion, and some parties have felt that there was a lack of equity compared to a previous process if a pilot program was introduced and then it was stopped. So if something were to happen during that pilot period, they would feel that they were treated unfair. And so we either will implement something and then tweak it along the way and make adjustments, or we won't implement it at all. It's just been experience in this body with having done those kinds of things.
Is that a part of the bylaws?
What, not to do pilot programs?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, but it doesn't say that it doesn't say whether we could or not do pilot programs. It's just been our experience not to do pilot programs because it creates a level of inequity for that period of time that the pilot program is implemented. Now, as you remember with Project Catalytic, we started that, but we were working with one party for a very specific purpose to see if it would work. And so we implemented it for that. We found that once we implemented it, that there were problems, so we stopped it. We fixed the problems. We restarted the program, and it seemed to work well. So, that will become a process that we will continue to use. But it didn't affect everyone. It wasn't implemented on everyone. It was just focused on one particular party and their particular complaints. And they were kind enough to be able to step up and work with us over many, many meetings to try and get it worked out. So all I'm suggesting now is that we hold off, because there also needs to be to see if there's any interaction with the item that you brought forward, Member Neighbors, with the item that now Member Stein has brought forward. And if there's any interaction or any conflict or anything, we need to be able to determine what that is before implementation. So that's why I'm suggesting we slow this down a little bit. We need the it's at the clerk's request to be able to review this. Has been our regular practice not to implement things without their knowledge. So that is what I'm going to propose. I'll take, let's see, I think Member Highland first, then Member Schmidt, and then Clerk Calvillo.
Yes, Member Highland here. Again, hats off to Members Stein and Neighbors. It's great work. I think this document's come a long way. One thing that might have got lost in the drafts, which I love to see added back in on the bullet point where you talk about an index, maybe another bullet saying a timeline. I find that's very valuable, both from the respondent side as well as the petitioner side. I don't know if that's in the petitioner side of our documentation, but that always helps. It really gives you a quick snapshot of how long it's been going on, the time it took to respond, to send documents, etc. So I think that's something worth adding back in. Thank you.
Member Schmidt.
Yeah, just a couple of points. There's a lot going on here in terms of what exactly are we talking about at this point. I mean, I think the chair even made a motion here, which hasn't been seconded. So I feel like it's okay to talk and make a couple points. We did hear this. Member Stein brought it to the complaints committee, and we looked at it and we sent it forward. And so the idea that it has to go to another committee, I'm not sure if the rules dictate that. And there are these references to things like, we don't do pilot projects. Where's that from? I don't get that. I'm completely in support of the work that the members have done to make things work better. Member Stein and Member Neighbors. And I think we really need to push these things forward as opposed to slow them down. Now, I also think that if Member Stein, Member Neighbors want to work with the clerk's office to make all this work, that's great too. But I just think our backlog is tremendous right now. And the idea of, okay, let's take more time. Take more time. I can't support that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Clerk Calvillo, and then Vice Chair Yankee.
Members of the task force, Angela Calvillo, Clerk of the Board. So, look, I'm just going to cut to the quick here because the evening is going to be long for you. You have a full agenda. Despite the fact that you take an action today, and it's fine if you do, the message that's sent to us is, hey, the process, we'd like you to improve the process. The reality on the ground is some of you are attorneys, so you understand what a paralegal does and how they put all of the case file together for you. I am not an attorney, but I have worked in a firm in my earlier years. I understand what paralegals do. My clerks do not do what paralegals do. And unfortunately, I'm going to just be straight with you. We will never get to that idealized vision of what it is you're asking for. Now, that being said, we will work with you and think of other ways to get there with the system that we have. Putting the Granicus conversation, the future, in a parking lot. We're going to leave that there for now. But not to take away the excitement that you're going to have when you finally approve this item. I want you to, at some point soon, whether it's tonight or the next time we meet, I want you to approve an improvement to the process. But I'll be frank with you, the idealized version, I just want to manage your expectation. I do not have the staff that will get you to where you want to go with the existing equipment that we have. That being said, there is a future, and that's what I'd love to share with you at some point. So I don't want to waste your time.
Vice Chair Yankee.
Chair Wolf, just a couple quick comments here. Number one, I want to just echo what Member Schmidt said and just thank, again, Member Neighbors and Member Stein for all their work. I think this is, great to have happen that, our packets are lengthy, they're difficult to track. And so I think this is extremely important work. And I absolutely agree with Member Schmidt that, this is vital for us to get through our backlog. It's just, looking at some of these packets when they're hundreds of pages long and then trying to have a coherent, and succinct hearing, it isn't working. The second point I want to make is I'm not sure if we really should send this to the Rules Committee right now. I believe with the current schedule, we have a committee or the full task force meeting every day of the week, which doesn't leave an open day for a Rules Committee meeting. And I certainly don't want to impose upon the clerk's office staff another meeting if that's not something they can handle right now, and waiting for some Rules Committee to develop and get on the schedule, that could definitely hold things up. And so if there is some attempt to send this back to a committee, I would recommend we use an existing slot rather than try to schedule an additional committee meeting that may hold it up further, because I think we do need to keep this on track going. And then the third point, and then I'll be quiet, is I think Ms. Cavillo's statements echo some of the sentiments we've discussed in the past about why we need to be cognizant of the upcoming budget process and advocate for perhaps a paralegal position or other support staff. I think it's just critical that we get more support, and I think that's what we're hearing from the members of the public. That's what they want, and I think we really need to be on top of that as well. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay, I have who do I have next? I have Member Neighbors, then Member Stein, and then back to Clerk Calvillo.
Thank you. It occurs to me as I'm kind of listening to the rationale behind this that it might be useful for us to consider dividing the question of that original motion, because we have two very different things going on with these two documents. One is a fully baked form that we workshopped together, that we got public comment on, and that I made changes to according to what the public wanted and to what folks here voting on that form wanted as well. There's no change in process. There's no change to the rules. The only reason I can imagine that we would want to hold that up is if it added workload to our administrator. If she had objections, I think that would certainly make sense. But I've also been supporting her and thinking about how she can make that as streamlined as possible. And the other piece of that in the concern about it not teeing up with the piece that Member Stein is leading, is Member Stein was completely with me in terms of editing that document, knows exactly what's in it. And we specifically went through it with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that it would seamlessly fold into the work that she's been doing with Dean Schmidt and others. So I think that we could consider that separately and think about the greater proposal and the bigger changes and the heftier changes that are in Member Stein's proposal differently, if that's something that you would consider, Chair Wolf.
Okay, I haven't made a motion yet. I had said that I was planning on proposing, so we'll continue our discussion here. Member Stein? You're on mute.
Hi. Yes, a couple different things. One is I just want to make it clear that I did follow the process that I was told to follow when I said that I wanted to look at potential changes to our packet. And in addition to following that process, which I was told was to propose it to a committee and then have the committee approve it or not, and then have it go up to the full task force. I also went kind of an extra mile because, of course, I realize how important it is to have the Board of Supervisors Clerk's office, in on what's happening, understand whether they think it's feasible, understand what their input and advice might be. So I also reached out to the clerk's office. I reached out to other people dealing with technology in the city to try to get their advice and so on. And I also brought it twice in front of the complaints committee, once as really a general discussion item so that I could get feedback from other members of the committee and the public. And even after that, I reached out to members of the public who had things to say about it. I reached out for a second time to the Board of Supervisors. We had a meeting, to the administrators for the clerk's office for the Board of Supervisors, and we had a meeting about it and talked about what might be done. So I just wanted to make it clear that there was a process where I took as much input as anybody was willing to give me, and that what I proposed here was mainly partly based on the suggestions of the clerk's office to look at our wording that we put out. Most of the proposals for restructuring the packet came from all of the discussions that we had in the complaints committee. And well, of course, I want to work with Ms. Cavillo and the administrators going forward. I also think it might be important for us as a board to articulate what we think it is we need, because we're dealing with these packets month after month, and we know kind of the situation that we're in. And even if it doesn't turn out to be entirely feasible or the future is going to change that situation, I still think it's important for us to articulate where we think things are going wrong and how they can be improved, essentially. So I wanted to say all of that, but I also wanted to get Ms. Cavillo's update on Granicus and where we are with that.
Clerk Calvillo, go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you. Member Stein, thank you for that. I think to the members, the form I think is fine, if I remember correctly, Member Stein. When you met with Elisa and her team, I think the form is fine. So if the task force wanted to change the way they presented the complaint form, and I don't think there's any other changes underneath that for that specific item, I think you're good to go. And I do appreciate the reaching out across the table to us and allowing us to work with you remotely. And I did have a particular working group afternoon with you on a couple of issues. I think that you're also, I think you're right. If unless other members wanted to work further on it, you certainly could approve these matters today, and then we could try to get you as close as possible. There's going to be some bad news, but I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. You need to be able to articulate what's not working for you and what you think the perfect state would be, and then we will just respond accordingly. And but getting the task force's direction on something, I think that's fine. It's not going to look exactly the way you'd like it, but we will continue to strive to get it to that perfect state with what we have and what we might have in the future. So I just want to state that for the record. Also I think it was Member Yankee, he talked about the budget aspect, and so did Mr. Monette Shaw. I do want to say that I have committed to Chair Wolf, who also indicated to me that you are looking for an FTE, you are looking for the salary of an FTE. I am going to be briefing board members, and I will mention your desire to have a staff member placed for the task force's specific work. So I've committed to doing that with the chair. Additionally, a taxonomy. I think Chair Wolf and I had a long conversation about a taxonomy that then would eventually get into our new Granicus, although it will not be Granicus. So Member Stein, I'd like to talk about the Granicus aspect. So about 7 years ago, Deputy Samara and I looked at what we had, and we envisioned a new state that we would be able to maintain the board's legislative record and all of the bodies that are underneath the auspices of the Board of Supervisors. We looked at the boards and the commissions. We looked at Sunshine. We looked at the Youth Commission. We looked at ARBOC. We looked at LAFCO. And we also maintained the vacancy notices for the city in general. And right now, it's kind of, it's scattered, for lack of a better word. We thought about sending out a competitive process, which would sort of include all of these things in one system. Granicus was the entity that won that competitive process. We executed a contract. What that would look like is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force would have its own legislative system that the orders of determination would be maintained in. The packet material would be better identified. You would have a taxonomy, the Sunshine Ordinance, the Public Records Act, and the Brown Act, and you would be able to search it in multiple ways. We don't have that, and so that is really hurting your ability. I get it. Granicus, we executed the contract, and pretty much immediately Granicus said, oh, by the way, we can't do that, what you're asking for. So we have been trying to work with them. What can you do? And right before COVID hit, we came to some conclusions. Let's put some things in the parking lot and just try to get to boards and commissions so we can maintain vacancies. They couldn't even alphabetize or number the seats for the 250 or so boards and commissions that we have in the city. Needless to say, they couldn't do anything else. We are working with the city attorney on a dissolution, essentially telling Granicus, all we want from you today is to do what you're currently doing. We are not going to give you any more money to do anything further. Several months ago, we started working with the Department of Telecommunications on looking at our vision from several years ago and updating that vision, which includes, again, a legislative system for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I do regret that none of us are getting any innovation through Granicus. I am on my way to a conference right now where I am going to be talking to the other 57 clerks. I'm the 58th, but the other clerks in the county, and we have done this before, but they will hear that they are in breach of contract with us. But to be honest with you, Granicus is the company that is getting all of the contracts with the assemblies, with the Senate, with other boards and commissions and bodies. So I just want to let you all know that we regret that we don't have innovation for you, but it has not deterred us at all. We hope to bring it to you, and we hope to bring it while you're all the members. I'm available for questions.
Okay. Member Stein, do you have your hand raised? You're muted.
Yes, hi. So I have two questions, I guess. One is with respect to Granicus. I know you've talked a lot about, maintaining a system or maintaining materials online. But I think some of our problems with technology are even simpler than that. It's just, as I understand it, having storage space to work with large files or, compile our electronic documents into one file, which seems like it's potentially very different than, being able to publish things online. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but, we had talked about trying to take our electronic things that are submitted electronically, put them together into larger and somewhat more interactive files. And that doesn't require that they be necessarily published online, or maybe it does, I don't know. But is there some other technology solutions that can be used to have that storage capacity? That's one question. But then the other question is, if we decide to stay this or continue this, what would be the next concrete step that we would be taking to address this in conjunction with the clerk's office?
So to the first question, right now, what the public has for the board's legislative process is a public portal. In your case, it would look like a public portal where like-minded thinkers could go to find out whether they're doing research for their own case or just trying to find out what is the task force doing. And they would be able to search by all different kinds of means. All of your documents would be stored there as well that people could access from their pajamas in their living rooms from home. That's not possible right now. As far as extra space that you would need, I think for that's probably a budgeting issue for us. We just need to figure out what it is you're talking about in terms of with my staff, what the terabyte nature is, and we would just put some money on the line for that line item to pay for that. My IT staff are not here right now, so they might say, "You're so silly, you have no clue what it takes." But from my perspective, I think if that's what we would need is just money, a line item, to pay for the purchase of probably the one thing that I could see is a storage receptacle would need, like a table of contents or an index or something, and we would just need to create something like that, which you could go to and do a search for a case or a section of the Brown Act. I mean, doing that is going to take some time to tie all of that together, having a robust search. And that I've committed to doing for the new Granicus, for a real taxonomy, a real index of what you're looking for. But I'm not sure we can do that for a storage system that would be storing your documents. But are you talking about large packets that may not have a link to them?
I guess I'm
Because
just
they're
talking.
so voluminous?
Yeah, I mean, right now we have a system which I have to confess, I really don't understand why we do it this way, why we have things electronically submitted to us, and then we print them out, and then we scan them, and then this is what I've understood, then we sort of put them back online. I'm wondering, why can't we not print them out and rescan them? Why can't we just take the things that have been submitted electronically and put them wherever we're putting the things that are now scanned and put back? And then have a little more ability to interact with that and potentially save time.
And so here's why, and I'm going to ask the legislative deputy, Elisa Samara, who runs my legislative program at the Board of Supervisors and is the direct manager for Cheryl, to come on board and answer this for me. We do receive digital files, but we also receive hard copies. The task force does not determine the manner. There's Elisa. There's no requirement that we only receive digital files. We also receive hard copies. And so, Elisa, if you wouldn't mind just giving that a robust response.
Yeah, I remember, Member Stein bringing this up, and she was, concerned about, there's always links, there's websites that are contained in the files, and she wanted to know why they can't be posted with them like an interactive document. The reason for that is that because we don't have the public portal like we do with Legistar with Granicus, and you'll notice that if you go onto the board's public portal or Legislative Research Center, everything is attached as a single document. So there's like multiple, there can be voluminous attachments. Some of them may be scanned in because we received it that way as a hard copy. Some may be live linked because we received them via email, but we're able to receive them and post them up online or post them into our database, and then they're live for everybody else. The problem is that with Sunshine, the files are so voluminous, as you guys all know, and they come in all different types of ways. So we may get hard copies, we may get them via email, and because we don't have a public portal and a storage like the Granicus system, it's not necessarily that we don't have the storage space. We don't have a receptacle to put them in. So what we do is we have to maintain our hard files, which means that they get printed out and put into the hard file. And so when it is time for the hearing to be scheduled, then Cheryl takes that file, scans it, and creates your packet materials. once we do get the system, then we'll be able to put those links, we'll be able to put those attachments. You guys will have it categorized. You'll be able to click the links, and it'll be able to have a live interactive document if that's how it comes in. The problem right now is that we just don't have that receptacle right now, and so the only way we're able to maintain the files, because as you guys know, those files, they may be opened. You may have a complaint that's opened one day, and you guys it may remain open for 6 months to a year or something along those lines, and throughout that entire period we're getting documents that the complainant may be submitting something new. We may be getting additional documents to be added to the file, so we don't have a I guess a online place to put it in order as soon as we get those documents. So the only solution to that, because everything is so voluminous right now, is to print it out and just keep it in the hard file. And when it is time, then we go ahead and we scan it all in and put those packet materials for you together for you guys.
Can I ask you, Alyssa, what happens to I guess 2 questions. Like, do you have any sense of what percentage of materials are submitted in electronic form versus hard copy? And what happens to those materials that are submitted in electronic form after they've been printed out? Are they dumped out of the system, or are they still there in electronic form?
Well, if they are received via emails, and I'm sure at some point they're cycled out, they're just printed and then they're put into the files.
So the electronic files are then tossed?
They may be retained in a folder somewhere, but as you know, because of the way there's so much documentation that is received for each of these files, it's, the only efficient way to do that is to just keep them in the hard file, which is how we used to do the board stuff before we actually had our public portal. We just would print things out, put it into the hard file, and then just go ahead and scan it. But, it's that public portal and having a repository to put those documents in as they come in, so that they're just available and connected to the file or complaint in your guys' case.
And what percentage of documents do you think are submitted electronically versus in hard copy?
I couldn't say for sure. Obviously, the more, people submit a lot of things via email. But, I couldn't say for sure.
Can I just comment?
Oh, Cheryl.
Yeah. Hi, Laura. I can't give you a percentage of how many documents are received as people walk into our office. I can think of a number of people, even people who've made public comment, that many of their documents are brought in, and we copy them and then we put them in the file. And that's not uncommon. It is uncommon. The past year and a half, the Board of Supervisors offices have been closed, so no one's been able to do that. But there are people who are very, very concerned about their records and do send them in by mail or do fax things in. And so I have to make it a part of the record once I get that hard copy.
And I also wanted to add, even if we do get them via email, doesn't mean that they're interactive when they come in that way. People at home may not have the technology. They may have something simple enough where, it's just scanned and they submit it to us that way, which also affects the quality of the documents that you guys receive. And I think that was something you said, Member Stein, is that sometimes things are fuzzy, things are shading gets, like as you're copying or scanning, some information may be lost because of, the quality of the print. But that's how we receive it, and so we don't have control over how, what people are submitting in the form and the quality of it. So.
Okay, so I want to try to wrap this up in the next 5 minutes. Before I call on Vice Chair Yankee, I just want to have a turn here. I just want to say my concerns here are more about process with how items come onto our agenda. The work that has been done, I don't have any concerns about the work that's been done or what's being suggested here. Most of this is purely administrative process. It doesn't really have an effect on the complaint procedure itself. And that's where the rubber meets the road. If there are administrative processes that we want to tweak or adjust, lots of times our staff, along with, in concert with myself and sometimes Vice Chair Yankee, we will work on tweaking certain things to make it work, so it works with the office. So there's no reason to have a completely formal process or approval at the task force. If any member, and we've had so much turnover in the task force, I can't remember who heard this or not, but I've mentioned from time to time that if you have changes or adjustments to the any of the processes that we're going through, bring them to my attention, because we may be able to make those adjustments without having lengthy discussions at task force meetings or taking up time at committee meetings at that point. I appreciate, Member Stein, your diligence to work with outside folks. I had no idea, because I had no idea that this was coming to the task force. The only information I got was that it was being worked on at the complaint committee, and that was because of an email that you sent around at the beginning of November. So it was not made aware to me that this was coming onto the agenda today. And in being responsible for putting the agenda together and dealing with the time factors, dealing with complexities, dealing with whether there's a requirement for additional kinds of process, I really need to be in the know. It's not just me, any chair, anybody who's chair really needs to be in the know to be able to facilitate the process. Now, that said, our bylaws do require that the Rules Committee shall review matters with regards to procedures for task force meetings. And that includes changes or adjustments to the complaint procedure. And the Rules Committee will assist the chair to ensure that our objectives in being able to do our work are carried out. And this has been our general practice for as long as I've been connected with the task force. So I understand that people may feel there would be more practical ways to make these things happen, but we've had regular practice. Now, we haven't had procedural matters come up with the task force in a number of years. So nobody would know necessarily that these processes were necessarily active, except for this particular issue. It's in our bylaws on the rule and the description of the Rules Committee. So I'm just trying to be prudent with regards to our regular practices. I'm experienced with it, and how I've known it. The other point I wanted to ask also is for both Member Neighbors and Member Stein. Did you work with our staff, with Ms. Leger and Mr. Young on these items before they came to the task force? You're on mute, Member Stein.
Yeah, hi. I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm happy to work on this in whatever way is, most efficient. But I do want to say that I brought this up in a full task force meeting, that this was an issue that I wanted to work on, and I followed the process that I was told to follow. And this is different than the process that I'm hearing about now, somewhat. So I just want to make that really, really clear. So as a new member, I'm finding it a little bit frustrating that if I want to get something done, I'm sort of being misdirected a little bit through the process, or I feel misdirected.
Did I tell you the process?
Yeah, you did tell me. You did tell me.
Okay.
So I just, and I thought it was a strange process. I didn't think it was necessarily the best way to go, but I thought that was the process. And in fact, that's why I reached out to the clerk's office, because I thought, wait, I'm a new member. I can't do this, on my own, going to a committee. I need people's input. And so I kind of went about that. So I do want to, I just want to say that, and I'm trying to remember, what was the second
so
point I had.
The only response I would have to that is there's no problem with you working with anybody or everybody to be able to get.
Oh, I know. Sorry. Yeah, no, I wanted to answer your second question, which was that, so we had 2 meetings at complaints. Cheryl and Victor were both there. They gave a lot of input, and I brought a lot of that input into the proposal that I made. And I also reached out to Cheryl. Maybe she didn't get this email, but I also reached out to her after that and said, I'd like to talk to you further about issues that you might have or what your concerns are regarding the technology aspect of things. And I never heard back from her. So I did make an attempt to reach out and to get more information. It didn't always work.
Okay. All right. Fine. I appreciate that. I just, my response with regards to process is we always have committees, this be vetted through committees. And because you had some interest in making amendments to the complaint procedure, that is within the jurisdiction and oversight of the complaint committee, because that's where it begins. The whole complaint process more or less begins.
I didn't talk about making an amendment to the complaint procedure. I talked about trying to fix these packets, which were just.
I understand that, but you have in your document, you have a lot of amendments to the complaint procedure.
I don't think I have a lot, and I think they're pretty minor, but I don't know.
But again, it is a amendment to the complaint procedure that the task force must approve. So, okay. The question is if there's anything substantive. I mean, if there's any changes or adjustments other than typos or reformatting, then the task force must deliberate and approve that procedure. Because
so are you saying I did it correctly then? I mean, I'm just confused. Like, I don't know when I would, I assumed when I asked Cheryl to put this on the full task force agenda that she would be running that agenda by you and you would be deciding. I guess maybe I should have also emailed you separately. I did email you before it went on the complaints committee agenda, but I'm just not sure, like, what more I could have done based on the information I was given in how to bring this forward.
Just so everybody knows, when I get the agenda to review, I don't get any supporting documents. I just get the items. So I don't know what is going to be on the agenda. Now, we are trying to deal with that by trying to collect the information as much as possible ahead of time. But it's a very short window, especially for this month was short because of the holiday. But generally, it's like once this meeting is over tonight, I am working on next month's agenda. And we're trying to, kind of collect as much information as possible for 2 months in advance. So we're not always behind. So it made it a little difficult for me because I wasn't able to see this document and I didn't really know what it was all about until it got posted online.
So what is the remedy to that? Because I did, when I asked for it to go on the agenda, I also included the documents when I sent it in.
The remedy would be, I remember you mentioning that you wanted to work on this, but when you had a finished product, that's when it would have been a good time to engage me, or Matt. You could even engage Matt Yankee because we work together on a regular basis. And also, I've also talked with chairs of the committees that when they have other than complaint items to bring to the task force, to please make myself aware or make our office aware, to make me or the vice chair aware that those items are coming forward. Because if they are substantive, like this item is now taking some time in our meeting, then we want to be able to schedule it to give it its just due and the time to be able to do that. And again, also to determine whether does the task force actually need to act on it. And, and that's an important factor too. My last point, that's my last point. So so we got a couple other hands and we need to get public comment on this. I have Vice Chair Yankee, and then Clerk Calvillo, and then Member Schmidt.
Thank you. Sorry, this comes just kind of disjointed the way this conversation went because I raised my hand a while ago, but it was actually a question for Clerk Calvillo regarding, possibly looking at a new system. And my question on that was, if there's going to be, if part of that will be including all the old orders of determination that are, years, if not decades, and somehow incorporating those so that they're in a searchable way that we can rely on those for some type of, precedent when we look at deciding future cases. I know they're out there now kind of just in random PDFs by year, and they're kind of, difficult to find. So I was just curious if that's going to be part of it.
Thank you, Member Yankee. Through the chair, yes, we would be doing the same for the board, which would be sort of migrating our 100 years of history into a records repository that would be called on. We would do the same for you to migrate all of your information as well.
That's great. That's great news. Thank you. That's all I had.
And on top of that, that's what we were talking about, creating a taxonomy, which would be both tagging and categorizing the items, so it makes it easy for people to track and research through the orders of determination, because some of those can be pretty complicated, and that's a longer process. And many of those order determinations are hard copy, and the question is whether they can be searchable inside of them once they get scanned, which is another task for that project. Member Schmidt.
Yes, with the proviso that it's understood by me that the clerk's office will have the capacity to implement some, but not necessarily all of this, and completely understood. But I do like the idea that we can use this to give guidance about what we need. I'm going to, and I know I may not get all people voting, I may not even get a second on this, but I'm going to make a motion that we approve the changes, the proposal made by Member Stein, and that we waive the requirement that this go through another committee. So I'm going to put the motion out there because maybe we need to move this thing along a little bit. That's all.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, I'll second it. Okay, and I'll just say that I, with the confidence and my trust in Clerk Calvillo that this will not be too impactful, and that it may not get all implemented all at once, and that we'll continue to work on that. I'll feel comfortable with that, not having been privy to all the other parts at this point. Okay, so I see Clerk Calvillo and then Member LaHood.
Thank you. Just one very quick, but I think important point of information. When the public submit information to us, regardless of how they do it, I think one of your ideas is to sort out the duplicates. And is that right, Member Stein? Okay, because I would not want to, in other words, let me say it this way. We insist that everything that comes to our office for the task force is provided to you as decision makers for your consideration. I would not feel comfortable minimizing any duplicate or changing anything. So that means that you're still going to have the duplicates in your packet. So that is a really important point to me that I just want to put on the table now. Okay.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Which, after our discussion and discussions that we had with Cheryl and Victor, I took out anything that involve them having to actually review any materials that were in the packet. So
you.
that idea is not there, or any other idea that actually requires them to read anything in the packets.
Okay.
Member Lloyd.
Yes, I just have a question, and I think Vice Chair Yankee mentioned this, but when is the possible next Rules Committee meeting that would review, that would make this review if it were to go that direction?
So rules is on an on-demand basis. It's only when there is a need to activate them. So it's not a regular scheduled meeting because their charge only becomes activated when there's a change in the rules or a proposed change in the rules. So it meets, I don't want to use the word ad hoc, but it meets when it's required to be activated.
Chair Wolf,
Yes.
may I make one other point? I just want to say that the administrator to the task force and any staff that have been supporting the task force, their supervisor is Elisa Samara, and I am the clerk. I am the appointing officer over the clerk's office generally and all the staff therein. So if you need to check something through us, it is imperative that you involve Elisa and myself, because we would be the decision makers from our office. Cheryl and Victor do a really good job to try to keep us informed, which is how, Member Stein, that we knew that you were asking these questions. And that's why Elisa and I responded to you rather than Cheryl responding to you. So I don't want to leave you with the impression that Cheryl was not responsive.
Okay. Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, just to kind of respond to Member LaHood a little bit too about the Rules Committee. Yeah, my concern right now is that we ordinarily back in the day, used to have not a meeting every single week. Remember, we would alternate the EOTC and the CAC week to week, so we'd always have that open week that we could schedule rules if need be. With right now, since we basically have all committees meeting all the time, that really doesn't have a good spot to fit in a Rules Committee unless we were to try to tack it on like after another meeting. But with the way that I know even some of the committee meetings have been going hours and hours and hours, that's a lot. So I would tend to support what Member Schmidt's suggestion at this point. I think we've hashed this out quite a bit as a full task force. We've heard a lot of public comment. I'm sure we'll hear some more here shortly. I don't think that we need to slow it down at this point to send it to Rules Committee, even though that would ordinarily be a good process to do. I think we're kind of already down that road that I don't think there'd be a lot of added value to do that at this point.
Yeah, I would just say in lieu of that, bringing it to our attention at the chair's level would really help a lot because we can possibly make some things happen without having it go to a committee, depending upon the nature of the matter. Clerk Calvillo, your hand is still up. Is there something else that you wanted to say? No. Yes, no, you're on mute.
Just to say thank you, members, for allowing this item to be moved up for us to address it with you. I will listen to public comment offline.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask member neighbors on your item. I know it's specifically for the respondents, but some of that I think would equally be helpful for the complainants too. Do you have any objection to that?
Can you say more about what you mean that would be about complainants in the instructions for respondents?
Right. So it's just more of having a more orderly list of things, the way you've listed things here for the respondents. I mean, I think maybe it just needs to be a separate project, a different project to look closely at the complainant's file and determine.
Also, like make them in tandem.
Right, or make them in tandem.
I think, yeah. Are you saying that can you ask your original question again? I think you were going wobble, 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 and I didn't quite hear it.
Sure. I know that your item, it was specifically focused on the respondents' packets. But yes. There was, okay, and so I was my question is should there not also be a preparation kind of outline or index or listing or organization for complainant packets?
I believe that's kind of the meat of what Member Stein is working on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted.
That's why we came together to
Okay.
ensure that they were correlated.
Okay, I got it. Okay. I just didn't see enough like kind of the way you wrote yours was very explicit. I didn't quite see it as explicit in Member Stein's document. So I was looking for something a little more structured.
I think we determined early on that this piece was more straightforward. We originally had a prompting from Anonymous that kind of seeded the idea. And then we came together. I think I reached out to you back in July to see if we could discuss Anonymous's email, but I think you missed that email. And so I went to, again, I reached out to Victor to find out what the process was, similarly to Member Stein, and then we began. I asked her if we kind of could think of that piece as like very straightforward, not needing to change any processes or procedures, or even possibly to have any amendments, whether it's small or large or otherwise. It could be very straightforward. So we treated it as kind of low hanging fruit.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna let that hang for now because we just are going to implement our new complaint form, and we'll see how things pan out with how the complaint packets start coming in with regards to that. Member Stein. And then comment.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we did have this discussion, and we felt like the respondents we're seeing the same kind of issues again and again, and that what the respondents have to address just needed to be made a little bit more clear. And I would say, I originally had in my proposal a revamp of the complaint form, but then I didn't realize it was being worked on elsewhere. And basically it covered everything I would have covered, and the few things that it didn't, I submitted my comments. So I didn't get the sense that anything more is needed to have more parity or structure. I think we're asking for the right amount of structure from the complainants. We don't want to overload them with structure. I think the only structural change that I really asked for now in my remaining proposal was that they maybe, if they're going to submit electronic files, that they submit them in the same chunks that we chunk them out in, so that it would be made even easier to kind of put our packets together. But I think that's the right amount of structure to ask them for, because I don't want to become a prohibiting factor in them being able to make a complaint. And even that I'm just recommending, not mandating.
Understood. Okay, Ms. Leger, when you're ready, let's take public comment.
This is Patrick. I'd like to comment.
Peter Warfield, I'd like to comment.
Plant hold also.
Anonymous number 3.
David Pilpel. I'm sorry, I called in a couple of minutes ago. Can you tell me what item you're on now?
We moved the agenda around a bit. We moved item number 10 to this point in the agenda.
Okay. You're on item 10 and you've not yet taken general public comment?
Not yet.
Thank you. I'm in the queue. Great, thanks.
Public comment for this item, I have Patrick Minette-Shaw, Peter Warfield, anonymous number 3. Do we have other public
comment? Bob Planthold.
I heard you, Mr. Planthold.
And Pilpel, thanks.
Bob Planthold also.
I heard you, Mr. Planthold.
Okay, I chimed in before Anonymous.
Correct.
Mr. Minette-Shaw, are you ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate Ms. Cravillo and Ms. Somera's concerns about storage and volumes and potentially postponing adoption of this motion until we find out what the next generation of Granicus or a new RFP to locate an alternative to Granicus. I want to just mention when before I retired 6 years ago, I had been the only clerical employee, 1442 Secretary Roman numeral 2 at the Department of Emergency Management that handles the 911 call system. And I was tasked with having to support the custodian of records staff who were 911 dispatchers, extracting public records requests from the automated computer-aided dispatch CAD system, and we were asked to scan every month thousands and thousands of records related to 911 calls placed, including legal documents from the city attorney's office and other lawyers representing 911 call victims. And I can assure you, given the volume of paperwork that had to be scanned and the various textures of the paper that were submitted to us, it was extremely difficult feeding that volume of pages into a copier to scan into PDF format. We had to do it into black and white format because of the sheer terabytes of documents that were scanned monthly, and then we had storage issues on the network about how much of all of that scanning, in addition to having to pack up the records and send them in hard copy format to offsite storage. The technology is not there yet, and you should wait until you figure out what's going on with the Granicus replacement. This whole process should be slowed down. And you need to make sure that when you do have a system to automatically link all of these files electronically, that it includes the provision of color documents. Thank you.
All right, next speaker is Mr. Warfield.
Yes.
Are you ready, sir?
Just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. And I'd appreciate having a chance to make public comment without heckling. We can also be reached at libraryusers2004 at yahoo.com and by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. So in response to the heckling, I would like to say that I agree with the previous speaker that it needs to be slowed down, but I'm very concerned about the process, whether it's public enough and whether it's clear enough what's going on. With respect to the process, I'm hearing that there was a lot of input, a lot of discussion with all kinds of folks, many of whom sound like are potential and actual violators. That's fine. But there was also mention by Member Stein that she reached out to a variety of people, including the public. I wasn't contacted, even though I've been pretty much at most of the meetings this year of the Sunshine Task Force and its committees. I also think in general that what you're doing is not just writing or rearranging. You're actually really changing how you're doing your work. And in that sense, I think it should have the special notice requirement, or at least the courtesy of the notice requirement that you would have at a minimum with a bylaws change. I think, first of all, there needs to be clarity about what's the problems that you're addressing. In some cases, I think you've got that. Let me say overall, I think what you're intending to do is excellent. The packets are a gigantic mess, and there needs to be a lot more clarity and consistency in the website and so on and so forth. Some of the concerns that I would have, and I'm not clear that they have been dealt with, is, first of all, it's not clear in the packet what's together, what are the attachments, who sent this needs to be clear. It isn't always. What's the quality? Definitely a problem. Handwritten notes have been completely incomprehensible. How about just putting page numbers for the complaint and the response by hand at the top of the items on the agenda packet? I'm very concerned that you are potentially neglecting manual and paper users, leaving them behind. You need to consider them seriously, including telling people on the agenda what's going on with where is the information that on a computer you can click on, but you can't when it's a paper copy. I'm concerned with an unnecessary burden on the public, including when they have to do things. You used to be able to file a very simple complaint and then provide the material later. And I'm very concerned, as Mr. Monet-Shaw said, with regard to the implementation. When, how, which portions are going to be implemented. It sounds chaotic in terms of what's going to happen in the future with this. Those are all issues that I think need to be taken into consideration in the process, slowed down, and made much more public as to who wants what and why and so on.
Warfield, your time is Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am, but
Plant
Mr.
next
was before me.
Bob Planthold was next. Am I ready?
Just a moment, sir. You ready, sir?
Yes, definitely.
Go ahead.
So I've only heard mention of 2 forms of entry into the record of any complaints, and that is electronic or faxed or written, that is by mail. There's a third possibility, phone calls. And I mention that because I was a member of the very earliest form of the task force, long before the internet became popular, and long before, if you will, many people even had maybe a typewriter. And this was done, the phone call option, not just for people who couldn't afford or manage a typewriter, but those who might be deaf, who might be blind, who had no way to, if you will, write out or make known their information without having to go through, for the deaf, the TTY. So please keep in mind that's another, if you will, version of information that needs to be processed by the clerk administrator for the task force. And that also adds burden in time. I want to suggest that as this motion goes forward, there may be some worth to the task force or the clerk administrator to contact agencies such as the Lighthouse for the Blind, DeCara for the deaf, and or other disability-focused agencies, that they get told of how to file complaints. That is, to me, a neglected or lost aspect of making the Sunshine Ordinance accessible, usable, appropriate, helpful for all. Thank you.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. I wanted to wholeheartedly agree with the last speaker regarding having an accessibility review, I think last time that you changed the complaint form, which in my view was in fact the corresponding change to member neighbors changes last month approved to the respondent side. You did in fact send that through an accessibility review, I believe, by the Mayor's Office on Disability, and you should probably do the same for any kind of form changes you're doing this time or about how to intake the complaint. I think one thing that's unfortunately been not discussed is actually what the substantive change was. And I hope Member Stein can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe she stated at the complaint committee, while there's a reorganization of like the paragraphs and trying to, I think it was, put it in plain English, what a complainant needs to do, there is no substantive change to the complaint procedure, except that there is a substantive change to what kind of information is accepted in a reconsideration. And I hope if that is still true, someone puts that on the record, because that was what I understood from the complaint committee's review and their discussion. It's just about making it easier to understand for a complainant reading this, instead of reading legalese, reading something that's in plain English. That was that section. It appears that you are not rescinding your, because that's not on this table here, that your November vote regarding member neighbor's proposal. It is true. I think the first complaint that went through it, there was a bit of hiccup on using that new form, but the second one I've seen Ms. Leger do, she seems to have fixed all the problems, and at least it seems to be working. So I hope you do not rescind that. There is a difference between respondents and complainants. Complainants, and this was discussed at a full task force meeting, complainants do not necessarily have all of the resources to do things like provide detailed written arguments, while the city has staff and, more importantly, attorneys. And there is a key difference in the relative power of these two parties. And so I don't think it's weird that the respondents have to provide very precise answers to how they complied with the law, while complainants may not necessarily know how to or be required to do so. Thank you.
Point of information, can you hear me? Have you heard item 6?
No, we have not, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Pilpel, you wanted to speak?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, David Pilpel. You're on item 10. Check.
Well, we were calling it item 2, but yes.
I'm sorry, but
Yes,
it was originally item 10.
Item 2, yeah.
Yes, we were discussing 2 of the matters that were underneath the chair's report that the chair requested be heard earlier due to the clerk of the board being present.
Which I missed. Okay.
Yes, it's item 10 that this motion is pertinent to, and only
Excellent.
item 10.
Excellent. Okay, then let me direct my comments to that. So I am in support of the proposed changes. I wanted to thank Member Stein for her work on this. This is not the first time that this matter has been discussed over the years. I suspect it will not be the last time. And so I think as you continue to iterate the discussion on, or the text that's on the website that's provided to complainants and respondents, that's in your packets on cases, that as you learn things, as you revise this, that this, should periodically be reviewed. I heard the comments of previous speakers as to technology, and I would hope that departments don't have the same copiers with the same feeding and scanning technology as they did 10 years ago. Perhaps they do, perhaps they should all be replaced. I don't know. But in any event, I am supportive of this change. I hope that Cheryl, Victor, or anyone else can make this work. I think that's an important consideration, but to the extent that it helps complainants, helps you in dealing with cases, that's all to the good. And if there are further tweaks that are needed in a few months or a few years, I'm sure this topic will be back. So I hope those comments are useful. Thanks for listening.
Any other public comment?
Yes, we have another public comment. Let me know when you're ready.
You anonymous number 4?
Yes, I'm anonymous number 4. Let me know when to start.
Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Planthold's comments on the critical need that that the whole community, that is to say, people on disability, people with limited access, people with very, very limited access, people who don't have internet, people who don't have faxes, people who don't have typewriters, that you take into consideration the whole vast spectrum of people whom you serve, which is everyone in San Francisco. So I think you should take his comments very seriously and accommodate the needs of everyone who has any interest in public documents from any city and county of government of San Francisco agency. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Member Stein, I have a quick question, and I appreciate anonymous number 3 pointing that out. With regards to the in the complaint procedure, your work on that, was there any substantive change in there?
You're talking about point number 1, right? Yeah, no, it was as Anonymous said. That I basically just tried to reword things so that they were more clear, not redundant, nothing extraneous, except for regarding, I think, what we were asking for when we ask about reconsideration, that we want to make sure that we see only the new documents and not are reviewing a new case file, essentially.
But I'm also looking at a deletion that says, if a petition for reconsideration is granted, the hearing on the complaint will be reopened and rescheduled for the hearing before the task force on a future date to consider the new information. That was completely deleted.
If it was completely deleted, it was probably because it was mentioned elsewhere and it's just not being repeated. I didn't change anything procedural.
Okay, it looks like you had added it to number 3 in the process. Okay, if the request for reconsideration is granted, we will reopen the complaint and schedule it for the next available hearing to the task force in order to consider the new information exclusively. Okay. All right, just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that. That's a kind of a substantive change because it's moving it from one paragraph to another paragraph. Okay.
Well, only because I thought it made more sense.
Okay. I have a, let's see, Clerk Calvillo, do you have your hand up?
Yes, just very quickly, members. Bob Planthold, please rest assured, I think you know whenever we put something on our website, we always make sure that it does comply with the ADA, and we will also take your advice and provide it to the Lighthouse and any other agency that we can find to then be able to work with them so that they know how to help their community file complaints. Happy to do that.
I second that, Angela. I'm happy to work with anybody who really who has disabilities, who needs assistance.
Right, and if someone called our office and asked us to write a complaint for them, we've done that. We'd be more than happy to continue to do that. So there are many ways that people provide complaints, which is why the size of the page is never it can be awkward sizes, and we accept all complaints. Thanks, members.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? Okay, hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Chair Wolf, that we approve the proposed changes that Member Stein made. And I'm not sure about this, and waive the requirement that this item go through a committee for approval. Is that correct? I'm not sure it is.
No.
That it not go through the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee.
This item not go through. Let me read that again then. Moved by Member Schmitz, seconded by Chair Wolf, that we approve the proposed changes that Member Stein made and waive the requirement that this item not go through the Rules Committee for approval. Is that correct?
Sorry, just take out the word not. The requirement that this be sent to the Rules Committee. That's what we're waiving.
Okay, got it.
Okay, great. I just also want to say that I was not suggesting or requesting a rescinding of Member Neighbors' item from the last meeting. I'm glad that it is being implemented. I just have not been made aware of it, that it was already in action. So I would appreciate all parties to, I was not at the meeting. So if, there could be some updates, I'd appreciate it as things are being implemented, either from our office or from members directly. I would appreciate it. Let's move to our next item.
Next item, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force October 6, 2021 meeting with recommended changes.
Any further changes or adjustments to the minutes of October 6th? Okay, let's open it for public comment.
Peter Warfield.
Patrick Manetcha.
Can you mute yourself? Thank you. So we have two public commenters for item number 2. Okay. Begin with Mr. Warfield. Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Just want to get my timer going. Thank you for asking. Yes.
Ready? Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I've said at the beginning why I give these contact details, because it replicates the possibilities of a real meeting. I did not attend the October meeting, but I am very concerned. I've mentioned this before. You are obligated under the law, excuse me, to provide summaries of public comment. And it seems as though you are, as a body, allowing the practice that if somebody sends you their 150-word summary of what they said, which they're entitled to do, and which you quite correctly certainly publish. But it seems as though you're accepting a practice and endorsing a practice that enables the 150-word summary to be the only representation of what that member of the public said. And I believe that's in complete violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, which you of all people, as a body, ought to be following scrupulously. I can also say that, for example, on item 5, where you provide Mark Sullivan comments, looks like something might be missing from page 19, from P19 to P20. Section 67.22E, protecting public employees from disciplinary action for being accurate, speaking the truth, and disclosing any public information or a public record, seems to be missing a verb. But that's a matter of transcription. The key here is you haven't provided your summary of what was said. That's important because presumably you're making accurate reports of what was said, and perhaps the member of the public has a different slant. Perhaps somebody might say that what the member of the public said wasn't quite accurate, or in any case, you have that obligation, and I think you need to carry that obligation out and not skip it. I think it also seems to suggest that a member of the public, essentially, if he or she wants to have public comment noted in the minutes, that they have to provide it themselves. And I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's certainly what the law says needs to happen. And so I think you should not accept the minutes until that has been provided.
Time is up, sir. Next speaker.
Mr. Manette Shaw, are you ready to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Please ignore Mr. Warfield's suggestion of delaying these meeting minutes again. Now assuming that the delay in receiving my order of determination that passed by motion on October 6th, I don't want that OD delayed by another 30 days for these minutes to be corrected again. I want you to approve these minutes tonight by making any edits Mr. Warfield wants, and I also want another amendment to the minutes made with a provision that you pass them tonight. The correction I want made is that the minutes do not show on item 15 on page 14 of the draft minutes that the chair's report was about discussion of the proposed draft language in the system-wide advisory. I think you need to amend the minutes to accurately report that the discussion involved the draft language of a system-wide advisory, so readers of the minutes are reminded that the meeting minutes were reflecting the system-wide advisory language change. But please, pass these minutes tonight, ignore Mr. Warfield, and please send me my OD. Thank you.
Do we have other public commenters?
David Pilpel.
You ready? You ready, Mr. Pilpel?
I am. I even raised my hand like trying to be polite.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So on the minutes of October 6th, I agree that Mr. Monette Shaw's order of determination should not be delayed. If that is dependent on passing the minutes, then I would encourage you to adopt the minutes tonight. I do see now, I did not spend a lot of time on these before, I do see a couple of typos that ought to be fixed. I can point you to a couple of those quickly. We could I'm happy to go over these in greater detail with Administrator Leger or Young. You can adopt them tonight and come back and adopt changes in the future, or you could put them off if that will not delay Mr. Monette Shaw's order of determination. Either way, so just as specifics that I'm just noticing on page 13 of the packet, page 12 of the minutes, my public comment from the City Attorney's Office about 361 should be about AB 361. The line after that, no actions taken at this time pending a Deputy City analysis and report. I think that should be Deputy City Attorney analysis and report. On item 14, after public comment, Vice Chair Yankee rescinded their motion. The seconded agreed. It's things like that. Oh, and I'm sorry, also under item 14, same page, Member Stein made noted comments and suggestions. Anyway, not a big deal. It's not going to change any outcome, but I just suggest either now or in the future that we clean that up so that the minutes are, better. That's all. It's not like there's anything horribly egregious here. Those are my thoughts. And again, the suggestion is to either adopt and come back in the future, or put off and make the changes and come back next month. Either way, those are my thoughts. Thanks for listening.
Anonymous number 3.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Anonymous, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's Anonymous number 3. I would just urge you, please make whatever corrections you are doing. Just make them right now, approve them, and move on with life. Because I think it has been commented before that there's no rule that you don't issue an order of determination until your minutes are finalized. But I know the practice is to copy the finalized minutes into the order of determination. And if the minutes aren't right, then the order of determination might not be right. So please make all the corrections right here, approve the minutes, and move on beyond October. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment. Hearing none, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, please call the roll. Oh, wait a second. Do we have a motion?
We don't have a motion, Bruce.
Yeah. Okay, so just got a motion.
This is Member LaHood. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes with the requested changes.
Okay. Is there a second?
And this is Member Padmanabhan, and I will second that.
Okay, great. And sorry, I didn't call for a motion ahead of time, but it's all good. I think we got through it. Okay. The question again, are we ready for a vote? Okay, great. Please call roll.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member LaHood, second by Member Padmanabhan to approve the minutes with requested amendments.
Great. Please call next time.
Okay. Item number 4, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force November 3, 2021 meeting.
Is there a motion? Motion to approve. Members, is there a motion to approve?
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I just wanted, before there's a motion, I just want to request one small change here.
You can do that after we bring it to the floor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move to approve with Well, we can't really make a motion before we have
Okay.
the.
Go ahead.
We want to amend. I mean, my comment is just to, under item number 1, call to order, right above item 1A, it says the committee discussed. I think it should say the task force discussed, since this isn't a committee.
What page is that of the minutes?
That would be, well, the first page of the minutes, P32. It's above item 1A. Does the committee discuss the agenda and no adjustments were made? Please replace the committee with the task force.
Okay, got it. Any other changes, members?
Yes, this is my neighbor, Cheryl. I sent you a suggested change earlier
Yes.
to item 13.
Yes, I put.
And so my proposed change. I'm sorry,
Go
my
ahead.
computer cut out again.
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead. Okay.
It's kind of at the end of the summary there. I think it kind of got a little disjointed. So I sent to Cheryl this rewrite. Member neighbors stated respondents often have more resources than do petitioners in the complaint process, and they can serve our prep needs to have them in more specific. Be the more specific in preparing the response to packets. She noted that a previous draft of instructions for complaint responses have been sent to the task force by Anonymous. She asked members to consider implementing the instructions for a brief 8-week pilot beginning November 15th, after which the task force could reconvene to judge its effectiveness. And also to capture in there that members had determined a number of changes that needed to be made before the draft was finalized for pilot. Ensure that that was included before it went straight to Lila's or to Member LaHood's motion.
Okay. Any other changes or adjustments to the minutes? Okay. Let's get a motion on the floor and we can take public comment. And then we need more amendments. Vice Chair Yankee, you going to move?
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I will move to approve the minutes with the suggested amendments.
Okay. Is there a second?
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second.
Okay, great. Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Neighbors. Public comment.
Anonymous number 3.
Do you have other public commenters?
Peter Warfield.
Other public commenters? Okay, it sounds like we have 2 public commenters right now. We can begin with anonymous number 3. Sir, you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I have sent these 4 suggested corrections in writing, but I'm going to read them into the record, so hopefully you don't have to delay this. On item 5, the first round of public comment, I did not say it was right according to the administrative code. The word administrative code should just say complaint procedures. There's a more substantive correction for the other 3. On item 7, the second round of public comment, it doesn't make sense what it says about my comment at all. It should say, I do disagree that any response at all within 10 days of the requirement. Instead, there must be within 10 days a notice of determination of disclosable records, et cetera, et cetera. In item 8, second round of public comment from me, I did not say 67.29A, I said 67.29-7A, which are different sections. And finally, item 12, this one actually affects what happened in item 12. Instead of amendable, it should say amenable to consent. And the last sentence about me is just wrong. What I said is the captions for D, E, F, and G did not match the letters sent to the respondents and should be corrected, which is something that you did do in your motion on item 12. I urge you to make those corrections. Thank you very much.
Warfield, are you ready?
Yes. Just let me know when you start.
Go ahead.
Sorry, what?
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. The first thing to be said is that once again, it seems like we're playing games with names. So in item 1, the public comment, it says Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users, ASSN, period, ASSN, period. Are you saving on ink or what? It's association.
Oh, please.
And in every other reference, you have stripped everything away except my name and not an association with anything, which is not summarizing what I said or why I say it's important. With respect to the content of my comments on item 2, it says that there were 3 comments. Second, the SOTF administrator's obligation to summarize 150 words submitted written public comment. No, completely wrong. I said it's the body's obligation to summarize what members of the public say. That's it. And not to substitute somebody's 150-word summary for such a summary. And then, and last, it says here, the provision of 150 summary is an optional extra of the public. I don't know what that means. 150-word summaries are the right of the public to submit if it wishes. And it has to be included. There's nothing optional about it except that it's optional on the public. I think those need to be corrected. Sorry. There's a Mark Sullivan 150-word summary that is, again, a substitute for your summary.
30
seconds. I think that that's wrong. And let me say something about orders of determination and minutes. In the past, there was a time when minute after minute after minute, dozen or more were pending because they weren't gotten right. I don't see any reason why an order of determination should depend on minutes. Those seem to me to be 2 completely separate issues, and minutes shouldn't be dependent. ODs shouldn't be dependent on minutes at all. You have a 45-day obligation to provide decisions on complaints, which is in the ordinance, and that's never been discussed either. Thank you.
I would like to make public comment.
Are you ready?
Are you asking me, Ms. Leger?
Yes, Mr. Monette Shaw, are you ready to begin speaking?
Sure, why not?
Go ahead.
Okay, notwithstanding Mr. Warfield's previous comment earlier in this meeting, that the reason he repeats ad nauseum his contact information multiple times in a single hearing is because he, along with the rest of us, have been deprived or depraved under the mayor's restriction about in-person meetings, that he can't network old boy to old boy in live public meetings is why he repeats his contact information is ridiculous. It's self-aggrandizement, and we do not need him quibbling during these meetings about whether the word association is abbreviated or spelled out. You need to get over the self-aggrandizement and realize if people really wanted to network with you, they could find out your contact information in the actual sunshine complaints you filed. So give up the ghost, Mr. Warfield. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, public comment is closed. I just want to say for everyone in the room, please self-facilitate any negative characterizations of our staff, the task force members, or any other attendees. We will exercise our decorum rules if it becomes necessary. Vice Chair Yankee.
Yes, I would just say based on public comment, I would extend my motion to approve to also include all of the suggested amendments by anonymous number 3 and the amendment to item number 2 suggested by Mr. Warfield.
Member Neighbors, do you have any objection to that? Okay, then we will consider those additions to be part of the motion without having to take a formal motion to amend. The anonymous has already submitted them in writing, and I appreciate the reiteration into the record. Okay, are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objections, please call roll.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland. Member Highland. I'll come back to him. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Highland.
All right, just note he's absent.
Yeah. Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Neighbors to approve the November 3, 2021 minutes with suggested amendments provided by Anonymous 3 and Mr. Warfield.
Okay, please call next item.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Patrick Manette-Shaw, please.
David Pilpel.
We have two public commenters under general public comment. Are there other public commenters who wish to speak?
Peter Warfield.
And after that, anonymous number 3.
Mr. Manette-Shaw, are you ready to begin?
Sure, Cheryl. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
So in the 20 years I've been following the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and the desperate need to make amendments to the Sunshine Task Force, hearing tonight, I think it was Chair Wolf or maybe it was another member of the task force who acknowledged that there is a, quote, fundamental difference, end quote, between the task force's interpretation of the ordinance with the prejudiced interpretation of the city attorney's office on behalf of recalcitrant respondent city departments. That statement about a fundamental difference was almost comical. We all know there's a fundamental difference with what the city attorney does not want us whistleblowers to be talking about. I want to alert you, I just filed an IDR based on the city attorney's November memo overturning Mayor Breed's suspension of IDRs, in which the respondent agency, the Human Services Agency, said that they needed a 14-day extension to consult with another city department. That is friggin' ridiculous. Specifically requesting the task force work with the Board of Supervisors to introduce legislation that specifies simply needing to consult with another city department shouldn't give everybody 14 more days to slow down IDRs. In addition, the motion passed tonight should have referred the city attorney's memos not to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, but it should have been referred to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee, and it should be that subcommittee that moves forward getting not only the system-wide advisory rapidly concluded and issued to every city department. The EOT should also be advocating to end this ridiculous need to consult with another city department, which is merely a delaying tactic to slow down production of public records. Thank you.
Mr. Pilpelli, you ready to begin?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So I referred at a couple of committee meetings and at the last, I believe, the last full task force meeting to a communication that I prepared and sent to Administrator Leger. That's all of 6 paragraphs, 4 numbered paragraphs, and an introductory and a concluding paragraph that I suggested be adopted by the task force and disseminated to city department heads, board and commission clerks and secretaries and policy body members. I believe that that has been circulated to all members of the task force for their review and consideration. I don't believe it's been made available to the public because it has not yet been included as either a standalone agenda item or with the chair's report for the November or December meeting, to which I am discouraged. Whether or not the task force decides or agrees to send it, I think it should be presented for review and discussion, again, either under the chair's report or as a separate item, and whether members of the public agree with me, disagree, or would do it differently, I think they should also see it, and we should have a little discussion about it. Or you should decide that it's a waste of time and let's not do it. But I think it was provided in good faith, and I'm just discouraged that it has not yet been put on the agenda. Meanwhile, thank you for pointing out and including in the item 9 chair's report the November 16th memo from the city attorney about deadlines, which I had not seen and am just seeing and will read. Apparently there's also a November 18th city attorney memo related to the task force as a policy body, et cetera, which I do not believe was included in the packet. So I would also suggest going forward that whenever there's an opinion or a memo issued by the city attorney, particularly if it's a public memo, that be included somewhere in the packet so that members of the public get wind of that and don't have to check the city attorney legal opinions webpage, every day. Those are my thoughts and general public comment. Thanks for listening.
Before we go on to the next person, I just want to respond to Mr. Polpa. I was in receipt of your item, your 4 paragraphs, and thank you for submitting that. I did not feel it to be put on the November agenda, considering that we were waiting for the I just didn't happen to get it up on the agenda, so I apologize for that. But it did get sent out to all the task force members, so they all have a copy of that. And I'll be happy in the January meeting to, just have it entered into a record if that is satisfactory to you. The memo from the city attorney is in today's agenda. It is in the chair's report. And if you open up that link, you should be able to find it. It's the first document in that PDF. With that, next.
I'm sorry, can I just follow up to clarify very briefly?
Sure.
Thanks. So the second item first, yes, the November 16th memo is in the packet. That's correct. Apparently, there's also a November 18th memo, separate topic, that's not in the packet that I do see on the city attorney legal opinions website that may be germane to somebody about something. And back on my 6-paragraph thing, I would just ask if you put it on, that it's on in such a way that if the task force chooses to adopt it, bless it, and authorize that it be sent out, that they have that option. If the task force chooses not to, that's fine too, but that you scope it in that way. That's all. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Just let me know when.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. The task force, I think, has recognized quite rightly that there need to be some changes made to a variety of forms, procedures, practices. And I think that's very good, and I think it's important for you to trust your own instincts and to go ahead as best you can with improvements. The thing that I hope is not neglected, and I've sensed sometimes opposition to the 67.30 and following portions of the ordinance, and I think actually tonight there's been mention of the task force being more active, or some people might say proactive. But I think that, for example, basically I don't want the task force to be spending all of its time on forms and things for the complainants to do, or even things for the task force to improve, and there is room for improvement certainly, but not to realize that it seems to me that those advisory functions where you can basically report about whatever you want, you can advise whomever you want pretty much under the ordinance, and in fact it's your duty, including to recommend changes to legislation or anything else that you think would be an improvement for open government. I think it's clear from your backlog and from your rulings that there is a huge flouting of basic sunshine requirements and open government law going on in the city. And I think to just focus like with a magnifying glass on, well, maybe we could improve this or that, while that's fine, I don't think it's dealing with the larger problem.
30 minutes.
One of the things I think you could do is be a lot tougher on people and clearer about enforcement, and also to make public much more public, your rulings, your findings, your determinations, and so on, and to spread those as widely as possible, and even, for example, make public comment at the Board of Supervisors when you think there's something that you really need to point out, like a rash, more than a rash of floutings of the requirements for open government. Thanks very much.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. What I wanted to say is sometimes I think it gets lost what the purpose of SOTF and the Sunshine Ordinance is. It's to protect the public's constitutional right to access information in the government and to influence that government through public meetings. And all of this other discussion is great, but the end goal is to come up with a process that maximizes the protection of the public's constitutional, statutory, and ordinance rights. That's it. There is no other purpose. And so any process that serves that purpose is great. But any process that's detracting from that purpose should be removed. And that's why I'm very much in favor of streamlining and experimenting. I very much support what Mr. Warfield just said. And while I know that there are many differences of opinion between me and Mr. Pilpel, including, say, my right to anonymously file complaints, I very much agree with something he has said today and he said in November, which is that SOTF should experiment, should try things out and see what works. And I am a huge advocate of that. I email you guys all the time with suggestions for things to try, and I hope you keep doing it. I'm really happy that you've made these 2 changes. I think there's a lot more changes you could make where you strictly do what's in the ordinance and you don't give more options to the city to just keep on coming back and delaying things. It is the case that the city attorney advises a very narrow reading of the Sunshine Ordinance, but this task force has successfully beat back the city attorney's interpretations time and again. And I know it's happened in other people's cases. I know it's happened in almost all of my cases. There's been a victory for the public. Changes systematically are made when you make those rulings that strictly interpret what the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, and PRA say, and I hope you continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Do we have other public commenters?
Can we have a 3-hour break, please?
Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, let's move to the next item. Now we're going to start with our, okay, I'm getting some hands to take a short break for nature calls if needed. And so with that, it's 6:54. Let's return back here at 7:03. Okay, we will stand in recess till 7:03.
A senior with a lifelong disability, and I just ask, I've been waiting now for nearly 3 hours to get my complaint heard. Would you please consider taking your bathroom break after my item complaint is heard, please?
Members, any objection to that? Okay, and let's call our first item. In consideration of time and for everyone else, as was just noted, we're going to try to keep our hearings to 30 minutes. If we are not finished with the rebuttals at the 20-minute mark, I will query everyone as to whether the item should be continued or not, so we can finish the meeting at a reasonable hour. Okay, Ms. Leger, if you would call the next item.
Item number 7, file number 21052, complaint filed by Bob Planthold against the Planning Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6715 by failing to allow participation in public comment during a remote April 27, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. The preamble. On August 10, 2021, the Education Outreach and Training Committee found there is jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and to forward to the task force for hearing.
Are both parties present?
Planthold
Yes.
present.
Laura Lynch, manager of commission affairs is present as well.
Okay, very good. Okay. EOT. EOT Chair Highland, are you back with us?
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I think Member Highland was out for that meeting, so I chaired that meeting. So I'm happy to give a quick rundown of this one if you'd like.
Sure.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yankee.
Sure. So I believe this case is fairly straightforward. There was a planning commission meeting with an agenda posted. It sounds like that there was some error in the call-in and or code, so the people who were calling in couldn't, hear or make public comment. At some point, it sounds, I believe, if I recall correctly, at some point throughout the meeting, this was realized and verbally told to those who were listening, apparently on SFGov TV. I believe this was also being broadcast on that, and it may have been also corrected on the web at that time. So we'll kind of hear, the problems that may have caused and a little bit more about it. But I think it's a pretty straightforward in that regard.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go through a regular process here. The complainant petitioner will have 5 minutes opening statement, which I'll then call for any witnesses or other interested persons. Then the respondent will have 5 minutes, and I will again ask for any witnesses or any interested persons. The task force will then go into a discovery mode to ask any questions or any clarifications. And then we'll have rebuttals, and then deliberations, get to a motion, and conclude the hearing. Okay, Mr. Planthold, please wait for Mr. Leger, and you can start with your opening statement.
Mr. Planthold, you'll have 5 minutes. Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
So I repeat that I've got a lifelong disability. I was a member early on of the original task force, and I was asked to help make sure that communication access was available for people with any number of disabilities, including sensory. That's what made me question the planning process for public comment and make the complaint. So the facts are the website listed one call-in number, yet the SFG TV screen at the bottom, the crawl, listed a different call-in number. I pointed out that meant that if you couldn't see the screen, you only went by what was, if you will, on the website that you might have accessed through a screen reader. I communicated that. It took several minutes before staff said, oops, and started to call out by voice the specific proper number. But again, anybody who's blind using a screen reader wouldn't have gotten that point. I want to bring up, sure, they may say that they corrected it later on, but how long must a member of the public hang on, wait to be able to find out how to communicate? It is the responsibility of the agency that posts their meetings to make sure the information is proper. Why didn't the Planning Commission staff look at both the website as well as SFG TV? There seemed to be no coordination between the two agencies as to proper call-in. So that leaves a problem, again, for those with sensory impairments. And I want to go beyond that. At the complaint committee hearing, city staff said, well, it was information only. That's not good enough, because it could have been somebody with a sensory disability might have had an insight, an analysis, an argument that caused some planning commissioners to say, whoops, let's reconsider, let's amend, let's modify, let's make a change. There could have been some new information or analysis that staff, the city attorney, and God knows who else never thought of. That's the point, that's the basis, that's the reason for public comment. So to say it was information only, so what? that's not relevant to the appropriate ability of the public to learn what's going on and to be able to comment. And it's for those reasons I felt I wanted to complain. Here again, planning staff could have and should have simply tried to make clear then and subsequently that all agenda postings have the same call-in phone number as SCFG TV posts, and vice versa. SCFG TV ought to contact planning and departments X and Y and Z to say, this is what we have as a call-in number. Do you have that? I'm telling you, I'm providing remedies that just have been ignored by planning when it came to the complaint committee. I'm doing their work for them to make sure that hopefully in the future they get it right. I'll stop. I think I've made an adequate presentation. I'll wait for later on when it's my turn. Thank you.
Thank you. Are any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner or the complainant? Okay, hearing none. Planning Department, Ms. Lynch, you'll have 5 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Ms. Lynch, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Again, my name is Laura Lynch, Manager of Commission Affairs for the Planning Department. The complaint before you is related to the Planning Commission hearing that occurred on April 22nd, 2021. During this hearing, the Commission Secretary to the Planning Commission was notified that an incorrect access code was published on the agenda and our website. As soon as the Commission Secretary was made aware of this error, the Commission Secretary directed department staff to correct the agenda and update the department's website with the correct access code. This all occurred during the first regular calendar item informational presentation for items 6 and 7 prior to public comment being open for this item. After the informational presentations for these items concluded, the Commission Secretary immediately acknowledged and apologized for the incorrect access code published on the Commission's agenda and department's website. The Commission Secretary then clarified that the access code streaming at the bottom of SF.gov TV is correct and announced the correct access code for members of the public. This information was repeated throughout the hearing. In accordance with the Administrative Code Section 67.15, the department made a good faith effort to correct the error and provide public comment and access to the April 22nd, 2021 hearing. The complainant states that the Planning Department is in violation of Administrative Code Section 67.15, alleging that the department did not allow individuals that are both deaf and blind to provide public comment at this hearing. To date, the Planning Department and Commission have not received any complaints from individuals that are both deaf and blind that were unable to make public comment at this hearing. The Department and Commission Affairs staff also met with the Mayor's Office of Disabilities and have separately made adjustments to our agenda publishing process to avoid similar errors in the future. The department continues to strive to improve accessibility at all our meetings. Any and all suggestions from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force will be taken into consideration. And again, we apologize for the mistake that was made at that hearing. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Members, Q&A, clarifications to any of the parties? Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you, Chair Wolf. So I just have a couple questions for Ms. Lynch here. One of the questions I had was if someone were to have used the wrong access code that was used, that was printed on the agenda before it was corrected, could they still listen to the meeting? Was it only that would have stopped their ability to provide public comment, or would that have prevented them from even listening over the phone with that phone number and access code?
Good question. I believe that the access code is access to the meeting in general, so that would also have impaired listening over the phone. Generally, my understanding is people who are accessing the hearing do so via SF.gov TV. But again, yeah, you are correct that I don't believe they would be able to listen in on the phone if there was an incorrect access code.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question I had was, you talked about some informational type of presentations or something that were made throughout the meeting. This was before the code was corrected. After the code was corrected, or let's say what was provided on SF.gov TV and that your website noted the correction, were there action items taken by the commission after that took place? Like, did they vote on items?
So after the access code was corrected, yes, and those informational presentations later on in the agenda, the commission did continue to hear items and make decisions.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Any other questions or clarifications, members? Member Schmidt. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, couple questions. First, for Ms. Lynch, the notice in the agenda, the written document that you put out for this hearing, do you typically have a statement in that document that informs people that they have the ability to request accommodations based on disability?
Yes, we do. We have a whole section or paragraph dedicated to making disability accommodations and requests to our office, and we process those on a regular basis. Okay.
And I'm going to ask the complainant, Mr. Planthold, did you view the document that I just referenced to see if they had a provision whereby somebody could ask for a reasonable accommodation?
So am I on?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Yes, I did view it because also I helped write that or author that, let me say, decades ago to make sure. However, what's been ignored is it says you must notify at least 72 hours in advance in order to get any accommodation. So somebody who suddenly found out the day of, 1 day or 2 days before, or 70 hours in advance is out of luck. That's one of the problems also for disability access denial by what they did, not what's on their printed agenda, but by what they did.
Okay. And just one other subject for the complainant. Now, you are you aware that anybody who has the sensory disabilities that you describe here was affected by, in fact affected by the mistakes that you pointed out here?
That I'm not aware is not the same as a denial of rights. Because somebody who's deaf isn't necessarily going to communicate with an advocate who isn't deaf. Somebody who's blind isn't necessarily going to communicate with an advocate for the disabled who isn't blind. That's one of the differences, that you should not assume that somebody would contact me automatically if they can't get through. They would contact their own constituency, of which I am not a member.
Okay, and so, well, you said something about advocating. You're in a way, you're here advocating on behalf of other people with these certain sensory disabilities. Is that fair to say?
Potentially, yes, but not exclusively people with sensory disabilities. You know, it can be cognitive. Somebody who might not be able to read due to cognitive limitations might still be exercised about this or that or any agenda item and want to speak. and be able to speak but not read. That's
Okay.
not sensory, that's cognitive.
Okay, great. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Plano.
Member Padmanabhan.
I have, excuse me, two questions for Ms. Lynch. Could you walk me through the timeline of it? At what point did you discover that the access code was incorrect, and you know, what steps were taken right after that?
Sure. So basically, we were made aware of the incorrect access code during the first two items that were called together. So they were called as one item, items 6 and 7, during the staff presentation. So during the staff presentations, we were notified that the access code was incorrect and immediately updated the agenda on our website and also the website in general that includes the phone number and access code. We also worked with SF TV to ensure that the access code was correct as well. We have regular communication throughout the hearing with SF TV. So that was done pretty instantly. And the commission secretary made the verbal announcement at the hearing after staff presentations had concluded, which would have been prior to opening of the public comment for those items.
So this was all during item number 6 and 7?
Yes.
And were there any action items before that?
So before that, we had a couple of items that include, I think the only action item was, there was one item on, one item proposed for continuance. So that was voting on continuing an item to a future date. And the other item was a consent item before that. And were there minutes? Sorry, one moment, I'm just looking through. And that's it. So the other previous items were not action items, but there were opportunities, if the access code was correct, for staff or for the public to call in.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a couple of questions. This is Chair Wolf for the respondent, Ms. Lynch. Did it occur to anyone that maybe you should have restarted the meeting or maybe delay the meeting either later in the day or on another day?
Not that I am aware of. I have spoken to my manager since the last the committee hearing meeting for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force that was heard prior, that it was suggested that maybe to rehear the action items from before. And we agreed that that would be something that we should have done and could do in the future. If this ever happens again, we've made changes to our process to hopefully have this never ever happen again. We're not proud of that mistake, but not at the time. I don't think that came up.
And tell us a little bit about the consent item. A consent item can include 100 decisions.
This was just, yes, so I can tell you about the consent item. It was a request for extension of an office development authorization. So it was an extension for an additional 2 years for office at an existing building that had office uses.
Thank you. Okay, members, anything else? Should we move to rebuttals? Okay. Ms. Lynch, we're going to move to rebuttals. You are first. Please wait for Ms. Leger. You'll have 3 minutes.
Ms. Lynch, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't have much more to say based on the questions that were asked and other conversations. I would like to highlight that at this individual hearing. It did conclude after 11 p.m. It was a very long hearing. In total, we had about 151 people call in commenting on this agenda as a whole, with 74 of the commenters calling in on items 6 and 7. We do have regular communication with SF TV. I do want to highlight that this was not an error on their end, and the planning department is taking full responsibility on this error. We have a very good working relationship with them and correct any issues that come up on the spot. We apologize for the error and inconvenience that we may have created and work to avoid this in the future. Thank you.
Okay, and now the petitioner, Mr. Planthold, please wait. Ms. Leger.
Mr. Planthold, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so you heard that it was corrected before items 6 and 7, but there were several discussion items as well as decision items before that, like the continuance, but also director's report, the executive director's report, and even minutes. The point is, even there, if somebody who is interested in items 6 and 7 was trying to, if you will, hang on and they'd just be ready to punch *3 or *6 or *9, whatever it was, if they were ready, they wouldn't have known what was going on because of the incorrect information. Because the public is also allowed to comment on non-action information items like a director's report. So there's a long time between when I noticed it and staff aren't telling you I'm the guy who informed planning. They didn't find out on their own. SFGT did. I tried to remedy this, and it took a long time. But by that time, several decision items and information items had already passed. So somebody could have said, after waiting 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I give up, because they can't figure out what's going on, why they can't get through. That's part of the neglect. Now, planning says they've remedied that. They say that. Let's hope it's true. I haven't tried to address that, analyze that, scrutinize that, but the fact is, on this one, they screwed up. And the fact that they remedied something may be good in the future, but that doesn't absolve them of the past error. And for those reasons, I think you ought to find them in violation. I'll stop and wait for questions. Thank you.
Okay, members, the matter is now with you, with us. Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you. I guess for me that this actually, I see a considerable problem here that extends even beyond the correction. To me, I think we're kind of in this virtual world, and so to me the telephone number and access code is essentially akin to the location of the meeting, right? It's how members of the public can interact with the meeting. And agendas have to have the location of the meeting posted. I think it's in 67.7C. To me, this would be like an agenda is posted saying, hey, we're having a meeting at City Hall, room whatever, and then it's not really in that room, right? It's someplace totally different. And I don't think the fact that the meeting was on SF TV absolves the commission of the fact that they have to post the right agenda, the right location on the agenda. So, I mean, to me, and I think you may have gotten to that in some of your line of questioning, Chair Wolf, I think the appropriate action would have been to cancel the entire meeting, right? I mean, how do we know that someone didn't print out the agenda, the day before, and that's all they had was the printed copy? They're not tuning in their TV and they're calling this phone number and it's not working. How do they know that the meeting just didn't happen? So I don't think that just because they corrected halfway through allows them to take action on items later on in the agenda. I would actually argue that no action should have been taken on any items, that it should have been re-agendized, reposted, and held at a later date. So, I mean, there's definitely a disability access issue, but I think it's even broader than that in this case. At least that's how I'm seeing it.
Thank you, Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I would generally agree with Vice Chair Yankee as to the existence of the violation and the extent here. The one thing, on a separate point, I just want to point out that this is a case where, and we may see other cases where this could happen, where Mr. Planthold is speaking on behalf of, as far as I can tell, a hypothetical class of people who would have been affected by this. And so I want to point out that if we accept that type of claim, then we need to realize what we're doing, which is that we would then be saying that we allow people to come to us about just about any kind of violation that may not have affected anyone that they see in some hearing. And so I just want to just point out that that could become an issue that we could see over and over again. But I'm not saying that that's going to affect my vote. I just wanted to point that out. In courts, this is called a case or controversy requirement, where you can't go in and complain about something that didn't affect you personally. I'm not saying we're a court. I'm not saying that. I'm just drawing somewhat of an analogy. So that's all.
Member Neighbors, go ahead.
I also agree with Vice Chair Yankee and want to layer on to what Member Schmidt is saying. I appreciate how carefully you said that and how thoughtfully you said it. And also, I would want to encourage anyone who sees the potential for a person with disabilities to not have access to a meeting to speak up, whether it impacts them or not. So I think that's exactly what we're doing here. So I want to, I'm not a lawyer. I don't even know that happens in court or not, but I do believe that it's critical that we are always on the lookout for those potential violations and voice them for disabled people.
And I'll chime in, Chair Wolf, on this. You know, it's not just that it's a class of people around civil rights. They're a protected class, you know, and I think that's an important factor. You know, it's something that we haven't been kind of researched yet is in the Brown Act, section 54960, which is better known as the McKee Act. It was passed in 2012 by then Governor Jerry Brown and went into effect in 2013. And it allowed, and I'll just read the first portion of the opening preamble. The district attorney or any interested person may commence an action by mandamus, injunction, or declaratory relief for the purpose of stopping or preventing violations or threatened violations of this chapter by members of the legislative body of a local agency, or to determine the applicability of this chapter to ongoing actions or threaten future actions of the legislative body, or to determine the applicability of the chapter of past actions of a legislative body, and then it goes on from there. And we haven't been able to determine whether the task force is a interested person, so to speak, to be able to bring that action. But the district attorney is named at first to be able to do this. This is open to the public for anyone to use. And what it basically does is exactly what we're intimating here, is that the meeting should have stopped cold or should have been postponed or what have you. And this would could cause that to happen under declaratory relief of something that happened in the past. Member Wong.
So I'm kind of searching the Sunshine Ordinance for some also like text around what Vice Chair Yankee and Member Neighbors had referred to regarding like access to the meeting itself. And I feel like possibly section 67.6 D kind parts of it apply in some ways, where it says like the change of the meeting site shall be announced by the most rapid means of communication available at the time in a notice to the local media who have requested written notice of special meetings pursuant to Government Code 54956. A reasonable attempt shall be made to contact others regarding the change in meeting location. I mean, this is specifically around emergencies, but I think, you know, specific notice needs to be made if folks cannot access a meeting. And, you know, that access code is essentially the key to the door to be able to attend a meeting.
Vice Chair Yankee.
Thank you, Member Wong. I actually was looking at that too, and I'm glad you point out, because I don't think this, it says, just to read into the record, it says, if because of fire, flood, earthquake, or other emergency, it would be unsafe to meet at the regular meeting location, regular meeting place. Meetings may be held for the duration of the emergency at some other place specified by the policy body. I don't think that there was a fire, flood, or other emergency that occurred right before this meeting. I think everyone agrees that this was basically a typo on an agenda, right? Not, you know, that something like knocked down, you know, Teams and we all had to switch to WebEx at the last minute or some type of, you know, something like that. We're talking about a typo here. So I even if they had followed and noticed the meeting and everything, I'm still not sure that would be a qualifying thing, because there was no emergency that precipitated it, right? It was just a typo. So I think, you know, as Chair Wolf said, I think really the meeting should have stopped. Action items should not have been taken, and it should have been re-agendized with the proper location held with full access to the public.
Yeah, I'll chime in here for a second again. You know, actually, since March 2020 until a couple of weeks ago, the city was in a declaratory state of emergency, and that is, you know, was created by an executive order of the mayor and the governor. So, you know, if you want to talk about emergency, you know, are we splitting hairs on that, or do we take it for the literal sense that no matter what the emergency was, the city was in fact declared in a state of emergency? The other thing is 6713, which is barriers to attendance prohibited. And I think there is, you know, because of the state of affairs during the emergency, while this state states that it basically says no policy body should conduct any meeting, conference, or other function in any facility that excludes persons on the basis of actual or presumed class identity or characteristics, or which is inaccessible to persons with physical disabilities, or where members of the public may not be present without making a payment or purchase, which doesn't apply here. You know, I think, you know, that this section actually is applicable because at the same time, B requires sign language interpreters or note takers at least 48 hours notice, but not 72 hours notice, as the petitioner had notated that there seems to be some requirement by the Planning Commission to require 72-hour notice. And that's obviously to assure that there are sign language interpreters and whatnot. I think the city is planning on having that available on whatever streaming service they're going to use in the near future, like a lot of other cities and the federal government does. So I don't know. I think there's a lot in 6713 that can be applied here also. All right, so seeing no other hands, is there a motion?
Sorry, I don't know if I'm able to chime in. Our agenda does actually say disability and language accommodations available upon request at least 48 hours in advance. So I just wanted to make that clarification. The 72-hour notice language is related to listening devices and real-time captioning. Again, we respond to them within less than 48 hours. That's just, what we are required to put on our agenda. But if someone contacts us, the day before, the day of, and it's something that we can quickly accommodate, we will do that. And sorry for speaking out of turn.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Planthold, I'll give you the opportunity to make a comment.
Thank you. I guess I want to point out that the original language of the ordinance was 72 hours. You folks are being more responsive, but go back and look, whether it's 48 or 72, still the fact is that if nobody replied, that doesn't mean that they weren't interested. That maybe meant they felt they could manage to communicate based on what was posted on the agenda. And therefore, again, they could have been left out. And after going through 15, 20, 30 minutes of items 1 through 5 with reports, with questions from the planning commissioners, with public comment on the report or on consent or on minutes, somebody could have said, I just don't have time to wait because I can't figure out what's going on. Feeling left adrift, why wouldn't people feel wasted time, bail out? I suggest, again, you think about finding the planning commission, planning department in violation. Thank you.
Okay, we won't take any more interruptions at this point. We need to start arriving at a motion. We're coming up to our mark here.
Okay, this is Vice Chair Yankee. I'll make a motion on this. I'll move to find that the Planning Commission violated Section 67.7C for not posting the correct location of the meeting, and 67.15A for not providing an opportunity for public comment on certain items in the agenda.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Yankee, second by Member Schmidt. Any further discussion on this motion? Okay, here none. Let's move to public comment. Is there somebody?
Peter Warfield.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield.
Anonymous number 3.
Member Neighbors, go ahead.
Okay.
We can't hear you. Member Neighbors.
Clicked myself off.
Okay.
I was wondering if you would also consider for your motion 67.13, which was the barriers to attendance that I believe Chair Wolf mentioned, to add that into your motion as well.
I believe he did 6713A, right?
Yes. 715A. The reason, this is Vice Chair Yankee, the reason I didn't include that particular one is because I think it applies to everyone. I don't think anyone who had, even if they did fix it, like let's say they posted on or reposted on the website or they called it out on SF.gov TV, I don't think that fixes the core problem, which is that the agenda as posted 72 hours before didn't have it. So I don't think the proposed fix that they tried to do, and I absolutely agree that could have had a disparate impact on certain populations. But I don't even think that matters in this case because I don't even think that was a fix that they could even consider at all. I think the only fix was not to have the meeting. So that's why I just relied on 67.7C and 6715A.
So the 67.7C, that was for failing to what? Cancel the
No, 67.7C was for failing to state the proper location of the meeting on the agenda.
Okay.
So, Vice Chair Yankee, would you not consider this to that, both those items, both those violations to constitute a barrier to access?
Of course, I mean, it would, but it would constitute a barrier to anyone.
I understand that, but the ordinance has specific language with regards to that specific. It's in plain words: barrier to attendance prohibited, and pretty much the whole section regards those with disabilities. And I think I don't know, I'm kind of feeling we're missing the mark if we don't include that somehow, considering that's what the complaint is about, and the persons that will be affected.
Right, I understand. I mean, I guess my point is it's even broader than that. The barriers to everyone. I mean, anyone would have had.
Well, it says that. It says that in the language. It says, no policy body shall conduct any meeting, conference, or other function in any facility that excludes persons on the basis of actual or presumed class identity or characteristics. That's everyone.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to, I'm happy to put it in there too. If we, I can certainly say 6713. I just don't think it. I think the core issue here is that there's no fix that would have been appropriate that they were proposing, other than not having the meeting. I don't think it was, to me that's more of like are you having it in, let's say, a building that doesn't have, accessible ramps or something. This is broader than that. You can certainly include it. I'm fine with that.
Well, but my point is that, we're in this very specific state of emergency where all city buildings are closed and we're forced to have our meetings online, which is the facility for being able to have the meeting. That takes place at a facility. It's a space. Whether it's virtual or not. I see you right now in real time. It's physical. It's just in a virtual medium. So that's kind of my point. Let's hear from member neighbors.
Thank you. I just as Chair Wolf mentioned earlier, we're talking about a protected class. It's always useful with a protected class when you are name them specifically in an order of determination or meeting of any kind, and point to the specific issues, so that when you're thinking of precedent or you're thinking of patterns of violations, that you can look for those and they're named and easily accessible in that way too. So that's one reason I'd argue for including 6713.
Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that to everyone and to Vice Chair Yankee, as the seconder, I would also want to second if you were so inclined to add 67.13. I would be inclined. I definitely want to add that in if you'd like to.
Sure, I'll add 6713 in as well.
I would just caution that 6713 E would not apply. It's specific to the Board of Supervisors.
It actually looks like it's mainly what, A?
It's mainly A.
A. So 6713A, we'll say.
Right. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to find a violation of 67.7C, 67.13A, and 67.15A.
Is it 6715A? I thought that's what it was.
6713A, 13, and 15.
Not 15A.
I'll repeat.
No, it's okay, Bruce. I got it. I just wanted to be sure.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we have public commenters now.
Peter Warfield.
Do we have other public commenters?
Anonymous number 3.
All right. Do we have other public commenters? Okay, Mr. Warfield, are you ready to begin?
Yes, just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I would like very much to thank the complainant for bringing this and support the motion that has been made with this proviso. I believe, I'm not clear whether you had 15A only or the whole thing, but section 67.15C, I think, is quite clear. Each policy body shall adopt a rule providing that each person wishing to speak on an item before the body at a regular or special meeting shall be permitted to be heard once for up to 3 minutes. That seems to me to cover not only disabled folks, but basically everybody. To slam the door by giving an incorrect access code means a person can't hear anything. They can't connect to the meeting other than get into the foyer, as it were, but not hear anything or be able to comment. You heard that from the respondent, and it's certainly true from my experience. I would like to say that I have a couple of other points that are a little bit troubling with respect to the discussion. The concern that you seem to have to ask about action items, I think, is misplaced. I think what I just read is clear. Any item, each person wishing to speak on an item before the body, that does not distinguish between discussion items and action items. All of them have to provide a public comment opportunity, and clearly this didn't happen from the beginning of the meeting for presumably we don't know how long until items 5 and 6 came up. I can certainly say that as somebody who would call at the beginning of a meeting, if I couldn't get through, I would basically feel like that's it. How would I find out that something has changed? How would I know? You know, there's no helpline, which is something that the Compliance and Amendments Committee recommended for the library. There's no alternate place to go or person to seek or contact information, and that basically locks you out. So it's for discussion items as well as anything else. I'm concerned that the respondent did not give any specifics about what they did to correct things. And I'm also concerned about the 48 and 72 hours. If you need 72 hours on something that requires 72 hours, that's not much notice, and that's not sufficient notice. So those are some things I support the motion wholeheartedly, and thank you for making it. Plus section 15C.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. If everyone could mute, that would be helpful. This is anonymous number 3. 100% agree with this motion, including the addition of 67.13A. However, I think you're missing one very important clause that was actually the fundamental violation. It's not just 67.7C, it's 67.7A, which in its last sentence requires that agenda be posted at least 72 hours before the meeting. And it's because they didn't post the agenda with the correct time 72 hours before the meeting instead of 30 minutes into the meeting that causes the violation. They actually did eventually post an agenda with the correct location, but they did not do so following the last sentence of 67.7A, which is that it required 72 hours. And so I would strongly urge you to make that a very specific part of your motion. I'm not sure if the commission's representatives here are just minimizing things, or they actually spoke to their deputy city attorneys during the meeting, as you're supposed to do when this kind of thing happens. If the DCAs advise that, oh, it doesn't matter and you should go ahead, I hope they realize how completely wrong they are. Because as you may have noticed with the school board recently, when you don't properly notice, timely notice things on the your meeting, a judge can just throw out everything you did in that meeting. In that case, it was only one item improperly noticed. But in this case, the whole meeting was improperly noticed. It was not a lawful public meeting, and it's completely voidable if someone sues the planning commission. So it's really unfortunate they minimize this instead of just taking responsibility and saying, okay, we're not going to do the meeting, we're going to have it later. And that's the right thing to do. So please add 67.7A last sentence. Thank you.
Any more speakers? Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Members, anything else to add here? Yeah.
This is if it's okay with the seconder. I agree that I think that those 67.7A and C combined more clearly bring home the point. So I think I'd want to include 67.7A as well and say that the proper location of the meeting was not posted at least 72 hours prior to the meeting.
Seconder agrees.
And of course, leave the rest of it that was in there.
Okay. So we have violation of 67A for 72-hour, not 72-hour posting. You have 67.7C for not specifying the time and location that is freely accessible. We have 6713A, barriers to access to people with disabilities. And 6715A for, what was that? For not providing opportunity for members of the public to address the policy value.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Are we ready for a vote? Ms. Leger, did you get all that?
Sorry. Vice Chair Yankee amended their motion to include 67.7A for failing to post 72-hour notice, 67.7C for failing to specify a location that was accessible, 6713A for barriers to access for a public meeting, 6715 for failing to provide an opportunity for members of the public to address policy body. I believe that was it.
Cheryl, that was 6715A.
15A?
15A.
Okay. Ready for a vote. Hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. What?
That was twice. One eye though.
Okay. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Dean to amend the motion to include 67.7A for not providing a 72-hour notice and posting of the agenda, 67.7C for failing to specify a location that was accessible, 67.13A for barriers to access for a public meeting, 67.15A for failing to provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the policy body.
Okay, great. Okay, you want to take just folks need a break now, or should we forward ahead? I'm seeing nods for a break.
Yes,
okay.
Please.
It's 7:52. We'll return back at 8:02. 8:02. We are in recess. Please make sure you mute your microphones. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Leger, are you there? Ms. Leger? Cheryl?
Are we back?
We're just waiting for Ms. Leger. Ms. Leger? Ms. Leger?
My connection just evaporated, so I got to wait a few minutes for it to connect again. I'll be right with you.
Okay. One advantage about online meetings is you can eat at your leisure when you can't eat in City Hall. For those that are just arriving back, we're just dealing with a little technical issue. We'll be starting in a moment.
Okay, Bruce, my connection has been restored.
Okay. Let me know when the recording.
The recording never stopped.
Okay, great. Okay, so we are back in session. It's 8:06. Please call the next item. And
Item
Gordon-
number 8. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you going to say something?
Nope, go ahead. Just
Okay. File number 20056, complaint filed by Anonymous against City Librarian Michael Lambert for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721B1 by failing to respond to a records request in a complete and/or timely manner. On June 15, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the task force for hearing. On October 6, 2021, the task force continued the matter to the call of the chair.
Okay, great. So this is a full hearing. And as before, let's make sure the parties are here. Is Anonymous on this complaint file number 20056 present?
Yes, Anonymous is present.
Okay, and is City Librarian Michael Lambert present?
This is Margo Schaub, Library Commission Affairs Analyst representing the library.
You're representing the librarian, not the library.
Correct.
Okay. And can you spell your name, please?
MARGOT SHAUB.
Okay. The petitioner goes first. You have 5 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Anonymous, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, as the chair just pointed out, this matter was deemed a complaint for public record, not produced. It is my understanding that the purpose of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance is to help the public locate and get copies of San Francisco government public documents, such as contracts between the city and county of San Francisco and private corporations. I made such a request on February 13, 2020, in an immediate disclosure request to City Librarian Michael Lambert, who in fact customarily signs contracts between the San Francisco Public Library and private corporations such as Ace Mailing Corporation, which is city vendor number 93848. Mr. Lambert's predecessor, Mr. Luis Herrera, that's to say the previous city librarian, did sign such contracts between Ace Mailing Corporation and the San Francisco Public Library, which were in effect between 2014 and February 13, 2019. In my immediate disclosure request, I asked Mr. Lambert for all contracts and communications in effect between Ace Mailing Corporation for the period November 14, 2019 and February 13, 2020. To date, I have not received any such contract. In a memorandum dated January 13, 2020, City Librarian Michael Lambert informed the San Francisco Library Commission that the current contract between the San Francisco Public Library and Ace Mailing Corporation would be in effect through February 23, 2022. That's to say, including and beyond the time of my records request. I faxed a copy of this memorandum to the San Francisco Ordinance Task Force Administrator on March 13, 2020, which in a prior mailing was located on page 654. During this whole period, the San Francisco Public Library has continued to mail out paper notices generated by Ace Mailing Corporation. I think that's my essential comment, which is just to prove, number one, that the person who personally had access to this document was Mr. Michael Lambert, because historically the city librarian signs for the San Francisco Public Library, which of course is a public agency. And during this whole period, the library was mailing out to people such as myself these paper notices which Ace Mailing was printing under a contract with the library. So that's what I'm trying to get from Mr. Lambert. I'm open to comments and questions after this point.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence in support of the petitioner, the complainant? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the respondent. Ms. Schaub, you have 5 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Ms. Schaub, are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, this is Margot Schaub. I am a Library Commission Affairs Analyst for the San Francisco Public Library. When this complaint was made, there was someone else in the position. I've been in the position for a year. And so I went back through and looked at some of the responses to this request, and Anonymous requested on the 3rd, we responded to, on December 3rd, 2019, we responded to his request, and a copy of all contacts between the San Francisco Library Commission and the ACE Mailing Corporation, as well as copies of all communications, paper, email, oral, sent, and or received between ACE Mailing Corporation and any and all staff employees of the San Francisco Library and the San Francisco Library Commission, dated between January 1st, 2014 and up to and including November 13th, 2019. We replied on November 22nd, 2019 with dozens of documents in response to that request. We again responded on December 3rd when we located more documents, and we sent that to him as well. The complaint that I'm looking at for this meeting is that he was asking for an immediate disclosure request, a copy of all contracts and communications between the San Francisco Library Commission and ACE Mailing Corporation. The library said that we don't have any responsive documents to this request because the Library Commission does not enter into contracts or have any communications with ACE Mailing. And that's my response. Thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence in support of the respondent?
No, thank you.
Okay, hearing none. Members, Q&A and clarification. Any other parties? All right, I'll start the ball rolling. Ms. Schaub, does the library have or had contracts with this company, ACE Mailing Corporation?
At the time, yes. I believe they still do, and we sent the communications to the requester.
But you just testified that you didn't have any responsive records for the period.
No. Let me please clarify.
Sure.
He asked for writing, so we have communications he asked for staff, et cetera, and we sent those. And then an additional request he has for a copy of all contracts and communications between the San Francisco Library Commission and ACE Mailing Corporation. To that, we do not have any responsive records because the Library Commission does not enter into contracts or have any communications with ACE Mailing.
Yeah, I understand that, but this complaint is not against the commission. It's against the librarian themselves. So discussion of any other body is not part and parcel to this complaint. Do you have any information about records that are in possession of Mr. Lambert?
We sent all the records that we had in the request. I'm looking at two requests dated November 13th, 2019, where the request was a copy of all contracts between the San Francisco Library Commission and the ACE Mailing Corporation, as well as copies of the communications, paper, email, oral, sent, and or received by ACE Mailing Corporation and any and all staff employees of the San Francisco Library and San Francisco Library Commission. And those documents were sent.
Okay, so what we have here in the record, we have an IDR dated February 13th, 2020, requesting all contracts and communications between the library and ACE Mailing Corporation in effect between November 14th, 2019, up to and including February 13th, 2020. Did Mr. Lambert have any documents in his possession at his time regarding that, considering he would have been the signer for it?
So I'm going to answer this in the best way that I can, which is the documents that we had in possession of ACE mailing were all sent to the requester. So it was sent through Sue Blackman, who was the Library Commission Secretary at the time and the custodian of records.
Okay. If I ask the petitioner now whether he received all the records or not, we're going to have an interesting discussion at this point. So let me pass it off to, I think it was Member Padmanabhan first, and then Vice Chair Yankee.
If I could point you to page 15 in the packet, where Michael Lambert writes that he has no responsive information to the request. And he also writes that we had already satisfied his prior request for this information when he accurately requested the information from library staff. So my question then is, do you know who has this information?
Who are you addressing the question to?
Oh, this would be to the respondent.
I'm reading the request, and the request was for ACE mailing information related to the library, and then also ACE mailing related to the Library Commission. Michael Lambert's response that we don't have any responsive documents is regarding the commission. The commission does not have a relationship with ACE mailing.
But do you know if Michael Lambert knows who has the information? Because he says the respondent, this prior request for this information was satisfied when the information was accurately requested from library staff. And I have a problem with the word accurately.
My understanding from the public records response from Sue Blackman is that the information that the complainant asked for was sent to that person. And the only non-response are the part where we're saying that there aren't any responsive records is that they ask about the commission, because the commission does not have a relationship with ACE mailing.
Oh, okay. That's what I have.
Okay, Vice Chair Yankee, and then Member LaHood.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wolf. This is also for the respondent. Just to be clear, when I'm looking in the packet, I'm looking at page P107, and this is the IDR made on February 13th, 2020, and it is addressed to Michael Lambert, and it says, in accordance with the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance, please send me the above address a copy of all contracts and communications between the San Francisco Library Commission and ACE Mailing Corporation. Is it your contention that if he had just used a more general term, like the San Francisco Library, he would have received it, but because it was narrowed specifically for contracts between the Commission and ACE, that's why you said that there were no responsive records? If you would have, for instance, instead of wording the Commission, if you would have said the Library Department, would you have provided the contract?
He did say that, and we did provide it.
Okay.
The only time we said we didn't have a responsive record was when he asked for ACE mailing contract communications between the commission, because the commission doesn't have communications with ACE mailing.
So it's specific. The reason that you said there were no responsive records was specifically because the commission, being one of the parties, presumably, doesn't contract with ACE. It's the department that contracts, not the commission that contracts. Is that correct?
Correct, and all of the documents that he requested about the department with ACE mailing were sent to him. So
Okay.
there was a responsive. We were responsive, and then for this one part, we let him know there were no responsive records.
Okay.
And that was the part about the commission.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thanks.
Member LaHood.
Ms. Schaub, thank you. I understand what you're saying. Can you explain why there seems to be a discrepancy between, because I was going to ask what Vice Chair Yankee asked regarding the distinction between the library and the library commission, but you seem to say, well, even though he specified that, we gave him everything, but it seems that the petitioner is still saying that he has not received the contract. Has he received the contract between the library and this company?
From my record, yes. On the 14th, Sue Blackman, who is the Library Commission Secretary, wrote back about the IDR, a copy of all contracts and communications between the Library Commission and ACE Mailing in effect. And it says, this was Sue responding that the library has no responsive documents. This request as the Library Commission does not enter into contracts with ACE Communications. Another response on December 3rd from the library about the November 13th, requesting a copy of all contacts between the San Francisco Library Commission and the ACE Mailing Corporation, as well as copies of all communications sent and were received between ACE Mailing Corporation and any and all staff employees of the San Francisco Library and the San Francisco Library Commission, and then the date. And in her response, she said, we replied on November 22nd, 2019 with dozens of documents. And then on December 3rd, she's saying we've located additional responsive documents and sent them as well. And in the packet, I believe we sent, in her response, you should have what we sent to the plan.
Thank you.
I have another question, Ms. Schaub. Does the commission in general approve contracts for services for the library?
I do not believe that the commission approves contracts.
So the city librarian is free to go into contract with whomever they desire without oversight of the commission?
I would have to get back to you on that. I can say that the request was about the commission entering into contracts or having any communications to ACE Mailing, and that was what the request was, and we would not have that. I would have to go back and see if there was a contract that was brought before the commission.
Well, the actual language of the request was a copy of all contracts and communications.
Which was sent to him.
Okay.
Because
that's fine.
Through the library portion of his request.
Okay, so your distinction here is that there were no quote unquote communications between the commission and the contractor.
Correct.
Okay, great. So, the records that were delivered were the contracts and any or all communications between the library as a department and ACE Mailing Corporation, and but not the there were no responsive records for communications between the commission and the ACE Mailing Corporation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Question for Anonymous. Have you received all these documents? And if so, what is now missing?
The contract between Michael Lambert as the city librarian who signs these contracts. Let me add a little background here. I made a prior public records request of the city librarian in 2014. I'm holding it in my hand. It was signed by Luis Herrera. It's with ACE Mailing Corporation, okay? And I'm looking for the current, that's to say, the one that was covering, you read it before, November 14, 2009, February 13, 2020. That period, during that period, the library was mailing out to patrons and thousands of us these notices that Ace Mailing Corporation prints for the library with taxpayer money. So, so if they're claiming they mailed me the contract between Michael Lambert and Ace Mailing Corporation for the period November 14, 2019 and February 13, 2020, do you have it? Was it sent in the packet? The packet was sent to everybody, right? All the members of the task force and supposedly me. If they sent such a contract, do you have it? You don't have it because I don't have it, and they never mailed it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Schaub. Are you following the thread here?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'm looking at a contract that's dated 2014 between the city and county of San Francisco and Ace Mailing.
And
so
what's
I think that say that again, please. I'm sorry. Ace Mailing Corporation, correct.
What's the expiration of that contract?
I'd have to look through it for a bit. But it is a contract between the city and county of San Francisco, and the signers are Luis Herrera, the deputy city attorney, and the director of the Office of Contract Administration, as well as the contractor.
Okay, so what I'm asking for is, what is the term of the contract? I'm
looking for that right now.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure. So it seems to be a 5-year contract with the, 5-year contract.
Okay, so that it would have ended in 2019, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so what Anonymous is requesting is a copy of the either renewed or new contract starting in 2019, 2020. He's just asking for that, just the 2020. Whatever current one there is. And our question is was that sent to him?
I can tell you what was sent to him, which was sent on the 2020 was not. This communication between Anonymous and the library was happening in 2019, and so I believe that this is the contract that he's asking for, that it went to 2020 and started in February 2014.
Yeah, but you said it's a 5-year contract, so it would have ended in 2019.
I mean, I'm reading it by that. So what I can do is go back to tomorrow and talk with the city librarian and the contract manager, and then respond to Cheryl over email. But I believe we've given him what we have to date.
So let me ask this question: if Ace Mailing Corporation is continuing to do business with the library without a contract, would that be?
I think I'm not the right person to ask that question. What I can do is provide the public record document, and get an understanding. What we're talking about and what's come before the task force, from my understanding, is 2019. So if the contract went to 2020, it did, but these conversations were happening in 2019, and I would have to go back and double check.
Okay, great. Member LaHood.
Yeah, I found something on P190. I think I know why we don't have a contract. So the first amendment that was signed in 2018. So if you look at the bottom of P190, number 2, it says modifications to the agreement, then 2A, term of the agreement. So the term of the agreement shall be from February 24th, 2014 to February 23rd, 2019. In addition, the city shall have an option to extend the term for a period up to 3 years, which the city may exercise in its sole absolute discretion. I think they extended the contract, and there's no writing to show that they've extended. They are operating under this First Amendment.
Okay.
With no written contract. Sorry to interrupt. Is there anything in writing that says the contract, they're operating without a contract from November 2019 through February 2020? I don't.
So from February, so the agreement shall be from February 24th, 2014 to February 23rd, 2019. In addition, the city shall have an option to extend the term for a period of up to 3 years.
So how do we know they did that?
Can we have a lawyer?
Hold on. I think there was an email in here discussing the First Amendment in the response.
Yeah, that was up higher, and then this is the actual text of the First Amendment.
Right. USPS, documents, case management, slow initial stages, blah, blah, blah. No, there was something, I saw something about it. Here, First Amendment. Attached, please find an amendment agreement, quote, First Amendment. This is on page 168. Now, I just see the word First Amendment. I don't know if this is correct or not. This is dated 2018. Please find an amendment agreement, First Amendment, exercising an option to renew according to the terms and conditions of the 6/26/13 RFP and the resulting agreement with ACE dated to 24/14 attached. The First Amendment increases the contract by $912,450, which you'll see in Appendix B-1. The escalation rate is written in accordance to blah, 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 blah. Below itemizes the tasks required for ACE for exercising this First Amendment agreement. So I think this is and there's an attachment to Form 10, and there's actually 3 attachments there. First Amendment, ACE 111318 Doc X, ACE Mailing Corp Agreement PDF, and CMD Attachment to Form 10 PDF. Now, I don't know that that they've been included in the record here. We really have to go through it a little bit. So I believe that, Anonymous, do you see that email?
No, I don't. I've been given, because this has gone on for so long, it's pretty hard to sort this stuff out.
Well, they have all the records that they sent you in the in their part of the record here.
Okay, but so what you've just cited doesn't seem to include the date range of my original immediate disclosure request.
Yes, it does. It's because the doc. Let me just answer. The reason why is because the amendment agreement was exercised before that time. It was exercised in 2018. So there may not be any responsive records with regards to the extension in 2019.
There's nothing in writing that says they have exercised the extension?
There is. That's what I just read.
No, but what's the end date of that extension?
The end date. I don't know, because the attachments. I don't know if the attachments that it's referring to are here. All it says is that it's exercising an option to renew according to the terms of this First Amendment, which would extend their services.
So how do you know if they've actually exercised that extension? If there's nothing in writing to that effect. I mean, this is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Your job is to find documents and help helping.
No, please, anonymous. No, I'm not going down that road like that with you. Okay, the document that you have received had three attachments to it.
Yeah.
It had three attachments to it. One attachment was called First Amendment ACE 111318, which would have been a November 13th, 2018 .docx. The second one is called ACE Mailing Corporation Agreement .pdf. And the third one is CMD Attachment number 2 form number 10 .pdf. That is where that information would lie. The message, and you should have this email dated December 10th, 2018.
But I'm going back to my same question. Doesn't any of this have to be in writing? Doesn't there have to be a document that says we have exercised the extension?
Well, like I said, they have done that by email here, and there were 3 attached documents, one of which probably is the one that you are seeking. The question is did you receive those documents?
No, and I'm confused. Did you receive them? Did anybody receive them?
It's not. Even if we didn't receive them, the question is, did you receive them?
No, I didn't receive them.
Okay, and then let me ask Ms. Schaub. Ms. Schaub, do you have any? Are you looking at the document that I am?
Well, I'm looking at my own copy of it, and as a I don't mean to be repetitive, but we did respond on the February 14th, 2020 about the commission request, and then we also responded on November 22nd, 2019, I apologize, with the documents, and then we provided more documents to the requester on December 3rd, 2019.
Ms. Schaub, that is not responsive to my question. My question is do you have this document on our page P168?
I don't have your packet in front of me right now. I have my packet.
Okay, so this is an email from Anna Wong to Miles Kaplan at Ace Mailing. And it was dated December 10th, 2018 at 1:18 p.m. It is exercising the option to renew the terms of the contract, and there are 3 attachments. Were those attachments sent to the respondent, to the petitioner, the requester?
Yes, they were. Steve Lockman sent them.
You have proof.
I'd have to go back and go through Sue's documents, but yes.
You have a log or something that notates that?
I have a copy of the response that we sent to the claimant. And I have a bunch of emails as well with, between those parties that you're talking about, saying they should have it. But I have to go back and look through our folders about the exact response. Let's see.
Okay, you understand that, you know, having evidence that it was sent to the requester, you know, provides some relief for you.
I think we sent it to you in response to this request, so it should be in the packet.
Okay. Those 3 attachments?
If you have it in the packet, that's what we had sent to the person.
It's really hard. It's really hard for us to go find needles in a haystack of a very large file. It would be preferable that you help direct us to the documents in question here.
I'm doing my best. As I said, I wasn't here when this happened, and I've reviewed this a few times, and it feels like what originally went before the task force has changed a little bit. So if you could be patient with me, I'm just trying to go through all of these documents. But it sounds like we found what we sent him, and it's in your packet.
Okay.
With the emails and the attachments.
Okay. We have some other questions. Let's start with Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I just wanted to not necessarily ask a question, but it's my understanding that there's no question that all these documents that are in our file were given to the claimant. They were actually given in response to the first request. And so when he initially asked for documents involving the library contracts, he got everything up until late 2019. The other request, which came in in February, is a different deal because it's worded differently, and it doesn't. He'd already gotten all the documents he asked for involving the library, but when they saw the February one, they didn't think they had any documents that would be responsive to that second request. So yes, all the documents we got, I believe it's clear that, yeah, those were given to him, and they had been given to him in late 2019. That's all.
Okay. Vice Chair Yankee, then Member LaHood.
Yeah, kind of to follow up on Member Schmidt's explanation there. I just want to be real clear. So this is a question for Anonymous. Is the only violation that we're considering right now the IDR that's on P107, the one that's dated February 13th of 2020? Or are we talking about I hear a lot of talk about back and forth emails in 2019, but the only submission I see is that we're considering right now in your part of the packet is a request that was made in February of 2020. So I just want to be sure that we're focusing on the right request that was made. So is this file and this complaint specifically about the February 13th, 2020 IDR?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You understand? I'm looking for documents that prove that Mr. Lambert, as the city librarian, as his predecessor did, I have in the packet was 2 prior contracts with the prior city librarian. It was mailing. Okay, so what we're looking for, because so much time has passed since my February 13, 2020 immediate disclosure request. So I'm looking for the next contract, which I believe it's the next contract, because Mr. Herrera's contract ended in 2019, and then Mr. Lambert took over. So I'm looking for Mr. Lambert's contract with Asa Mailing for the time period in the immediate disclosure request. Unfortunately, so much time has passed that I may have to make another. I don't want to raise too many issues here, but because there must be another contract that's in effect after February 13, 2019.
Okay.
I'm sorry, February 13, 2020. I don't know if that confused. So I want to see the contract that Mr. Lambert signed with Ace Mailing for that time period.
Okay, so I got you answered my question. So this is just a follow up to why I asked that question. So I don't think what happened or what documents were exchanged, what emails were back and forth in 2019 is relevant to this case, because this case is about a request that was made in 2020. So it doesn't really matter what was sent back and forth in 2019. Obviously, that was to a different request. This one specifically asks for all contracts and communications between the San Francisco Library Commission and Ace Mailing Corporation. So to me, it seems like the issue is this follow-up one specifically narrowed it to the Library Commission, whereas past requests that you made it more all-encompassing umbrella term of the library or the city librarian. But this one, you specifically, the one I'm looking at, specifically says the Library Commission. And so I think established that the commission itself does not contract. The library department or the librarian might. And maybe if you had phrased your request more broadly, it would have grabbed those records that you're looking for. But the specific one I'm seeing on the February 13th is very narrowly specific to the Library Commission. And that's the response they gave you the following day on February 14th, saying that the Library there's no responsive record between the Library Commission and Ace Mail.
We have a different interpretation of the Sunshine Law. Mr. Lambert has the contract, because he signed it. The fact that I made it to the commission was a mistake, I suppose, on my part. But the Sunshine Law guarantees my right to get public documents from whomever has them or knows where to find them. And surely Mr. Lambert knows where to find them because he signed the contract. That's his job.
Right. No, but just one moment here. It was directed to Michael Lambert, but the actual contract that you specified that you wanted would have had the commission as one of the parties to the contract, right? A contract has two parties. One's Ace Mailing. We've all established it's Ace Mailing. You asked Michael Lambert for a contract between Ace Mailing and the Library Commission. And the response you received from Michael Lambert was there was no contract between the Library Commission and Ace Mailing. There may have been a contract between the purchasing division in Ace Mailing or the library department or Michael Lambert himself. I don't know how it would have been written, but you specifically requested anyone where the Library Commission is a party to the contract. And it sounds like there are no documents where the commission itself is a party to the contract.
If you look in the packet, you'll see two contracts that Luis Herrera, the city librarian, who was Mr. Lambert's predecessor, signed with Ace Mailing. Okay? That's in the packet. Why did they send those if they didn't send the one that Lambert signed?
Well, right. Right. And I know I'm getting, because this is, I guess I'll save the rest of this for later, but that's why I wanted to very clearly separate what you made in a prior request, which was a broader request. We've all established it. The ones you made in the past said the library in general. This specific one said the Library Commission. Okay, so you made a different type of request, and so you got a different type of response.
I can refile against Mr. Lambert and ask for the contract that he signed. If that's what you're suggesting, maybe that'll be the outcome of this hearing.
That would be my suggestion, but I'll leave it there.
Member LaHood and Member Stein.
Ms. Schaub, so we see this earlier contract with the amendment, which I think explains why there might not be a new contract. If you were searching for contracts, is it possible, would the execution of an amendment be interpreted as a contract, or would that be interpreted as a different kind of document? And is it possible that that document exists but was not pulled because it wasn't a new contract?
Well,
okay, so it's possible.
I don't think it's possible. I mean, I think we responded with what we had, and I think to your point is that there are some emails with the amended contract.
Right, but the signatures are from 2004. The signatures on the contract with the amendment are from 2014. So is there some other document that says we've executed the amendment that somehow in whoever was doing the search for this, because it was an amendment and not a new contract, didn't interpret that as being a document that should have been included as a responsive record?
Well, I'm happy to check on that and see if that's the case.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Stein.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the complainant has the opportunity to kind of search through their files just to confirm that they didn't receive any document called, for instance, ACE Mailing Corp agreement or anything with the word amendment in it from these files that they should have received. I know we see it mentioned here in the attachments on this email, but that doesn't mean that it was sent, that these particular documents were sent to the complainant. But I wonder if the complainant has the ability to just search and check that, or is the complainant, are you sure, Anonymous, that you never received any of these documents?
Well, I'm getting very confused. Has anybody received the attachments that you're referring to?
Well, we can't tell because we just have a PDF and it doesn't have, a live attachment, and the attachments haven't been included separately. All we can see is an email, and that email mentions or shows that 3 attachments were sent from, one party to another, not to you per se. And we can see the titles of those attachments, and we can surmise that they are the amendments to the agreement that were, that was put into place back in 2019. So it wouldn't have been a new agreement, or it wouldn't have covered the time period that you were asking for in your IDR, but it should have probably been included in your first request as part of the contract, right? Because it's an amendment to the contract, but it's not clear that it was.
Well, oh boy, this is getting confusing. Now, I'm hearing you say that you see mention in the documents you've received of an attachment that's in a PDR form,
PDF.
but not in. They didn't send you I'm sorry, PDF.
Correct. Yes, but they did not send us the.
Yeah, I think I've actually brought this issue before the task force years ago, where agencies hide documents this way by saying, well, it's an attachment, but we don't have to send it to you. That's what they have done now.
But my question to you is, do you have the ability to search electronically just to confirm that you didn't receive any of these documents?
Oh, I don't have any ability to search anything electronically. All of the documents I've received are in paper form.
Oh, they're in paper form. Okay, and you don't recall seeing any amendment to the contract or any documents mentioning the amendments to the contract that would have been, would have shown up in end of 2018?
No, but I don't want to sound too confrontational, but it doesn't sound like you can read that either. I mean, if they
no, obviously we can't, but that doesn't mean you didn't receive it, which is why I'm asking.
No. Well, I mean, the short answer, without repeating myself, I only received paper, and if there's any mention of a PDF, I think that's actually another sunshine violation. I've been to the task force years ago where agencies were, and I finally got I got the documents, but this is before COVID, and you could go into the office, and the agency generated these PDFs for me, printed them out. But in the initial response, they just sent me these file names that I could not open because they're electronic, and they were responding only in analog or paper form. So this may be another part of the problem we're trying to deal with here. So, but you can't read it, and I can't read it, and I don't think they've sent the attachments. I think they're hiding behind the fact that they're not sending even the attachments. And I have my doubts that's going to solve the problem, but it might, and I'm open to that possibility. So now I did mention a memo Mr. Lambert sent to the commission announcing that the existing I read it to you on the phone. I'd have to go look it up again. But he announced to the let me go hold it. Let me get this. Let me get this here. he sent a memo, which unfortunately you only have one page of. It's a two-page, double-sided piece of paper. It's a memo that Mr. Lambert, it's on the San Francisco Public Library letterhead, memorandum dated January 13, 2020, to San Francisco Library Commission from Michael Lambert, City Librarian, regarding restoration of print notices. And on the back of this, it says, the resumption of this service, and he's referring to the paper notices, which this company prints for and mails patrons, may be sustained for the duration of the most recent contract renewal with the vendor Ace Mailing Inc., which runs through February 23, 2022. That's one sentence. Okay, so this is reference to some apparent extension of the contract. It doesn't help me get the contract. I don't know where we're going, but I'm confused.
All right, let me members, if I can direct you to what starts on page 176, P176 is the contract. If you then scroll down to page P190, this is the amendment. And it states this amendment is made as of December 17th, 2018 in San Francisco, California, by and between Ace Mailing Corporation, contractor, and City and County of San Francisco Municipal Corporation here in the city, acting by and through its director of the Office of Contract Administration. And then it goes on into the recitals. And it states in the second whereas, the city and contractor desire to modify the agreement on the terms and conditions set forth herein to exercise an option to extend the performance period, increase the contract amount, and update the standard contractual clauses. And this is based upon the original agreement in 2014, which has a clause that says at the end of the term in 2019, the city has an option to extend the contract by a certain period of time. And this was signed and it has the schedules in there. I'm kind of scanning this, so I'm not, there's any language to see, but
didn't you say that was for a 5-year extension from 2014 through 2019?
The contract term was from 2014 to 2019. Upon the expiration of the contract on or before 2019, they may exercise an option to extend the contract. And that is what I'm referring to right now. That this is this is their exercising of that amendment. If you go to page P205, you'll see the signatures of Luis Herrera. You're shaking your head, Member Lloyd. Why?
The page 205 is from the original contract.
Okay.
So page P190 was the page I brought up 20 minutes ago. So, yes, that's there, but there's no signature on that. So it's not clear, is the fact that it was just stated, does that mean it was executed? We don't have a signed version of that. We have the signed original contract.
Well, then maybe there's some missing pages here. I mean, this ends at page 24 of 24, but that could be, if that's of the original contract or that particular extension. Okay, so let me just, because then the following page doesn't even make sense.
And you notice it says page 1 of 6, and then 3 of 6, and then
right
5 of 6. So the odd
missing
even pages are not there. Yeah.
Right.
4 of 6 might have the signatures.
Okay. We're at a point right now where we're now a little more than about 35, more than 45 minutes, almost 40 minutes into this, and we still haven't been able to get to rebuttals yet. What is your pleasure? This is where I stop and ask a question of, do we continue, or do you have enough information to be able to come to some conclusion, or do we continue the item? Member LaHood, and then Member Stein.
Yeah, actually, it was Member Stein pointing out the bottom of the pages. If you look, it goes from 1 of 6 to 3 of 6, and you can tell there's something missing because it goes from 2A and then there's no 2B. I think this might have been a double-sided document, and we only got every other page of it.
And can I just throw in that's true for the contract too, now that I look at that little tiny tagline? We've got page 7 of 24, then page 9 of 24. Mm-hmm. We don't have the full contract.
Got it.
We have every other page.
Okay. Okay, great. Let me ask you then, do you have enough information? Should we move to rebuttals? Okay, I see nods. Okay. I see hands for Vice Chair Yankee and for Member Schmidt. Do you want to wave, or do you have something to add?
No, I was just going to say I think we should move to rebuttal. So
okay, so let's move to rebuttals. Ms. Schaub, you are first. You will have 3 minutes for any rebuttals. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Michelle, are you ready?
No.
Are you ready?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Schaub.
Thank you. I don't have much more to add after that robust discussion. I just wanted to go back to what this original complaint was about, and that was about the request for all contracts and communications between the San Francisco Library Commission and ACE Mailing Corporation in effect from November 14th, 2019 to February 13th, 2020. And we responded that we had no responsive documents because the commission does not enter into contracts or have any communications with ACE Mailing. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to respond or answer any other questions.
Okay, Anonymous, you have 3 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Anonymous, are you ready? Anonymous?
Yeah, how much time do I have?
You have 3 minutes. Are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so today's December 1st, 2021. This original immediate disclosure request was made almost 2 years ago. And it was for a narrow window of time from November 2019 through February 2020. That's about 3 or 4 months, leaving off a lot of time that has transpired since then. I could and probably will refile addressing the concerns of the library that it wasn't filed to get a contract between Michael Lambert, city librarian, and ACE Mailing. Plus, there's a huge time period that's missing here. Now, Mr. Lambert, in a memo that I already read once or maybe twice, refers to a pre-existing contract that doesn't expire till for more than a year. What did I say was that date here? Yeah. Doesn't expire by his own memo till February 23rd, 2022. That's more than a year from now. So I could request that and include this in the request. I'm very frustrated. This has gotten rather muddled, and I don't think the task force, from what I hear, is respecting the basic tenet that the purpose of the Sunshine Ordinance is to help people get documents. Surely somebody, including Mr. Lambert, knows where this existing contract is. You can't deny that is the purpose of the Sunshine Ordinance. So I may make another attempt. I hope you respect the new request, because this is a critical issue that many patrons are very concerned about, because Mr. Lambert unilaterally attempted to do away with these mailings and subject everyone to electronic communication, even people who don't have the ability to use that. I mean, getting back to our disability hearing about an hour ago. So how much time do I have?
30 seconds.
Yeah. I'm not happy, and I suppose it's not good to express discontent before you take the vote, but I'm not happy with the way this has proceeded. I think you should send me this document that refers to a PDF. I think you've already. I mean, it's very confusing to do this on the phone, but apparently that PDF issue was resolved by being ignored, I guess. So if you know of somewhere that's going to address this,
the time is up, so please wrap it up.
Yeah, I wish somebody would send it to me.
Okay, members, the item is with us.
Public comment?
Not yet.
Okay, thanks.
So I think between Member LaHood and Member Stein, finding that the contract that was submitted for the record is not the full contract. The other factor is that the petitioner hasn't acknowledged that whether you received it or not. And I'm not sure. It wasn't clear whether that he knew or not. So I'm a little stuck in that place. Go ahead, Member Stein.
I just think this is a really important point, which is that as I go back through the whole packet, I can see that even the things the plaintiff has submitted seem to be missing every other page, because even like facsimile documents, say page 1 of 3, then go on to page 3 of 3, or maybe some of them are out of order, but it seems like it might have been a problem in the construction of the packet, that maybe the way it was scanned, it was not scanned two-sided. So I just want to raise that point. I'm not sure it's just the contract that we're missing half the pages.
Yeah, I just want to make a correction. You said the plaintiff, but I think you meant the respondent, right?
I meant the complainant.
Oh, because this contract is in the respondents section.
Right. I'm saying as I go back through all of the documents that we have, I'm just scrolling back, including to the plaintiff's section. Like
Got
the plaintiff, it seems like it could be that every other page is missing there too.
Okay. The question is was that the way it was submitted to our office, or is that the way the file was created? We don't know, right?
I don't get, the only party that I get hard copy records from is the petitioner, the complainant. All the records.
It may just be that it's out of order, but that's a different issue.
Okay.
On the complainant side.
Okay, we've got a bunch of other hands up. Let's go to Member Padmanabhan.
I just may have the minority opinion here, but I just feel that Michael Lambert did know exactly what the complainant was asking for, and he didn't point the complainant in the right direction, and I have a problem with that.
Okay. Vice Chair Yankee, then Member LaHood.
Okay. I have a little bit to present here, so just bear with me. Number one, I think we're getting a little sidetracked by the contract that's included in the packet. I want to be real clear. The contract that's in the packet is not a response to this one. The only response to this particular one is what's on P1, I think it's 114. Somehow, a bunch of attachments from a totally separate public records request made its way in here as some type of justification, but that's not what we're considering. We're only considering the response that's on P114. So regardless of whether or not half those are missing, really what they're saying is the library has no responsive documents to this request as the Library Commission does not enter into contracts or have any communications with ACE Mailing. Okay, so if you go to the San Francisco City Charter, Section 8.102 discusses public libraries. It says libraries, including the Library Commission and the Library Department, shall be part of the executive branch. To me, this is very clear that the Library Commission is a separate entity than the Library Department. It says an and, it doesn't say combine them. They're two separate entities. The complainant in this case asked for the contract between the Library Commission as a body and ACE Mailing. None exists. There might be a contract signed by Michael Lambert. I'm not disputing that. And if he refiles and says, show me all contracts between ACE Mailing signed by Michael Lambert, I would expect all the contracts that we've talked about, plus any additional amendments and extensions and options and all that. But in this case, it was very specifically made towards the Library Commission. And as the charter shows in 8.102, the commission is a separate entity than the Library Department. Michael Lambert, may have signed the contract on behalf of the Library Department, but he didn't ask for a contract between ACE Mailing and the Library Department. It was asked for the Library Commission and ACE Mailing. So the response he received was entirely accurate. There is nothing. And plus, the letter on 114 goes on to say, it would be helpful if we had contact information for you so that we clarified this request. To me, that also says that the Sue Blackman, who crafted that response, thought, hey, maybe there would be more that would be responsive. Let's have a discussion so I can help you find it. So I think I don't see a violation here, unless there's some evidence that the commission as a body entered into a contract with ACE Mailing. I've heard no testimony on either side or no proof of that. I don't think there are unresponsive records. I would encourage the petitioner to refile more broadly, say, send me every contract signed by Michael Lambert or by the city librarian and ACE Mailing, and he should receive everything. And if he doesn't, then I would absolutely want to hear about it, right? But I think at this point, all those attachments and the contract, we don't need to look at that. That's a separate request, not responsive to this particular issue. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, Member LaHood, then Member Schmidt.
I hear what Vice Chair Yankee is saying, but I think I'm more with Member Padmanabhan on this. I think it was clear based on it seems clear, and maybe our perspective is skewed because we are seeing all of this together, but it seems clear from the other requests what he was looking for. And I do like the fact that the response came very quickly. It was an IDR, and it was, February 13th, February 14th. That's awesome. But it seems that, I don't know, it seems that there could have been a little more effort. I have a question, too. I was under the impression that anytime a petitioner got a hearing before the task force, that they would receive the entirety of the packet. Was that mailed to the petitioner, even though he may have already received those documents from the respondent via other means? Because it seemed as though we were referring to documents that, even whether we're seeing every other page or the whole of what was available, he seemed to be saying that he hadn't seen any of this, which is a little bit baffling since that part of the packet is quite large.
You can ask him if you want.
Anonymous, did you receive a packet of documents in preparation for this meeting, either via email or postal service?
Well, I don't do electronic.
Okay, did you receive hard copies of the documents that we are looking at for this hearing?
Well, one of the great deficiencies of doing this virtually is I can't see what you can see. I have here I have about 8 envelopes. I don't know if it's sounding critical to the administrator to point out that many of them are duplicates. So you can understand that I might feel overwhelmed by 100 pieces of paper, much of which is just duplicating other pieces of paper. So I don't know. Does that answer your question?
I guess my question is, did you receive a hard copy of the agenda and what you think was included in our packet, because it was also sent to you?
I don't know. I've gotten somewhat discouraged because there's so many duplicates here. I think I received probably 3 copies of some of these documents, like the Luis Herrera contract from 14. So I've gotten frustrated because there's so much duplication here. I'll look again. I think it would help the respondent if she would send me the very limited number of pages that were referred to in this conversation, where I thought you may have cleared this up. It's really confusing on the phone. Have we cleared up the fact that somewhere buried in here are PDFs of the extension? Frankly, I don't think. I'm just too confused. I'm not sure I should even talk anymore. I don't think I've got the PDF of the extension of the contract, which I don't even think is relevant to my complaint. I don't even think it's relevant because we don't know the end date, and I think it ends before my complaint begins. If I sound confused, it's because I am confused.
Okay, thank you for your response. I think things were sent to you. I understand that it's confusing. I will end my questioning there because other people have things to say.
I just have one comment. Member LaHood, I've been looking back in my computer file for this particular petitioner, and it looks like Sue Blackman did provide a contract. It was double-sided, and I only got page 1 of 24, page 3 of 24, page 6. That's exactly what I got from Sue Blackman. So somebody made a copying error when they sent it to me.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Member Schmidt. Member Schmidt.
And I also want to say, I have one more thing. I just also want to add that through an abundance of caution, for this particular anonymous petitioner, I sent him probably 3 copies of the agenda packet each time I thought his hearing was going to be presented. So he may have gotten 3 separate packets from me. It would have been all for the same records, but I did that so that he has everything in time for the hearing.
I apologize for interrupting again, but the member who just said she received a copy of a contract, if it was a contract that Mr. Lambert signed, I'd be very interested to hear that.
There is no contract that Mr. Lambert signed.
Thank you.
Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Okay. First, on an administrative issue, it looks like this contract, which is 2014, it's like the odd pages are copied and then the even pages are copied down below. So I tick all the pages are there.
Oh.
Now, to me, it's actually completely irrelevant, exactly along the lines of Vice Chair Yankee's statement. I think it's actually conceivable that they got this request in February last year, and they read it, and they looked at the language that was used by Anonymous, and he asked for the contracts that might exist involving the commission. And they thought, oh, well, the commission doesn't do contracts, so let's tell them that we don't have any such documents because, they don't have contracts. That's it. That's the whole case to me. And so, yeah. So I'm with Vice Chair Yankee on this one.
Okay. Going to make I don't know. This is a little interesting. I agree in some part with Member Padmanabhan and Member LaHood, and the reason why is a general member of the public does not necessarily know the intricacies of how the city works. Who signs what, who approves what, how things get processed. It is not necessarily general knowledge, and this city is very complex and complicated when it comes to that kind of stuff. It is a little curious to me that the commission did not approve or does not approve contracts. To hear that is curious, somewhat concerning, because that's what commissions do when it comes to big ticket items or very significant services, unless the commission is given away its authority to the department head. So that's another factor. The point here is that looking at his original IDR on page P107, okay, he asks Michael Lambert, who actually is when you look at the contract that is contained, it obviously did not include the commission. It included the city librarian and the Office of Contracts, whatever, the administrator office contracts, whatnot. So, I mean, you would think that the city librarian who manages and oversees these kinds of contracts would know exactly what a person is asking for, because maybe a member of the public would think that the commission might have it because they would approve it, because that's what they hear all the time when they watch, the meetings. Or maybe they just assume that the commission is the library, one and the same. So it's not asking for a requester to have exact knowledge of who they're asking it from, per se, is the reason why we have the section in the ordinance on assisting the requester is there. Because if the commission doesn't have it, then whoever they're requesting to get that particular record, it's about the record. It's not about who has the record. It's about where the record is in city government. Does it exist anywhere? And here, this requester has gone to the source, which is a individual person, city librarian, who's responsible for all these contracts. So if he says, you know what, Anonymous, I know what you're talking about. I know which contracts you want. The commission doesn't have it, but I'm going to tell you where it is, or I'm going to find it and get it to you instead. That's how the ordinance is supposed to work. So the question here is whether the document that is included in, whether in whole or in part, is the actual document that exercises the extension of the original contract to extend it for 3, 5, whatever the years are they're supposed to be. That is the document that the petitioner is seeking. The question is, did they get that document, and did they understand that that document was the extension? Because what we're hearing from the petitioner is, I'm looking for a signed new contract or a renewal contract from the new city librarian sometime in 2019 or 2020. Well, it doesn't exist because the previous librarian exercised the extension. So there won't be a new contract because it was extended before the contract ended. So that's where I'm at this point. And I think what needs to happen here is Anonymous, you need to make, I think Anonymous needs to make themselves available by phone or in person to the library and bring the documents that you have either in our packet here or in whatever documents that they sent them, and get somebody at the library to show them which documents he's exactly looking for. I think that that's what is going on here. Okay, so we're way over time here. What shall we do? Member Padmanabhan.
I'm happy to make a motion. I know it's not going to pass, but I'm happy to make a motion to find, I think it was against Michael Lambert, the city librarian Michael Lambert, on violation of administrative code. I think it would be 67.21C. for failing to assist in identifying the existence, form, and nature of the records requested.
This is Member Wong. I'll second that.
Moved by Member Padmanabhan, second by Member Wong, to find City Librarian Lambert in violation of 7.21C for failing to assist in the existence of the contract. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I see Member Lowe. You have your hand raised?
Yeah. So one thing that I'm still not clear on, because the petitioner did not include in his side of what was provided in our packet the documents he had already received. I'm assuming that he did receive the things that we saw that were provided by the respondent, in which case I think that they were trying to respond, but because there was only every other page, and Member Schmidt, I don't see the all of the even pages for the amendment. So I do think there are pages missing. So I think it might be more a matter of incomplete response. And it may have been an inadvertent administrative error, but because he did not receive complete versions, there was not even a way to assess whether he had and I understand if he was looking at it this way, I understand why he was confused, because there appear to be pages missing.
I'm happy to add that to my motion.
Is that an amendment? Is that a suggestion?
Yeah, I guess it's for the consideration of the maker of the motion. Do you think it would be appropriate to consider it as incomplete? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Then we'll add 67.21B. For failing to provide the requested records in a complete manner.
The seconder accepts the changes.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to make compelling to the respondent? Would you like to compel them to do something? Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, regardless of whether or not I agree with this motion, I just wanted to point out that the contract and all of those attachments were part of the response that was given on November 22nd, 2019, not the response that was in response to this particular IDR. So if you go to page P119, that's the initial response to the separate request for public records. That's where why we're seeing this contract. Why it got included in this packet is, I think, making this issue much more complicated, but it was a very straightforward response to this particular IDR. It was, we don't have responsive documents. So if you think pages are missing or something, that's in response to a 2019 request. That's not the one before us right now. So I think, you know, what we're seeing is a past 2019 back and forth included in this, which is, you know, it's in there, it's confusing, but it's not the response that was given to this. So I don't believe any pages were given in response to the 2021.
Again, so here's the thing. The IDR was made to the city librarian. It was not made to the commission. So the commission has no business responding to this. Period. And that's why Member Pabanaban is on the right track, because the city librarian would intimately know that the commission wouldn't have it and would instead either assist to or instruct somebody or direct the requester to where that contract should be. And that did not happen. They supplied all kinds of information for them, which may include the correct document, but it's not complete enough, nor was it pointed out, you know, that where the actual information he was looking for existed. And that's a lack of assistance. That's my argument in support of this motion.
I'd also like to add that the respondent actually said that they did respond to this request, the latter request, with all the documents that they had in their possession. She said that more than once, even though she might have been referring to the past IDR.
I do think that to really address the concerns of the complainant, that we should ask the Library Commission to resend a complete copy of the original contract, which the complainant may only have received every other page of, we don't know, along with those 3 documents that were identified in the email. I can't remember what page it was now, like P169 or whatever, that constitute the amendments that extended the contract.
I just want folks to be aware that public records requests that come to the city librarian aren't processed by the city librarian. And Ms. Schaub can correct me if I'm wrong. The reason why Sue Blackman's name is on there, because all those public information requests go to the commission secretary, whether they are from requests directed to the city librarian on the department side, or their requests that are submitted directly to the commission itself for a response. So we have to be a little, the question has to be asked is, who is Sue Blackman answering for? Is she answering for the commission, or is she answering for Mr. Lambert? And that is an important distinction, because that has bothered me for eons. Mr. Lambert has a huge staff, huge, and I'm sure has a lot of executive assistants. And he should be able to, or whoever the city librarian should be able to have their own staff respond to public information requests, and not the commission, which is an independent body of the department. And I'll stop there. Okay. Any other discussion, deliberation on this? Public comment? Okay.
Bill Barnes from the City
Okay.
Bill Barnes from the City Administrator's Office for public comment.
Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Do we have public commenters?
Peter Warfield.
Bill Barnes from the City Administrator's Office.
Anonymous number 3.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I'm glad that members Padmanabhan, Lila LaHood, Chair Wolf have made this motion, and I certainly support it. I think it's quite simple. The first thing to be said is that the anonymous requester only communicates by mail. And we see that the library has replied to him by mail with proper letterhead and formal response. He requested very clearly that he wanted the contract between ACE Mailing and, he said, the Library Commission, and quite agree with the chair. It's very easy. Even people working at the library will confuse and will exchange library or library commission. There is no other contract for mailing than ACE. It's $1 million plus contract. It was also the subject of quite a heated controversy over the stopping of these letters, and it's very clear that the request was for a time period November 14, 2019 to February 13, 2020. He got a very clear and simple response, which was basically a rejection. It said, as far as I'm concerned, it was perfectly clear all along what he wanted, and the library and Mr. Lambert himself knew exactly what he wanted. I think somebody earlier said he talked about having the complainant, the requester, having made on page P117. We already satisfied his prior request for this information when he accurately requested the information from library staff. Well, he understood completely what was being sought. And on a terminological hair-splitting attempt, they said, we don't have anything because we don't have any contracts between the Library Commission and ACE. Then Sue Blackman went on February 14th, P114. She said, it would be helpful if we had contact information for you so we could clarify this request. What was needed to be clarified? Did she not have contact information when his address is right at the top? The pages 168 and so on talk about drafts. There's not anything about a final. Look closely. They're talking about drafts and about changes that they want. There is nothing signed with regard to the extension, nor is there any clarity that it was sent properly at the right time. There's no letterhead saying we are enclosing what you requested, but meanwhile, the library is arguing both sides. He didn't have a right to it, but we sent him everything.
Your time is up.
I think there's
Next
a violation.
Speaker,
Thank
please.
you.
Next speaker. Next speaker.
Mr. Barnes, are you ready?
I am ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Bill Barnes on behalf of the City Administrator's Office and in support of the library. If you look at page 125 of your packet, Saliger Corella, who's now the city purchaser, says to Shirley Yoshida that the contract is with her for signature. The 2014 contract was extended through 2022. So I looked up on the controller's website that the contract originally signed by Mr. Herrera is still the existing contract that authorizes this service. It was extended allegedly or apparently in 2019, and it's on page 125, Ms. Corella begins asking for additional documents. I would note that she says she can sign the contract without the updated insurance. This is on the bottom of page 125. However, please collect it and upload it as soon as possible because we need to upload insurance into PeopleSoft, which is the controller's system to make sure the vendor is insured. If you go up to page 122, they talk about waivers of subrogation. Ms. Yoshida attaches that document, and then Ms. Yoshida on page 120 notifies everyone, which I assume includes OCA and Ms. Kaplan of ACE Mailing, that the contract processing has been completed. Please find a PDF copy of the agreement attached. That agreement or amendment will be on the 2014 contract to exercise the extension, and it says the original signed copy will be mailed to you today. So I can't speak to what the respondent received, but just in the packet that's available, it appears that when Mr. Lambert wrote his email to Ms. Leger, he was responding to that exchange, which talks about how a contract can be extended. I don't know whether his signature would be on it or whether a designee's would. I would also suggest to the complainant that he can also get the records independently from OCA, and we'd be happy to provide them as well as the library, providing whatever correspondence they have. Thank you, members.
I'm sorry, hold on a second, Mr. J. Mr. Barnes, this is Chair Wolf. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So are you stating that you will dig up the contract that's on file?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. Since I've been on the call since the beginning, I was just looking it up, and so OCA would also have the contract, and Ms. Corella indicates in those places that she's a signatory to it. So I just wanted to assist the requester because I understand that he's frustrated and it's complicated to understand the contracting process. So the purpose was to clarify for everyone kind of what happened there.
Okay, appreciate the assistance. Thank you. Next speaker.
Anonymous number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I think in my hundreds of times commenting, this will probably be only the second time I'll say I don't think there was a violation here, for the reasons that the Vice Chair and Member Schmidt have discussed. Apparently, I've looked at the contract as well. The contract may not even be between the library department and this corporation. It's apparently between some purchaser and the corporation. It is very strange and very weird. All that said, I'm probably in the minority that doesn't see the violation here. If you think there is a violation, though, you may be on a good basis based on this court case. It's First Amendment Coalition versus Superior Court, 67 Cal App 4th, 166 through 67, which says, quote, feigned confusion based on a literal interpretation of the request is not grounds for denial. And in that case, it was a literal interpretation where they said, well, that information that you've literally requested is being denied with exempt, which is somewhat different than what happened here. But it tells you kind of what, if you believe the city librarian was essentially feigning confusion, then I think you would find a violation. In this case, given that they said they could clarify, I don't see a feigned confusion. However, I would very much agree with Mr. Warfield on one of the parts, which is mail is absolutely a lawful way to communicate under the Sunshine Ordinance, and he cannot be required to phone call someone or come in person. He has a right to get everything by mail and interact solely by mail. So if you do think they needed to produce something here, the fact that they wanted some other way to contact him, if you think there was a violation in the sense they didn't assist properly or they feigned confusion, then it does matter that they wanted some other way to contact him other than mail. He has a right to get everything by mail. Thank you.
Whoops, any other public comment?
Sullivan.
One moment.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
I do believe there is a violation. I do agree with the motion of 6721C. A custodian of any public record, when not in possession of the record requested, shall assist a requester in directing a request to the proper office or staff person. And that isn't something that the requester has to ask for. It should just happen if they do not have the record and they know that it does exist somewhere. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comment? Last call. Okay, public comment is closed. Members, any last thoughts? All right, I just have one, which I found pretty interesting, that because Mr. Barnes is here and he was able to actually find the document in question in full, that on page P117, Mr. Lambert basically gives up. He admits to giving up, and basically says the library has no responsive information to request, as the Library Commission is not involved in our contracts. But the library is, and the center of this request is not about the commission. It's about the documents, about the records. It's a public records request. And whether if the commission is unresponsive, then it's up to whoever the respondent is supposed to be to assist the requester. So I still stand that the librarian, in his own words, has now stopped or has providing any additional assistance. Okay, anything last? Going once, going twice? Okay, ready for a vote? Seeing no objection, please call roll.
Member Padmanabhan? Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Neighbors?
No.
Member Neighbors, no. Member Highland?
No.
Highland, no. I'm sorry. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Vice Chair Yankee?
No.
Vice Chair Yankee, no. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion failed. We didn't get 6 votes.
Okay. Are there any other motions? Okay, seeing none, the motion has failed, and the file will be closed. Let's go to the next item. Thank you, members and parties, for your patience on this and your work.
Thank you.
Item number 9, file number 20122, complaint filed by Thomas Bussey against Dennis Herrera and the City Attorney's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a complete and timely manner. On May 18, 2021, the Complaint Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and referred the matter to the task force for hearing.
Okay, this was heard by Complaint Committee. Anything to provide?
Yeah, I don't have much to say about it. It looks like it was, basically a request for an investigative file that goes back many years. The city attorney seemed to indicate that they would be giving documents, but on a rolling basis because of the size of the file. I'm not quite sure. Actually, the complainant, I believe, did not show up at the committee hearing, and I'm not sure what eventually was produced. But it does look like it took a while. That's all. Anything from Member Stein? Anything to add?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, let's begin. Are both parties here, Mr. Bussey and City Attorney?
Jen Court from the City Attorney's Office is here.
Thank you. Mr. Bussey? Last call for Mr. Bussey.
I did inform Mr. Bussey is somebody that does communicate through first-class mail, and I did send him a letter, I believe that's in the packet, informing him of the committee hearing and sending him his records from the that would have been included in the packet. I did not hear from Mr. Bussey either one way, whether he would make an appearance or not. But you know, I did make an attempt to get in touch with him. He lives on Castro Street.
Okay, members, what's your pleasure?
Member Highland here.
Go ahead.
Is this the first time this is appearing before us?
Yes. This particular complaint, yes.
And did the complainant appear in the complaint committee?
No.
Okay, I make a motion to table.
Would that include closing the file?
Yes.
Okay. Moved by member Highland. Is there a second?
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I'll second that.
And moved by member Highland, second by Vice Chair Yankee to table the item and close the file. Any further discussion, members? Okay, public comments.
Anonymous number 3.
Do we have other public commenters? No, we just have one public commenter. All right. Anonymous, are you ready to begin?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. As much as I dislike the city attorney's office, the fact that they've had to be here for 6 hours and nothing happened, I think is pretty ridiculous. And I would urge you to, I think there's somebody discussed this in the last one. Please, maybe it's not even about getting confirmation before someone, before the meeting, but maybe just at the beginning of the meeting, you could have a process where you just call roll for all the parties at all the items, and if someone doesn't attend, you simply do the agenda change right at the beginning, and you could in your notices to both parties, you could tell them you need to be present at the time the meeting starts, because we don't know when your thing will come up. You're allowed to reorder the items. It's your prerogative. So I'd please urge you to have that going forward. Just ask in the beginning, are these N parties available? And if not, anyone who's not available, if the respondent's not available, that's a violation of the law. But if the complainant's not available, it simply tables their file. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, so 2 things real quick. One is in our complaint procedure, that after this, if this gets approved, the administrator shall notify where is it here? For documentation, here, B, it's let's see, 7B. The complainant appears to appear at the task force committee hearing regarding their complaint without prior communication. The matter may be filed and dismissed without prejudice. Complaints dismissed without prejudice are considered closed, and no further actions are to be taken. The complainant shall be notified of the action and may request that their complaint be reopened in writing if requested within 60 days. The complainant may also refile the complaint at a future date. The task force search chairperson can determine if the complaint shall be reopened. And I'll also note that in number 9, the task force has given the administrator authority to table and close files at the discretion of the task force administrator. Complaint hearings may be delayed or scheduled before the task force for hearing considering tabling the matter if the complainant is unresponsive to communication attempts. So, I mean, there is some authority given to the administrator to be able to deal with unresponsive communication attempts before we get it on the agenda. So I just want to make note of that. If there's no other discussion, are we ready for a vote? Okay, seeing no objection, please call the roll.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Hood? Member LaHood?
LaHood, aye.
Sorry. Aye. Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Highland, seconded by Vice Chair Yankee to table the case and close the file.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Quirk, for attending, and we appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
I do want to let the committee know that Ms. Court will be my contact at the city attorney's office. She's replacing John Cote.
Okay. Let's pull the next item.
Item
Hello.
number, what?
I was saying hello and welcome to her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 10, file number 21066, complaint filed by Carl Kramer against Carmen Chu and Office of the City Administrator for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and or complete manner. On August 24, 2021, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the task force for hearing.
EAC Chair LaHood.
Yes, we found jurisdiction, and this is an initial hearing. We thought there was enough here for the full task force to consider the case.
Okay. Are both parties here? Mr. Kramer?
I'm here.
City Administrator Chu or representative?
Bill Barnes for the City Administrator's Office.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, let's begin. Mr. Kramer, you will have 5 minutes. Please wait for Ms. Leger. Yes.
This was actually continued from the prior meeting. This is not starting at the beginning.
Oh.
This was continued from November. So we've already heard, this was item number 10 on the November.
What was the disposition?
It was moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Wong to continue the matter to December 2021 hearing and ask that the petitioner and respondent provide their requested records. So there are apparently additional records that needed to be provided before we continued on this.
Let me just ask in process, was the complaint procedure completed with testimony and rebuttals?
Yes.
It was. Oh, so we're picking up at what point in the process?
Picking up at like deliberations.
At deliberations. Okay. So,
I wonder if I could.
Point of information.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Let's get some clarification here. Okay. I heard Mr. Kramer first, and then we'll hear from Mr. Barnes.
Yes. So at the hearing before the committee, Bill Barnes had submitted a number of documents that were after the deadline and didn't make it to the packet. So that's why it was continued. And then I believe it was Mr. Spitz had asked me to also submit a document that I had brought up when in what I had spoke to. So I submitted that document, and then I would also want to respond to the additional documents that Bill Barnes had submitted.
Okay, we'll get to that. Mr. Barnes?
I would agree with Mr. Kramer. So starting on page 317 of your packet is the memo that I submitted. I was notified by Ms. Leger of the hearing, and I had to search for emails of previous employees who are no longer with the city. So I apologize at the previous meeting for the lateness of the reply and would apologize again. During the meeting, Mr. Kramer raised a record that he had that I hadn't seen or the others hadn't seen and was supposed to provide that, which it sounds like he did. I can't find that in the packet, but if he says he provided it, I totally believe him. I just don't see it. So my response, for what it's worth, is starts on page 317.
Okay, before we move forward, Ms. Leger, Did you add any additional documents that were received since the November meeting regarding this?
Yeah, Mr. Kramer submitted a 90-page document of which it was 90 pages, and it wasn't clear what specifically he was referring to, and so he sent me yesterday page 11. He said this was the important page, and I explained to him that you've got to be specific. You can't just give me a 90-page document and not be specific about what you are referring to, because it can cause confusion among the task force members.
I understand that, but if they did supply the documentation and the documentation was in it, it should be in our packet, and then here at the meeting, they can say, please go to this page. So now we don't have any of that documentation.
Actually, I believe you do. The document that was requested was a department budget submission checklist, and then I submitted some also relevant information that was in the mayor's budget instructions. But that's part of it is I could just read. So that's very short, actually.
Mr. Kramer, it's Bill Barnes. Where in the packet is that, just so I can follow along?
Likewise.
Is that page 292?
Cheryl,
page 292.
Not looking at the packet at the moment.
I would stipulate it's page 292 entitled Department Budget Submission Checklist.
That sounds like.
Signed by Mr. Bukowski?
That's it.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, great. So we have agreement on the. I couldn't find it because the packet was long, so I apologize. But I think we have all the documents.
Okay. Vice Chair Yankee, since you chaired that meeting, do you want to kind of lead this this item? I don't have familiarity.
Right. I honestly, I think it would probably be helpful, even though we've actually gone through the back and forth, to probably have each side give maybe at least a 3-minute kind of summary, specific because a lot of what they were talking about involved these documents. It was very difficult for us to follow along without having them. Okay. And that's why we decided to continue it. So I would recommend each side get 3 or 5 minutes or something.
Okay. So we need some clarification on where we're at today, correct?
Right. Yes, that's
okay, great. So is 3 minutes enough for each of you? Mr. Kramer, Mr. Morris?
I would be closer to 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, let's do.
Okay, we can do 5 minutes. That's fine.
Okay, that's fine. Use up as much time as you need. That's all. Okay, so we'll start with Mr. Kramer. Please wait for Ms. Leger.
Mr. Kramer, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Our initial request was sent by Abel Dominguez on February 18, 2021, for information that is submitted with the proposed budget to the mayor's budget office on calculations for an increase in funding to city-funded nonprofit organizations to cover an increase in the minimum compensation that's scheduled for July 1st, 2021. Now, what you see in your packet, the department budget submission checklist, that we received from the department, we've received from the mayor's budget office, and that is digitally signed by Kenneth Bukowski on February 22nd, 2021 for the city administrator's office. To make it clear, this was not received from the city administrator's office. Now, because that over the last couple of years, the departments, when they'd receive these information requests from us, they'd contact the mayor's budget office. How do we respond? The mayor's budget office started telling them, well, just send them the department budget submission checklist. Then at least you can say you sent them a document. And then in the mayor's budget instructions, they included this on page 11. Minimum compensation ordinance: when preparing proposed budgets and requests for supplemental appropriations for contract services, city departments that regularly enter into agreements for the provision of services by nonprofit organizations shall transmit with their proposed
a written confirmation the department has considered in its calculations the costs that the nonprofit corporations calculate that they will incur in complying with the minimum compensation ordinance. Please indicate that your department has considered this by checking the MCO box in the department budget submission checklist to be returned with your budget submission. Okay, that's the exact language that we used in our information request. And then in an email that was sent on February 23rd from Tal Kitone of the Office of the City Administrator with a couple of attachments, and then you'll see a response from us on February 23rd that those documents that were sent were from previous years and were not for the fiscal year that we were requesting. So we did not find the document responsive. There was another email from Tal Quitone on the March 9th in which he resent the same two documents. On April 29th, there's an email reminder from Abel Dominguez of the Living Wage Coalition about the records request from February 23rd. On May 5th, there's a response from the city administrator that they don't have any responsive documents. So they never sent this particular document. Now, what Bill Barnes also included was documents that are information requests from Kylie Haw. And those responses are irrelevant because she was requesting different financial records, and she makes it clear that those are for funds that were already budgeted for fiscal year 2020, 2021, and wanted records of what the allocations of those funds are. So Bill Barnes, by including it, is just gaslighting all of you. I mean, he is very clear on what it was that we were requesting. He was the aide to Supervisor Jeff Sheehy in 2018 when we were working with Jeff Sheehy on drafting amendments to the minimum compensation ordinance. He also worked with was working in the mayor's budget office, so he's well aware of what the issues are involved. At the previous hearing, he said, well, we were just making a policy point in submitting these requests. That's true, but he's also aware of what were the political reasons why the mayor's office has been really, just kind of putting up, basically having departments assisting us and submitting the kind of information that we're looking for. And I think the city administrator's office even went overboard in not even submitting the department budget submission checklist.
Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes, that concludes it.
Very good. Mr. Barnes, please wait for Ms. Leger.
Mr. Barnes, are you ready?
I am, and before I respond, I'll just use my time because I don't need the full 5 minutes. I'm ready now.
Go ahead, sir.
Before I respond to the merits of the complaint, I wanted to remind members of the decorum statement. I don't appreciate the person who filed the complaint suggested that I'm gaslighting anyone. I also have never worked for the mayor's budget office, so that is a statement that is not correct. I have worked for 4 former supervisors and the city administrator for the last 10 years. My intent in providing the information is to give you all of the records of a former employee, Mr. Tal Quito, who is responding to these requests and to document his process for doing so. I have no other motivation other than to do that. So I just wanted to put that in the record. On February 18th, the Living Wage Coalition requested a document that did not exist. The document on page 292, which is digitally signed by Mr. Bukowski, wasn't filed with the mayor's budget office until the 22nd of February. So when the request came in on the 18th, the document didn't exist. It's an automatic document that's created when the chief financial officer or deputy city administrator, in this case, makes entries in the financial system. So when Mr. Quito was looking for documents, he provided things he believed were responsive. The Living Wage Coalition quickly responded that they were not, and he conducted additional research to see if he could find other records. He provided an email between the mayor's budget office and the city administrator on March 9th. So just to be clear about the timing here, the digitally signed document that Mr. Kramer provided that I had not seen didn't exist when Mr. Quito search for these records. The department conducted no independent analysis or calculations related to the MCO, so the only thing that exists is a checkbox on the checklist. And so that's just to be clear, there's no other emails or analysis. There's a memo from the controller from a previous year that describes the process, but there are no other city administrator records. It is our position that the checklist is not responsive because the complainant was looking for calculations around nonprofits. To provide some context, the city administrator's office is not a large granting agency such as the health department or human services or things of that nature. The impact to our department is fairly modest. I think it's to the tune of about $15,000 or something per year. So we don't have the same level of documents that a different department might, where grant making was a big part of their effort. Mr. Quitone and then Ms. Liu put together the best they could responses. They consulted with the proper people, asked if there were records. Those people told them they were not, and they responded. I would also note that during this time, there were some reorganizations of the office. As you know, the city administrator resigned and Ms. Xu began on February 2nd. And so since then, we've made improvements to the office and restructured it away. I will be the primary records point of contact on all records issues going forward. And so we would respectfully submit that when Mr. Quitone responded to the request of the 18th, that the document didn't exist because it wasn't created until the 22nd, and that the document that Mr. Kraber has provided doesn't actually demonstrate calculations or things related to the MCO. I know last time there was an effort to try to find a violation, so if the task force wants to do that, great, but I just want people to be clear that we're just trying to provide records from former employees so you have all the information. And with that, I would stop and welcome any questions anyone might have.
Okay, thank you. And I would just remind everyone attending to please self-facilitate and keep any negative characterizations out of the discussion, and to keep your comments and testimony to the merits of the matters at hand. Thank you. Member Schmidt.
Yeah, for the complainant, the document, the one-page document that you've given us, and thank you for this, if you had received this document in response to your request, would your response have been to the city administrator the same, that they were not giving you what you asked for?
Well, I mean, this has been an ongoing battle since 2018, and and we have to admit that the language that's there in the MCO is very poorly written, and we of course are going to ask, well, we want to see the calculations. I mean, the language is that that even that checkoff box is based on certain calculations, so we want to see the calculations. As you know, as these cases have been coming before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, that the mayor's office has basically been telling departments, look, just send that cover sheet. That's a document. And at this point, basically, we have to kind of pull back and say, that language really needs to be fixed in the MCO. And that wasn't our language to begin with. So at this point, I would just, say, yeah, if we receive that document, then we would have to admit, yeah, okay, we received a document. The city administrator's office didn't even want to concede that.
Okay, so you if you got this, that would still prompt you at that time to ask for the actual calculations, correct?
That's correct. We would still ask for that.
Okay, and you think, as you come in here today, do you believe that there are documents that were not given to you because they were being withheld in some way that would have been responsive? Other than this page, in addition to it?
There's nothing that indicates to us. I mean, it looks like the city administrator's office, they don't really do their own budget. They leave it, they wait for the controller or the mayor's budget office to give them information.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Okay.
Can I respond on that point? It's Bill Barnes.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So our office did not ask the mayor's office about the request. On page 318 of the packet, Ms. Liu, who retired from the city, forwarded the request for Mr. Dominguez to the office of the controller, as well as the city administrator's finance and planning director, who reports to Mr. Bukowski. And both the controller's office and the finance and planning director confirmed there were no records. They interpreted that to mean the calculations notwithstanding the checklist. So I just wanted to add that for the record, that we didn't ask the mayor's office what should we give the requester.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few questions here. Mr. Kramer, your request on page 285, at the bottom of 285, is to see a written confirmation that is required by legislation, and to see calculations to which the provision refers. Are you claiming that the first question is, are you claiming that this checklist would indicate that the calculations would have been done?
Yeah, that's been our argument all along, is that when you look at the wording, even the wording in the mayor's budget instructions infers that the department did some calculations, and they're checking off a box saying that they took into consideration, these calculations.
And have you ever received any of these calculations for previous years?
Not from the city administrator's office, from some other departments, yes.
But they exist?
Yes, some departments do those calculations.
And they weren't being withheld? Were they redacted in any way?
They were initially withheld, and then after we filed the Sunshine Ordinance complaints, then they came back, with the information we were looking for.
Without any argument?
Well, actually, we had one department, I forget which one, that sent an email chain to us where the person in the doing the finance person for the department was kind of airing his worries about how he's going to get the department in trouble, and the mayor's office was going to be angry at them, okay. and so yeah, there was but then they did provide the information.
Okay, so you have the information. The information is considered public. Okay. Mr. Barnes, these calculations, are they available for the period of time that Mr. Kramer is requesting?
No. So let me just point people to the page that was being discussed. On page 285, which is dated February 18th, they asked for the written confirmation and the calculations to which the provision replies. So that was when Mr. Quitone was forwarded the email by Carmen Chu to say, please look into this and please respond on the office's behalf. The department submission checklist, which is on page 292, was not created until 11:27 a.m. on the 22nd of February. So on the 18th of February, the checklist didn't even exist. And the checklist is basically a DocuSign that happens when the CFO enters the information. What it says, and I want to read it really clearly so people understand it, is the effects of the MCO in contracting have been considered as part of the budget submission. It does not say that a department has to do independent calculations. if the city administrator's budget was largely grants to organizations that were covered by the MCO, then it would be likely that we would have additional documents that would indicate what the impact would be operationally. Because of the structure of our budget, there are no other documents at all. So we considered the MCO in contracting and considered that it would not be significant in the budget submission in terms of any sort of incremental increase to the budget. And so as a result, there are no other documents.
Are you?
And the checklist, again, didn't exist until 4 days after the request.
Okay, so are you, does the calculations exist today?
No, we don't calculate. What occurs is that the budget that's presented by the mayor, adopted by the board, includes funding for departments, and then that funding is distributed to departments based on their relative contract share. So we don't, in our budget development process, there aren't calculations. Later on, in sort of the course of government, after the budget is adopted, departments are given information on how much their department gets. I know Mr. Kramer's familiar with that process, but we don't do it at this phase.
So what is Mr. Kramer, he received documents that have calculations. Wouldn't this previous year to be the same for this year?
No, Mr. Kramer, and I don't want to speak for him, but I think the first question that was asked was, has the city administrator ever provided calculation documents? And we never have, because we've never had independent calculations. What Mr. Quitone provided and what the requester found insufficient was a memo on page 307 of your packet that describes the MCO for nonprofit workers in a previous year. It says that the mayor's office and the controller have calculated the citywide cost. It'll tell people about it later. If you have any questions, please contact them. But we don't have independent calculations, and we have no responsive records.
Well, how does it get calculated?
After the budget is finalized and the mayor's budget office and the controller are familiar with how much funding has been allocated, they then apportion those funds to all city departments based on their share of grants and contracts that would be covered by the MCO. For the city administrator's office, those are relatively modest. They include some neighborhood beautification grants and some arts grants and some immigration grants, but it's not like the millions of dollars of contracts that you would see at a human services or health agency. So the amount that we get, which I believe is actually in another email that Mr. Quitone provided from the mayor's office, and I need to find it, but it basically from an analyst tells us here's how much you get. But that's not during our budget development process. That's after the budget is finalized and the controller and the mayor's office are familiar with how much the board and mayor have allocated for these purposes.
Okay, thank you.
And I would point and I would point you to, just so people are clear, it's on page 339 of your packet. So on January 19th, 2021, Mr. Liu of the mayor's office sends to Tricia and Adam, who are our budget team, following up on Ashley's email, here's the allocation for ADM. So our entire allocation for our entire agency was $15,901.
Okay.
And there's an email from Ashley Grafenberger, just really quickly underneath it, to all the departments talking about guidance to Department of Finance officers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kramer. Yeah, so let's get to you. So what I guess the question that is going to be in everybody's mind here is, does this calculation that you're looking for actually exist? That was the second part of the request.
That's in the mayor's budget instructions on page 11, the section I read, and the operative sentence is that the department has considered in its calculations the costs that nonprofits calculate that they will incur. So it's very clear it's considering that the department has done calculations, and that's only a logical sequence. I mean, once the controller and the mayor's budget office has decided on an allocation of the department, then how does the department determine how much goes to each nonprofit?
Okay.
So they have to do a calculation somewhere.
Okay, let's stop there. Mr. Barnes, can you respond to that?
Mr. Kramer is correct that hold on, he talks about page 11. I can't find that in the packet. I think it was cut off by the Could we point to that? I just want to make sure we're operating from the same language. It says that we considered it. So if you look at Mr. Bukowski's check mark, that's part of the system. It says we considered the effects of the MCO on the budget. It doesn't say that we conducted additional calculations. On page 292, the checkbox says the effects of the MCO and contracting have been considered. We considered them and they were not significant because the amount that we received to deal with it is $15,000.
Yeah, but that's not, that's Mr. Barnes, that's not what the mayor's instructions are.
Well, so I'm looking in the packet to, because I don't think I have the document to which Mr. I don't have the.
Can you point us to what you're reading from?
Yeah, that was the page that Cheryl was saying that it was cut off when she sent off the document. It was cut off at page 10, and this is page 11.
So it's not in the packet. Let me do it the best I can let me speak to it the best I can without it being in the packet.
Okay.
The two staff people who worked for the city administrator who were responsible for public records conducted a diligence search. They asked the budget and planning team and Mr. Bukowski whether there were responsive documents. They were told no. In the case of Ms. Liu, she also asked the controller's office if there are responsive documents and was told no. And so, you know, I'm not a numbers person. The budget stuff has never been my bailiwick, but the people who were responsible for responding to the records request did in fact ask the individuals who would have records, do you have records? And their response was no. After the last hearing, I asked Mr. Bukowski about the checklist, and he said he didn't think that was responsive because it didn't have calculations and it wasn't available on the 18th when the request came in because it didn't go into the 22nd. We don't have independent calculations because the $15,000 amount is not a significant impact on the budget. We did include the email from the mayor's budget office talking about the allocation. That comes after the budget's over, not during the budget development process, based on your grant percentages in your approved budget. So that's how that works.
Okay, I have no more questions. What's your pleasure? Is there a motion? Any other clarifying questions?
I have a question. This is Member LaHood. Mr. Kramer, just to verify, you received a response from the department in a timely manner. Is that correct? When did you hear from them at all after your initial request?
We received the email on February 23rd, yes.
So, Mr. Kramer, your complaint intake form states they violated the time limit responsive. Is that now not an issue?
I think the issue is the not sending a responsive document. Okay. So, folks, we're focusing on responsive documents.
If I could just say, it was our position that there were no responsive documents. That was conveyed on multiple occasions.
And just note that the actual original request of the city administrator's office is on page 285, and there are two parts. Confirmation from the city administrator's office to the mayor's budget office that is required by the legislation, and to see the calculations. So we're hearing from the respondent that there are no responsive records with regards to the calculations. The complainant feels that because the mayor's budget instructions infers that there are to be calculations. There's that part. And Mr. Kramer, did you receive this written confirmation that you were also asking for?
We did not.
Mr. Barnes, is that available?
On March 9th, Mr. Quitone provided an additional document that is located on page 339 and 340 of the packet from the mayor's office that talks about the instructions and provides the calculation amount. That was not a calculation done by the city administrator's office. It was a record, an email provided by the mayor's office. We did provide that. Our office doesn't believe that the checklist in and of itself was responsive because it wasn't created until the 22nd. The request came in on the 18th. And the only number we have, the only numerical calculation we have was provided on March 9th. And that wasn't a calculation that we developed.
Well, let me ask you something, Mr. Barnes. This checklist, is that a city?
Sorry, you cut out there. I couldn't hear you.
Is the this checklist, is that a regular standard document that the city uses, that your office uses?
My understanding is that every department has to submit their budget document electronically to the mayor's office at a certain point. And when it's submitted, it's basically you're at a computer, you're entering values into a field, and when you hit sign, which you'll see Mr. Bukowski did, it has a date and a time, that then it creates this document that is like basically a PDF based on your responses in the computer system. That record is shared with both the mayor's budget office and the controller's office, so they can begin working on the mayor's budget submission. So, to your question, it's not. Well, it wasn't available on the 18th because it wasn't created until the 22nd, and it's created through the submission itself. When you hit yes, I'm sending it in, that's when they fill in the boxes or not and create the document. The mayor's office provided it after the last hearing because they have them for all the departments, so it is a routine thing that is created, but it doesn't calculate anything. It attests to various items.
But it's a known document to you.
So when Mr. Quitone asked Mr. Bukowski about whether there was a document confirming certification on the 18th of February, there was no such document, and that's what he responded on the 23rd.
Mr. Barnes, look, you know, these documents exist every year. They get spit out by the software every year as people complete their intake. If you knew that it was going to be coming several days later after the request was made, could that not have been mentioned at some point?
So I do want to, I didn't work on these, but I do want to point out that Ms. Liu then did ask later. So if you look, Mr. Kramer's organization followed up with additional requests in, I believe, May. And so Ms. Liu asked the controller's office and the budget and planning team whether there were any responsive documents, and they informed her there were not because they interpreted the request to be calculations, and she responded later. So Mr. Quitone left our office. Ms. Liu conducted an additional search later on and was told there were no responsive documents because there were no calculations. That's what she communicated. I think it's up to the task force to decide. So two different staff people worked on it, and they checked in, and she relied on someone telling her, we don't have responsive documents, we don't have calculations. And that's what she communicated, I believe.
I'm just saying, look, I'm just saying, Mr. Barnes, if this was an immediate disclosure request, you would have had to provide documentation on a rolling basis pertaining to this. And so if the documents did appear sometime in the near future, then you would have been required to provide it. That's the point I'm trying to make. Mr.
No, I would concur with that. Thank you.
Okay, Member Schmidt.
Yeah, not a question for the parties, but just a sort of a observation. I know that Mr. Kramer's had many cases that we've seen, which is, I can see his organization sent out requests to many, maybe all parts of the city government. And it seems like, at least with this one, maybe they really don't do calculations. And yet with the others, and we've seen some where they didn't give them anything. There's no, nothing. And I think I'm pretty sure I remember we found violations. But this would be maybe a division of the city that just has no calculations that they can really report to and I think that's what he's trying to find out in the big scheme of things.
Okay, Member LaHood.
Thank you. This is actually, I think this is maybe a question for the task force. I think Member Schmidt is right about the fact that they don't create their own calculations, but we do have on page 339 that somebody in the department had received calculations, even though they were done externally, in January, and that was before Mr. Kramer's request. So even though they weren't generated by the department, they were in the possession of someone in the department. Do we think that qualifies as should that calculation have been turned over?
We turned over that calculation. The Talquito sent that email to Mr. Kramer's organization on March 9th. So after doing additional analysis, he sent over that email indicating that we received a calculation from the mayor's office that was provided by us.
Okay, so he did receive that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
What I was referring to that we did not receive from the department was their department budget submission checklist.
And you have that now?
We received it from the mayor's budget office.
Okay, and so what's the contention now?
The contention that the city administrator's office had it in their possession, but they didn't send it to us, and they were sending us documents from a previous fiscal year that weren't relevant to what we were requesting.
Okay, and their testimony that at the time that you made your request was earlier than when the checklist would have been ready?
Yeah, well, they sent an email on February 23rd. The checklist was ready by then.
Okay. Okay, members. I think we've heard enough. Is there a motion? Is there a motion either to find a violation, no violation?
I have mixed feelings about this, but just to move things forward, I can make a motion to find a violation. I can see the argument for the document didn't exist, that checklist didn't exist when the initial request was made, but it did exist soon thereafter and probably should have been included. Although I think the more valuable information was passed on, but just to move things forward, I'll make a motion to find a violation for complying in an incomplete manner, since documents were sent.
Okay, so
That's
you have a section number?
Yeah, hang on, 6121. One sec. Give me a second. I will find it. 6721B. Yeah.
Did you say 6721A is an apple?
I said B.
Bravo. Okay, is there a, and the reason?
For not not sending all of the responsive documents.
Okay. Is there a second? Calling for a second. Last call for a second. Okay, hearing none, the motion dies. Is there any other motion? We need a motion either to find violation or to dismiss and close file. Or to find no violation.
I'll try it. And I'm gonna take the same position as Member LaHood, except I'm gonna flip it over because I think this one's a close call in my mind. But I guess I feel like they didn't have technically calculations. So, and there was the document that was given 2 weeks later that had something that's sort of like calculations, but I'll make a motion to dismiss the matter.
Okay, moved by Member Schmidt. Is there a second?
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second.
Moved by Member Schmidt, second by Member Neighbors to dismiss the matter and find no violation. Is that right? And
yes.
Okay. Any discussion? So the only thing I would say is that, I somewhat think that there's a 6721C violation in here, and I'll tell you why. This is a regular practice among the city. You know, they go through the whole budget cycle. They submit their, each department submits their information into the system. The system does its calculations. If it's completed or not completed, it spits out a checklist, and the checklist is then reviewed by somebody to determine if they entered the information right or not. And according to the complainant, that if there is a check mark at a certain location, that means the calculations were done. Well, the request for the calculations and or this checklist that would prove the calculations were done was asked for 3 or 4 days, 5 days, too soon. So the city obviously knows that these things are coming, and they could have assisted members of the public by saying, if you wait another 5 days, I'll have it for you, instead of sending a response of no responsive records. That would be my argument for a 6721C finding. But there isn't anything else. We can take public comment. Okay, let's move to public comment. Ms. Leger, hand it over to you.
Do we have public commenters?
Anonymous number 3.
Do we have other public commenters? Looks like we only have one commenter. Anonymous, are you ready to begin?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. It's anonymous number 3. I didn't think there was a violation until Chair Wolf, I think, has convinced me there is a violation under the assistance clause. The assistance clause is pretty broad. I don't think there is a right to receive records that don't yet exist, but there is a right to be assisted. And I think Chair Wolf is right that this is a standard process. They know what records will exist, who maintains them. And I think there's even on a more technical level, a potential violation under that same subsection, which is even if they didn't have the filled out checklist at that time, some other agency, I assume, did, the one that asks them to fill it out, the one that sends them the DocuSign. And they are required, if they don't have the record, to point you to the other office that did. I don't know if that's the controller or that's the, I don't know, the mayor's budget office, some other agency that has those DocuSign checklists, even if it's not yet something that's in the possession of their agency. They are required to assist their requester in directing the request to the proper office or staff person. And if the written confirmations did not exist in the city administrator's office, but did exist in some other office, the assistance clause, I do think, applies. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none. We ready for a vote? Okay, please call the roll.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Nay.
Member Padmanabhan, no. Member LaHood?
No.
Member LaHood, no. Vice Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Vice Chair Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
No.
Chair Wolf, no. 1, 2, 3. Motion passed.
Thank you very much, parties. Interesting exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's move to the next item.
We have one more item on the chair's report. The Board of Supervisors Ordinance 201132, Campaign and Government Conduct Code, Behested Payments.
So this is just a simple report. I'm monitoring this, and we're going to continue with our ongoing position going back a few years that the task force should not be burdened by the behested payments because we're community members. A lot of us work with nonprofits or other entities that raise money that may or may not have elected officials or other ourselves as officials. If we cannot walk around and talk to people and solicit funds for our organizations, it inhibits our ability and maybe even our ability to serve. And so that is why the Ethics Commission, in their opinion, was found that since we are more or less purely an advisory body to the Board of Supervisors, that we don't actually make any kind of policy that would give any benefit to anyone. The result of our orders of determination have no real weight of a penalty or of a gratuity of any kind. So that's why they came out with that opinion. The makers of these amendments are basically stating that in the section of the charter that they want to include anyone that submits a Form 700. They don't care what capacity they're in. They're just using that whole blanket. And so we'll continue to stand on our position that we shouldn't be included for the reasons I just named. If you have any other reasons, I see some hands have gone up. Member Neighbors, go ahead.
This topic is very new to me since I've been on this task force, and I know that it's important for the task force to speak as one voice, but I don't feel that I know enough about the arguments on this to really say that the opinion that's being espoused for the task force is my opinion as well. I just don't understand the issues as well as I need to, and I've read very carefully the positions that have been going back and forth, but I'm concerned about the task force speaking for me when it's not my opinion, and I just want to think about how we handle that as a group. If an opinion is being put forth for all of us and we may or may not agree, is there a way for individuals to kind of pull back from that until they make their own decision about how they feel on an issue?
Well, it is, this has been on our agenda for, since it was introduced. And the position of the task force was also explained at that time. And we had sent a letter to the makers, explaining to them the position of the Ethics Commission in us being not included in the first round. So if there has been a different opinion of it that you feel the task force should take, then now's the time to discuss it.
I think we should have a discussion about it. I think that is what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, I understand that, but we're kind of getting to the finish line here, and there's not much time left. So.
Well, we have newer members of the task force. I wasn't here when those discussions were happening. Not all the members were. So, when you say the task force, do you mean all of the older members of this body? If I'm the only one who doesn't agree, I'm happy to just step back. But if other people are curious also or want to discuss, I think it's fine to open up the floor for that discussion.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So the way this, the chronology of this is, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, the behested payments ordinance was created. We had it was presented to us by the same former task force member, now legislative aide to Aaron Peskin, Lee Hefner, had presented this to us. At the time, we made a very strong argument that task force should not be included because this could affect various members' business. Their businesses might not be able to actually perform certain fundraising by virtue of a member of their board or their staff being on the task force. And they agreed to receive an opinion from the Ethics Commission with regards to this, which has been distributed several times. And the makers at that time of the ordinance had agreed, and the task force was exempted. So now they're coming around again, and this is also based upon state law. State law has started the ball rolling with this legislation. So now they're coming around again. They want to tighten it down even more. They want more public officials to be regulated by this now. And so they're basically claiming that anyone who has submitted a Form 700, which includes us, and we're named in the charter under this specific section, everybody in that list is now included. So our argument it was to be the same as it was before, because that would protect folks in the task force that might be affected by it. So that's where we're at right now.
Sometimes I find it useful to take individuals out of an equation like this and to say, okay, if we weren't thinking about, and this affects me too. I work primarily for philanthropic organizations and nonprofits also. But if I look at the motivation behind the reason here of its transparency, it's increased transparency, right? And increased accountability for behested payments. So I guess I'm curious about if we take ourselves out of it and say, hey, our rationale for that is that we wouldn't be able to do this. But if we look at it from the position of this body, our work, the values that we stand for in terms of governance, what is the argument then? I think that's what I'm looking for. The argument doesn't have to do with any of us as individuals, but has to do with the larger values and moral impact.
Yeah, I'll answer that, but let's hear from Member Schmidt first.
Yeah, I took a quick look at this because I'm affiliated with an organization, and I wanted to make sure I'm in the clear. And I can't say I'm an expert on it, but this is about, as far as I can tell, looking at the statute, it's about commissions, et cetera, who are agencies who are involved in license, permit. The phrase is granting or approving or deciding on license permits or entitlements for use. And it looks like it's about generally, I mean, this is kind of a different issue, a different sub-issue than what Chair Wolf has been talking about, which is, are we in the coverage or not? But I'm not sure if any of the decisions we make would even come close to the kind of decisions that, at least with the existing language, this would even extend to. So, I mean, I'm not even sure if I see what we would need to be concerned about yet. Now, if they're going to make amendments to that language, Yeah, but I don't know if they're going to amend that language.
Well, they did include the language which includes anyone that submits a Form 700, which is an amendment. That was not in the original language.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that includes us. So the reason why we were exempted the first round was because it specified exactly as you were saying. We don't issue any licenses or permits or anything like that would be of some beneficial or pecuniary gain to someone else. So our job here is purely advisory. We're not authorized. So the point is that should our original standing as described by the Ethics Commission remain, speaking with legal counsel, they're basically saying, well, the amendment has nothing to really do with that. It has to do with, do you file a Form 700? And if you do, then you are beholden to what the amendments are trying to do. And so that's the argument here and that's been the discussion that we've been having with both Supervisor Haney and Supervisor Peskin's office, as to say that, yeah, we all file Form 700s here, but the criteria of the work that we do still doesn't apply. And the point is, should we keep hammering on that point, or not? It is not necessarily, to Member Neighbor's point, it's not about any one person independently, but the end result would have drastic effects on possibly certain members, their work or their actual organization, the company they're employed by. And that is an inadvertent issue, because this particular legislation was originally focused on public officials that are employed by the city, and it could be extended to folks like the Planning Commission, which approves permits. So those people already know ahead of time that they might be liable. But for us, it was a huge surprise that we would even be considered to be included under this. And I think that's what was really shocking and jarring for those members, some years ago, and for continuing members here. So I hope that brings clarity to some of the folks that are new, as to whether this is something that we should continue to pursue. If not, then some of us will probably have to go at it alone. I would suggest if there is not agreement, then the task force make a new motion to take a new position on this.
So there was an original motion at some point to take a position on this, and this would be, so that was in years past, there was a motion. So this would be a wholly new motion to take a new, but
well, basically it would repeal the previous position and form a new position.
I'm not proposing to take that motion, but I am asking my task force members to think in terms of what the intent of this policy is about beyond our own individual status on this commission. What is it really about? Because I think if you think about the purpose of it, it may be something that that actually we really should be embracing and endorsing and aligning ourselves with. So for me, it requires a bit more study. So, but I'm not proposing to change the position of the commission. I mean, of the task force.
Anybody else? Okay, let's open it up for, is there a motion? I'll put that out there. Okay, hearing none. Let's open it up for public comment. I do see a hand there. Whoever it is, please wait for Ms. Leger.
Chair Wolf, this is Victor Young.
Yes.
I just want to let you know that this matter is scheduled to go before the Rules Committee this coming Monday, and most likely will come out as a committee report. And there are anticipated to be additional amendments made on Monday.
I'm sorry, repeat that last part.
There will be, most likely there will be additional amendments made to the legislation on Monday.
Okay. So that would demand at least a check-in with Supervisor Peskin's office to find out what that might be, right?
They're still working on them, so I'm not sure when those would be ready.
Okay. Well, either way, to express our continued position, I think would be prudent. Let's hear from the public commenter.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's David Pilpel. Let me know when you're ready.
Do we have other public commenters?
Anonymous 3.
Do we have other public commenters? Okay, let's start with Mr. Pilpel.
Great. David Pilpel. I don't have my notes in front of me. I'm elsewhere in the building. It's a bit late. I could go on at some length. I will try to be brief if you can give me a 30-second warning, and if you have questions, I'm happy to extend. There are a number of issues here. One of the points I was going to make, Victor just raised, this is back at rules on Monday. If there are amendments that are deemed substantive, that would require further continuance in committee. If they're not substantive, then they can act on them on Monday and report it out either as a committee report or not. So this could move as soon as Monday out of committee. It's been through a number of hearings at rules over the last few months. As I understand it, this was primarily intended to get at some of the conduct that was found based on Mohammed Nouru's activities, etc. This, I think, is primarily focused on entities like the Parks Alliance, but has other implications for department heads, members of boards and commissions as defined, and other city employees as relates to this concept of behested payments. I don't recall seeing in the ledge file for this particular piece of legislation, 2011-32, a letter from this task force. If there was a letter related to a prior version of the legislation, I'd be interested in seeing that. I am aware of the Dave Moss opinion from the Ethics Commission. I would not want to characterize the analysis or conclusion of that opinion as relates to the powers and duties of this task force. This task force is subject to the Form 700 filing requirement. It was determined at some point that, as I recall, that at least some powers of the task force include exercise of the sovereign powers of the city, and therefore the task force, despite not having staff, despite not having the ability to enter into contracts, et cetera, was still required and is still required to file a Form 700, and so is essentially like a board like any other board or commission in the city, planning commission, fire commission, public utilities commission, et cetera. So it may have those implications. And if the task force doesn't have an exemption and members can't comport themselves with the new requirements, then your only option may be to resign. I don't think you can sort of create your own city separate from everybody else. I'm happy to go on and explain further or take questions or hear from other members of the public. Hope that's helpful. Thanks.
So I'd like to ask you a question, Mr. Pelpel. You just stated that there was some, I don't know, report or some notion that the task force, you mentioned something about sovereign power of some sort.
Yes.
And so where is that stated or noted?
I don't recall that it was ever put in writing, but when I asked years ago why the task force, given its, in my view, limited actual decision-making ability, yes, anybody can advise, anybody can send a letter saying, we think, we urge, we da-da-da-da. But in terms of actual decision-making authority, it's fairly limited. And so I asked, if the task force has such limited decision-making ability, how at the same time is it subject, or are its members subject to a Form 700 requirement? What possible conflict of interest could there be? What is it that the task force is deciding that could create a potential for a conflict of interest, as conflict of interest is defined in the law? And the answer that I was given orally was because the task force has limited powers under 67.21E, 67.30, to make certain determinations of whether there was a violation and to refer matters to others, as limited as that may be in terms of formal powers, that it is exercising some of the powers of the city, and in as much as members serve on a multi-member body that's a branch of the government that is making some governmental decisions, that therefore you can be subject to Form 700 and fill out all of that stuff and all of the tests and whatnot that runs with the Form 700, that's different from, say, serving on the skateboarding advisory task force or the, cannabis oversight advisory committee or whatever, right? The long number of other advisory bodies of the city. It turned on this exercise of even the limited powers that the task force has under the Sunshine Ordinance. Does that answer the question?
Who verbally provided you that explanation? I'm not sure offhand. It could well have been Buck Delventhal, who isn't with us anymore. It could have been somebody else on the city attorney's government team. I don't believe this was way before Cheryl. I don't believe it was. I think this was even before Victor. I don't think it was somebody in the clerk's office. I'm pretty sure it was a deputy city attorney, and I'm not sure which one right this second. Okay, thank you. Let's go to our next speaker.
Thanks.
Anonymous number.
Unless anybody else has any questions for this public commenter. No? Okay. Let's go to the next speaker.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready? Does somebody have something to say? Hang on. Did someone want to make a comment that I didn't hear properly?
Yeah, Member Highland here. Referring to David Pilpel's comment, I think you're referring to DCA John Givner's comments. That's striking a chord with me as well, but we're going back like 10, 11 years now, so I'll just throw that in there if you want to research that.
That is entirely possible. Yep, could well be, and he's still around.
Yes, I think that's who it was. Yep. Okay. So this issue, members, has been back and forth as to what we are. This is not new. and we're just going through the latest iteration. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Anonymous, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. It's possible, and I think it's true, that both what Mr. Pilpel said and the Ethics Commission formal opinion, are both true. And the reason is because the specific wording about permits or licenses is not a power you have. And while you have a lot of advisory powers under 67.30, you do in fact have one specific authority granted. You can issue orders that are binding on the city, and that those orders can later be enforced by a court. And those orders are under 6721E whenever you order someone to disclose a record. So while a lot of the things like finding someone in violation may only be something you can refer to the Ethics Commission or the district attorney or something else, you do have one. You have one power you can exercise on behalf of the city, which is to order a custodian of a record to disclose a record. And so you do have that power, even though you don't have these other powers over permits and licenses and stuff. I would suggest, I actually don't have an opinion myself on what the new ordinance says, but I think it's your responsibility to, before this meeting is over, to make a motion that says you either support this legislation and issue a letter in that regard, you do not support it, issue that letter, or that you support it with certain suggested amendments. And I think the 6 of you need to make actually a decision on this, and then possibly, direct your chair to attend the Rules Committee in a meeting and give the opinion of the task force as a whole. But I do think it's your responsibility to take some position on this. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Sullivan.
I heard you, Mr. Sullivan. Just give me a minute. Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
So I agree with previous 2 commenters. The one thing I would say is that you could suggest, if you have a conflict of interest, since you do have some power in making a determination, that if there is a conflict of interest, that a person could recuse themselves from that determination. And that's basically it. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comment? Okay. No matter what we do, if this legislation passes, I think it may have a serious effect on members here at the task force. I know it will me. I might be asked by my employer to resign, effective immediately, when this if and when this gets passed, if the task force is not exempted. This is what was discussed with me the first time around. So, because we also do business here in the city, where my employer does. So, so it's not so much that it has it's personal for me, but it affects anyone, as what I can say is almost a class of workers that are trying to provide a public service, that a legislation like this would be prohibited and would make them automatically ineligible by virtue of being employed. And I think that's wrong, because I don't think our work here rises to the level of what is being described as what this legislation is meant for and who it's meant for. This legislation is really not meant for us, or for any body like us. And I think based upon what former task force member David Pilpel pointed out, who the targets really are for this. And the city cannot specify specific organizations or specific, groups of people. It's either everyone gets affected by it or no one gets affected by it. And, they could possibly limit it to elected officials, but there is some state law that probably makes it a little more broader. So there's that. Member Neighbors.
I agree that it's really complicated, and I don't know that I could say as definitively as you seem to be saying what it's intended for and who's it's intended for. I will say that as someone who works as an advocate with inside-outside strategy for governance, it is always a problem when lobbyists are decision makers and when you mix money up with decisions. And we see that all the time in our local governance. And so much so that when we had a case come before us from someone who was had named the health department as a potential violator, I had previously had them as a client. I went to our attorneys to see if I should recuse myself because it seemed to me a potential conflict of interest, even though I'd already finished that contract. There'd be a chance that I would contract with them again. And I think that's our duty as people on this commission, because it's not about our individual service. It's about the people that we're serving and the community that we're serving. And sometimes that does mean, it might mean that it might mean that I might not be in this commission. It might mean, Cheryl, that you might not be able to be on the commission. But if the purpose that's being served is that it's keeping out potential conflicts of interest that can undermine, not just with us individually, but as a class, as a group of people, as a group of public officials, keep any kind of undertow of influences out of our decision making, then I think that's okay. I think it would be okay to step aside for that, to ensure that this body is 100% credible, because there aren't conflicts of interest represented on, because nobody could make that accusation against any of us. It's important that no one can make that accusation against anyone on the Sunshine Ordinance in order for this body to be able to protect that legislation, because that legislation is super important to this community. So that's my take on it.
Anyone else? I'll just respond to say that, this legislation is designed for department heads, commissioners, which we are not commissioners, or designated employees. And we are only considered employees, and frankly, I don't know why or how, because I haven't been able to actually find any legislation or any code that designates us to actually have to be an employee, but we're not getting paid. And by virtue of being an employee, what we get is health insurance. Okay? It's not something that necessarily we ask for or actually partake in if we have our own insurance that through our employer, or we pay for ourselves through Covered California or what have you. So, that seems like a catch-22 to me. When you look at other advisory committees that may also be policy bodies, this would possibly affect them at the same time. The question is are we being dragged into, it's like a drag net. Are we being dragged into this? And we are really somewhat innocuous compared to who they're really writing this for. They're writing it for departments regarding administrative enforcement. We don't have the power to do enforcement. We only have the power to make referrals to another department that has enforcement. We don't issue licenses, we don't issue permits, and we don't issue any other entitlements for use. I think it's really a slippery slope, if not a very gray area, that we are included in that group. And so that's why I'm suggesting that we maintain our position. I'll hear from Member LaHood, and then I'll respond. See if you change my mind or not.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I mean, I've talked in previous meetings about this. I will say, if this passes as it stands, I will have to resign immediately. I am kind of curious how many people here work for nonprofits or are on boards of nonprofits. I mean, I think it would affect 3 or 4, maybe more people. That's not a reason to. I don't know. It's a complicated situation. It is interesting, though, that for when there are work conflicts, that people can recuse themselves. I suppose if somebody who was a big donor to the public press, came before the task force, yes, I would recuse myself from that particular instance. But it's somebody who gives us $35. What if the person who takes my spot is somebody who works for, a journalist who works for a different news organization where people pay $500 a year for a subscription? Does that mean that they, can't judge anything by anybody who's a subscriber because there's money being contributed? I know that's different because there's not a specific behest, but I don't know. I think things get murky. I think it gets difficult, and it does exclude large numbers of people, and will exclude some of the people who I think you would want on the task force, who maybe are civically engaged and are on boards of different nonprofits. But that's all I'll say now. I could go on too long about this. So.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we reaffirm our current position to have the task force be exempt from the behest these amendments. Is there a second? Okay, well, the motion dies.
I'll second it. I was waiting for somebody else to do it.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Any public comment on the motion?
David Pilpel, just a clarifying question.
Do we have other public commenters?
Okay.
Right. Go ahead, Mr. Phil. Go ahead, David.
Thank you. So just my clarifying question is, how would your or the proposed motion manifest itself? Were you proposing to just take a position and just